This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live here on the 11th floor, Audacy Radio Tower. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and that other creepy whisper that you're getting is Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back. What's wrong?
You know, of course it's my camera that's off.
I mean, my camera's a different one, too.
It is?
Yeah. That's not my normal camera.
You got the wrong side of me, Peyton. I can't be coming from this angle.
Well, Sean gets that
this
camera,
angle.
though, so.
You like the other angle?
Yeah, I just feel like the left side, I don't know. I feel like I look like Elmo.
Okay, that's your right side, though, right? It's hitting you from here, or is it hitting you from here? Okay.
There, left side.
Left side.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Elmo. Because Aiden is out, so we're adjusting the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Well, he's an ingrate this morning. Doesn't like the camera that's on him. Doesn't like the free breakfast that's been dropped in front of him. Dropped some free breakfast in front of him. He goes, "Oh, I don't love that sandwich. Oh, there's garlic butter on it. No,
I hate garlic butter. It's too much. It's stupid. What happened to regular butter?
Garlic bread.
Not a fan. I mean, I like garlic bread, but only my mom's.
Okay. What does she do so special with it?
I don't know. Probably just buys from the store. That lazy ass right now.
Probably uses garlic butter on it. Is what she does.
And then it's too heavy in the morning. I don't honestly. Hot take. Steak, not a breakfast food.
Not generally. Like I think
steak and eggs, not a thing. Nobody's ever had
steak and eggs is.
No one's actually ever had steak and eggs.
I 100% will order steak and eggs at a breakfast place the next day if I'm hungover. It is a great choice.
So what you did was you made me not. I get no carbs now because I'm not eating the bread. I had a piece of the steak. It's very good.
It is very good. You know why? There's garlic butter on it.
So no country fried steak for breakfast, RJ.
I don't even know what that is.
No one does.
Right. No one has it. Eggs. That's what you have for breakfast. Eggs. Okay. Eggs. Maybe a waffle.
What time do you eat lunch? Normally.
Right around noon.
Okay. All right. So you eat a normal lunchtime. I was wondering if you ate like the 10:45 lunch like I do or 11 a.m., whether you still like are in breakfast mindset.
Now, sometimes 10:45 if I get to the gym and I'm like lightheaded, I'll have they have these beef sticks there. I'll get one of those.
Oh yeah, you eat a lot of jerky in the morning.
A lot of jerky.
Yeah.
Big jerky.
Bobby, welcome back. What happened?
Oh, thanks. I don't know. I was pretty sure that what it was that I had eaten something that was undercooked. I had gotten like a burger for lunch and it was undercooked.
What did I tell you yesterday?
And now I'm wondering if it's
all he eats cheeseburgers.
Ritma. Now I wonder if it's Ritma gave me whatever 24-hour bug he had. Because he told us over the weekend like he had a 24-hour bug. This is definitely 24 hours, and I was already prepared when I texted you guys. I was like, I'll let you know about Friday, because I was like, this is so bad right now. There's no way this gets better fast enough. But bounced back like late yesterday morning, and I was like, all right, it had to be the food then, because it's over so quick. But then last night,
what was the food in question?
It was a burger that was like,
the burger.
Yeah, the burger. It was like, I was looking at it, I was like, that just.
Did you get it from somewhere?
Yeah, I don't want to say where. I'll tell you all during the break. But I had gotten it, and I was like, I don't know. But I was like, I'm probably just being a baby about it. But then I got sick a couple hours later, So I was thinking, all right, that must have been it. And then last night as we're going to bed, Kristen's like, I got to go to bed early. My stomach's burning. Like, my stomach's like, real. She's like, I think I'm going to throw up tonight. And I was like, okay, crap. Maybe this is actually a bug that's being passed
Did she
around
have a
now.
burger too?
No, she did not.
Yeah.
So it probably wasn't the burger then.
Yesterday when we were, it's like that topic the other day.
The one Choppy couldn't understand for the life of him.
I understood finally like 15 minutes later in Ask Chop. But yesterday we were speculating. We're like, all right, was it Reetma? Haley pops in here for like 2 or 3 minutes at a time in a commercial break. I said, all I see is Bobby eating burgers. And then Peyton threw out a breakfast possibility, but Bobby has not brought in breakfast for a while for all of us, which thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Bobby Belt. And then your email speculated on all three, but you said you didn't hear or listen to the show.
I didn't. It's just that's how connected we are.
Yeah.
We're spirit animals now.
Live with the Friday edition. Carter will be in a few hours, apparently, to run the fan cam. Is Aiden just taking like a natural day off?
He mentioned something about going to Broken Bow, which maybe I shouldn't have given his location, but there it
how
is.
you said that.
You can't get Broken Bow locations.
Same thing.
You thought the same thing?
Yeah, that was an odd
He
way to
didn't
say
say
it.
broken bow. He said broken bow.
Yeah, he went up on Bo. It was interesting.
You enunciated the bow.
Yeah, Broken Bow, a lot of times you get those cabins, and they won't give the address for you even renting the cabin until you put that credit card through.
An hour in.
An hour in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had the sassiest police officer of all time pulling into Broken Bow when I was speeding one time. And I was genuinely not trying to speed. I was like, he pulled me over and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not used to this rental. I was like, I'm flooring it harder than I realized. The throttle's just more than I think. He goes, yeah, that thing down there on the floor is what controls it. And I was like, okay, jeez.
Well, look, if anyone needs if Trump needs more police in D.C. or National Guard, just go to my kid's school for kindergarten. I feel good and safe about it, but it's a little overdone. Yesterday,
How
we
many
had
do they
a
have?
handgun. We got microphones. We got golf carts. It is insane. Yesterday, I tried to go and get him early, and then I ended up sitting in line for 15 minutes. And then everyone warned me, and they said the first day of school pickup would absolutely be the worst, and then it would thin out, and people were like, screw this. I'm putting my kid on the bus. I'm not waiting in line like this. It was better, but it's still awful. I'm talking 25, 30 minutes waiting in this line to wrap around in order to pick him up. You can't get out of your car. You feel like you're going to get sniped if you get out of your car and step foot on the sidewalk. And we got to do something better than these signs. I feel so stupid. Peyton, it's like a big, this sheet of paper on my great view on the fan cam is purple or green or pink, and you got to hold it up like the whole way while wrapping around. Like, there has to be a better way. I feel so dumb. What happens when inevitably I lose this piece of paper as
You
well?
just roll the window down and let them know. Because here's the kicker on this one. You'll wind up saving that.
Oh, like as memento.
I still have Julian's because from elementary school, but I went to go pick the kids up yesterday. I said to Julie, I said, hey, walk to the elementary school next door. I'll pick you up there because they got out at like a half hour early.
Yep.
And then with the high school, the good thing about high school is really it's only half the school because everybody else drives. I felt so bad. I drove around everybody. I skipped the line, drove around, went into the parking lot, and I said, meet me here. And I did like a half U.
Drop my location.
Blocking the road. Did like a half U-E and then picked them up. I felt great, but also really bad.
I guess you can park and walk up to get your kid, but the line of the parents just sitting there, and my sick brain, I was like, this is going to be hilarious in the rain. I can't wait for a downpour just to watch like this whole system break and all these parents and kids and teachers get rained upon.
We walked to pick up Laura. So we pick her up. That's easy. That's no problem. There was the one time Kristen sent me to pick her up when it was raining, and so we were going to have to do the car line, and I picked her up. I snapped on somebody in the car line.
Whoa.
That was apparently somebody who worked for the school, and Kristen started panicking of like, all these relationships I've developed with the school over the years, you've destroyed them in one pickup.
Yep, my brother who flew, right now my wife just wants him to be on my best behavior. Don't be a fool. We're going to be with these people for the next 12 years probably. And my brother flew in yesterday from Maryland.
Whoa.
He's in the car for the pickup. And they did it on the first day when they see your big purple piece of paper and they go, Oliver so-and-so? Well, the first day they mispronounced the last name. Oliver Sheriff?
How do people mispronounce that? That is one of the more common last names.
You think? In In Pakistan.
It never.
It's like they mess up choppy, in Bombay, but I don't know about here. And
I've known a Sharif my whole life. Like, it never dawned on me to even pronounce it any other way.
Yeah, and sheriff is usually the E. But but either way, I didn't say anything. I blame my parents. I've never blamed anybody else. It's their fault. They decided to give me this name. But then yesterday, my brother, same last name, hears them walk by with the microphone and, the teleportation, whatever the system is on the headsets. They're calling plays with Will McClay upstairs. And Oliver Sheriff, he goes, Sharif. And she's in the back. She puts her head down. So that's your Kristen worry of, oh my God, we're going to be that family early on.
Yeah, that was, and it turns out who I snapped on, the school didn't like, and so they're like, oh, it's fine.
Oh, cool.
Because Kristen called immediately to do damage control. Apparently Bobby just threw a bunch of F-bombs, rolled down his window at somebody.
She ratted you out?
Yeah, she was very concerned.
Work on foul territory.
She was very concerned about being rude at her reputation, but this lady she deserved it.
Meanwhile, the new school rules are being implemented, and I don't even know how you communicated to your kid to meet you at the drop-off pinpoint because of the new Texas rules.
Not a fan. Not a fan. The new Texas rules, no cell phones in school. So I texted, and I knew he was going to get it at 4 o'clock when he gets let out of school because I told him to meet me in a certain spot. But they are in effect, and I think it's a great rule and also awful.
You're not allowed to bring them.
No, you could bring them.
All right.
You could bring them. They just can't have them
them out.
You can't have. Yeah, you can't have them out on you.
But they can be in your pocket.
Backpack.
Some schools are doing it they do it comedy shows where they have they're putting them in those sleeves that are locked until the end of the day, and so you can have it on you can't get to it.
I would have a massive problem with that because if there's an incident, I want to be able to get a hold of my kid.
Well, they just unzip the bag.
Well, you could do that, but that it's a whole.
It's on him.
It's a whole locking mechanism. At the comedy shows, you got to go to them and they have to touch it, and it's it's a locking mechanism.
Yeah, those ones specifically have a little punch. You gotta almost when you'd buy a video game back in the day, and they have to you got to take it to the front so they can unlock it and get it out.
What are the other rules, Bobby?
One of the big things that we're seeing in a lot of school districts right now, and Kristen heard about this. She was like, "Man, I hope we're doing it here." They're now having students use their ID badges to swipe into school buses in some North Texas districts. So in order to actually get on the bus, you have to swipe your school ID to just verify, you are somebody who's supposed to be on this bus. There's obviously also the cell phone rule that Choppy just mentioned there. And then, like you said, there's a ton more security being added to a lot of these different schools. Our local high school has now installed for the first time metal detectors, so all the kids are having to go through metal detectors. So a lot of concerns about school safety and different things like that. And so now it's a ramp up in security, different protocols to make sure that nobody's carrying a weapon into school. And it's stacking up now. But there's more than 100 new laws that are impacting public education this legislative session.
Yeah, get to some of the juicy ones. Not all this safety stuff. I thought we had
No, those were the only ones I had on here.
The cop at Julian's school, she's a baddie.
Is she?
Yeah, she's the Cal Raleigh of police.
Oh, well, be careful. That's that
Big
would
dumper.
Be, yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't make a comment about anybody's size. That'll get you
no, in a good way.
That'll get you mocked by Mike Leslie Jr.
I thought we had mandatory studying of certain things or staying away from certain topics, and you can't be teaching this and that.
Oh, that. I mean, I do know there are some of those out there. That is not in the article.
We're only teaching real news. Okay.
There are certain things now that there's things related to the 10 Commandments being posted in schools. There's also the banning of critical race theory being taught in rooms, and so there's a bunch of different things
identity.
related to. There's a whole bunch of different things. You're not going to see any gender neutral bathrooms, I don't think, in many Texas schools.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Well, no Aiden. Carter soon. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and that is why you are seeing RJ Choppy's bad side for now. Joe Milton, part 2, and has a trade offer finally been made for Micah Parsons. We'll take you inside the Star with Cowboys Ravens tomorrow. That is next. But all I'm thinking about this morning, no offense to the show, is what is going on the Hurtado barbecue.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Is it spice?
It doesn't sound like.
What's the saffron for?
carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to card record attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
3 o'clock pregame show tomorrow on this radio station for Cowboys Ravens. 105.3 The Fan is your home for America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. 6 o'clock kickoff and then the postgame show here on these dials. The plan is for Joe Milton to be the starting quarterback again. Tyler Booker will play against Baltimore after not playing in the opener.
Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday that it will be Tyler Booker finally getting his opportunity out there. And I saw there was some discussion out there. People were trying to say, okay, was this a response to pressure? Was there any sort of like, all right, we're leaning on you, Shotty, and you better give us the results? No, apparently this was the plan the whole time, is that this is how he's going to stagger guys and how they're going to work them in. But Tyler Booker will be playing in this game. He will be starting, and we'll see how many reps he gets exactly. It'll also be
what you're telling me, though, what you're telling me with Booker is he is so, not you, the message being sent, he's so good and so solid that he doesn't need to play in all the preseason games and all the action. Or you got to be telling me you're so worried about injury with what has already happened with Guyton that you don't want to risk losing 2 young first-rounders.
Or I think the other aspect of this could be...
No, it's the only 2 I laid out because that was the only 2 I thought of.
Well, it's basically... It's a cousin of your first one, too, I think, which is...
Cousins are fine.
They think that he...
Some states.
Those are safe. Yeah,
some states.
It depends on how many removed you get down.
We're talking about Baltimore.
But if you look at the way their offensive line is stacking up right now and what they're trying to filter out and who they're trying to figure out who makes the roster, I think to Schottenheimer, he looked at it and said, I can get by him not playing in the first preseason game and get him some work extra later in order to just see that backup line all work together for one game and get an idea of who can play and thin that out a little bit because they're all close. So I think he feels like, I know Tyler Booker's starting. He's already earned that job. There's nothing he has to earn there. I would really rather see which of these guys we may cut and get the extra. No, and that's why I think he's going to play in the second game. I think he just felt like he could limit the first game and just say, take that one. You got in the practice against the Rams. That's all we need.
And for the first time in years, you did not send your RJ Choppy 5 things you're looking forward to.
I've got them.
Well, I mean, the run sheet's been made.
I know. I didn't send them. Then I saw them on your email.
Oh my God! Why did you look at my email?
I've been looking at the email now the last couple of days.
Okay.
Just in case I forget something.
Okay.
And I was like, oh crap, better come up with these. So I wrote down.
You don't have
very
to.
rudimentary.
Okay.
Because I don't plan on watching the game. I'll be in Michigan.
Oh, that's right.
So there's no point. But I got takes.
I've got a theory, by the way. I think he reads the email every day. I don't read yours.
That's a really stupid
No.
theory.
I think he reads through the whole thing because I think he knows you stash the betting odds in there and he wants to win those games.
No, I don't. I just go. I don't go down into the body of the email because the body of Sean's email is. I can't.
I understand.
I can't with it. It's too much. It's copy and paste and articles and
different font sizes.
Different font sizes.
I do it my own way.
I can't do it.
I've gotten used to it.
It's my own type of style and writing. But in terms of Milton, what do you think of the 1, 2, 3 things Brian Schottenheimer's putting on the board? Push-ups? Do 80 of them before the game? Slow down, calm down, check down.
I think he needs to do 80 push-ups before every snap.
Every snap.
That might help him out.
Like the Jack Leiter approach.
He takes about that long to get everybody set for an individual play. It's like he did do 80 push-ups in between snaps. I think the big thing for them they want to see is the take a profit. That's something coaches will tell you all the time. Is like you don't have to go for it all. Always take a profit. If there's a profit to be had, check down here, pick up 5 yards here, do this, do that. That's what coaches a lot of times will teach is that it's not a bad thing to just move the ball forward. You don't have to get it all in one play. Like let's just move the ball. And a lot of times Joe Milton wants to get it all on one play, and he's got a hard time just I think checking the ball down, not just checking it down, but delivering it with a little bit of touch. Everything's a rocket. That was what Brett Favre had to learn early on in his career. Not that he's Brett Favre, but that's what Brett Favre had to learn was just everything couldn't be rocketed in there. But I think for them, that's a big part of it. It's just decision making. Like, hey, slow down, breathe. It's going to happen fast for you. Like, that's what's happened. But, like, just take a little bit of pace here. Slow it down. You can slow this down.
I was reading this article last night on it was about Josh Heupel at Tennessee, where Joe was. And they were talking about the biggest mistake he made as the head coach there. And I think it was his old assistant. Is it Alex Golesh, whatever? I think he's at UCF or something. And he said starting Joe Milton was the biggest mistake they made over Hendon Hooker year one. And they said, every single member of the coaching staff said Milton was the guy. And that's just, he is such an amazing practice player, but then you get him on the field and it just screws up. Like, everything goes south.
So better in practice.
Way better in practice. Ooh. And this is the way he has been.
Well, that does not bode well for us.
But what they're saying, when they said better in practice, they mean like in the drills. Like, once you get to 11 on 11s, everything falls apart.
Right.
But because in the drills, like if you were to just stack all the quarterbacks in those individual QB drills, Joe looks the best.
So what's up with no Dak? We're not going to see him?
I think they are, they're at a point.
It's going to be the first time against Philly since when that he's had live bullets?
Move on.
Week 9?
This was the question that we got heading into when he had...
I don't like that.
No, I know. 2020, when he snapped his ankle and was out for the rest of the year, they put him in bubble wrap when he had that issue with his muscle in his shoulder. That one that they said was like the pitching injury. And he didn't do anything until they walked on the field against Tampa that day.
This will be November 3rd.
Yeah, and so he's gone longer before, like with longer stretches without playing football before walking into the season. But
was that the year where they called up the Yankees and asked them for advice on how to deal with pitchers instead of just the team that plays next door to them? Was that? It was.
Well, they had a concessions deal worked out. It was easy access with Legends Hospitality.
Yeah, it's not like they've always managed arm injuries the best anyway. If you look at the way that they've handled it before, he's gone longer walking into the first game before without playing. I think they just view it now as like he's on ice. He's gotten injured so many times in the last few years. We have to limit his exposure, limit his reps, and so they're going to get in the practice reps like they can. They're going to get in those, mixed practices with the Rams, but they're not going to give him a whole bunch of live action because I think they also feel like at this stage of his career, he knows what live action football looks like. He knows that feel.
Let's have some fun. This guy
beat is sick.
What's that?
It's a Lady Gaga song. He said, let's have some fun.
Oh.
This beat is sick.
Ricky Scoops.
Oh, God.
Oh, baby.
Oh, God and oh, baby. Who is that?
Nobody knows. He's just some guy on Twitter who fires off tweets with rumors and predictions, and when they're wrong, he generally deletes them.
But he's gotten some.
He has gotten some, yeah.
He has gotten some. And yesterday, he is the first person that I have seen talk about any team making a call or inquiry for Micah Parsons. And again, Ricky Scoops, look, if you nail some stories, I'm going to bring it up as a possibility. I know
Incarcerated Bob, man.
I know we're supposed to be writing these people off and laughing at them. He has gotten some correct and right. He's kind of like, Twitter's hero. One of these guys who isn't established and
Twitter insider.
Yeah, not verified and do it for the people, and it's our connection. He's not mainstream, so we really know about these rumors and things first before the rest of the public. They're never going to put it on ESPN. They're never going to attribute anything to Ricky Scoops. But he said, even though I don't think he will be traded, the Packers have a very, or it could be she, who knows. The Packers have a very serious trade offer on the table for Micah Parsons. So I just wanted to have some fun with it and dive deeper into the Packers draft picks. Would it be more win now players trading him to a route? Because that's the one question I would like to be asked to Jerry and Steven, like tomorrow in the pregame show. Has anyone called? Are you listening? Are you taking calls? Has anyone called, and are you taking calls? Even if they don't answer it, I need that question to be asked by somebody. Because you'd think that someone would be making that phone call for a future Hall of Famer. What do you think?
Do I think this call has been made, or specifically working on a deal with the Packers, what that would look like?
What it would look like.
So I would imagine what you're looking at here is it's going to be capital. It's going to be picks. That would be the entire thrust of it. I don't think you're swapping players in this. If you would, I would think the guy that might be involved for them would be...
If I told you, by the way, I was trading him to Green Bay, it's happening either now or right before next year's draft. Everyone, I mean, they're definitely picking before next year's draft. That way you have Micah for one more season on the field. Is that a no-brainer?
Yeah, I think this would be...
Like, how harmful would it be to do it right now versus next offseason?
I mean, for Dallas, it'd be very hard. Green Bay just may say, we want him here now. Like, that's if you want the pick, we want him here now. And so, I mean, that may be... I would imagine if Green Bay was putting this on the table, they would say, we need to do this now. We're not going to have it available to you in the spring.
Right.
So I think it would have to look like Micah traded before the season begins. And I think that what it would probably involve would be something along the lines of 2 firsts and a third, or maybe 2 firsts, a fifth, and a player. Like maybe that player's Romeo Dobbs, their wide receiver, or somebody along those lines. That would be, I think, kind of what it looks like.
I'm out on a player. Just give me the picks.
Yeah, but the problem for the Cowboys is you got this Dak window.
Yeah.
They're always in win now mindset.
They always are.
So by
Right.
trading away our best football player, that totally goes away from trying to win in this Dak window.
It does. Did you see some of his other scoops? Like, have you just gone and looked at some of his other scoops?
Yes.
So he kind of got the Cook one right.
James?
Yeah. He said he wants a deal in line with Saquon. This was on July 29th. He wants one, but Bills have countered with one significantly lower. Okay, that turned out to be true. He said the Ravens will make Lamar the highest paid quarterback before the start of the season. We'll see if that happens.
I mean, those are all kind of generic things. You
very
could say.
generic. And then
I think he was right on Pickens. Or he started talking about or DK, one of them.
He said Pickens was that Dallas was in talks for Pickens. I don't doubt that he may, whoever he is, may hear certain things. He's just throwing all of it out there, though, unvetted. And, like, I mean, one of the things he threw out there this year was that Trayvon Diggs was getting cut in a week, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And that was never going to happen.
I'm looking just at the Packers draft picks for 2026. It looks like they got a first, a third, a fifth, and a seventh.
Ew.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm reading it the other way. I'm sorry. 1, 2, they do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But again, with Green Bay, you don't think they're going to be in the top half of the
20s.
round.
You'll be in the 20s.
Yeah.
Especially if you get Micah. I mean, either way. If Love is healthy, you're going to be in the 20s.
Would you guys be opposed or have a problem? I think the answer is already no from Bobby because he said he'd do it to Philadelphia. It was the right deal. Be opposed to trading him in conference to the Packers? Team kicks your ass every time?
I don't care about that. Division is a different story, right? I still don't necessarily care, but I care more.
You pay the tax if you're trading in division. You're giving me more than other people are.
Division starts at 3-1s.
3?
I mean, if they told me it's 2-1s.
When's the last time 3-1s has been given up in a deal?
It would have been
Mikal Bridges, probably.
And NFL.
NFL.
I mean,
certainly not Luka.
Didn't the Rams give up 3 for Goff?
I can't remember. I would say 2. If Philly said we'll give you 2 firsts, a third, and a fifth, I'm saying okay.
2
like
firsts.
even if Micah wasn't a problem, it's just like, well, that's too much cheap capital. Go for it.
We have a brand new easy way for you to hook up tonight or this weekend. Ooh. That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and make sure you have this number for the weekend. My brother yesterday landing and driving on over to...
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
W and Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar.
For the latest from Cowboys camp.
Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thursday after 6:40.
He has a stroke twice a week.
You've been doing much better with the reads.
I know I have, and then that happens, and then, it just...
Would you have like a tremendous fear of like public speaking? Or you think you'd be fine? I know.
If you guys were in attendance, yes. Because I know every time I cough the wrong way, I'd get up.
Oh wow.
You would know. You would know. I recorded Chop's dad's funeral. I would be recording
that was rude.
everything you said. No, I did it with Chop's permission, but I would be recording everything for all sorts of content that we'd be breaking down.
And I blame Bobby's breakfast. I had steak. Just
Hey,
Okay,
go.
he's not getting anything ever again.
Good. It'll save you money.
Ever again.
You're welcome.
Should this former Ranger come back to try and help the offense? That's coming up at 7 o'clock. That's going to be, finally, we're going to break up this bromance between Choppy and Peyton. Peyton's going to say no. RJ's going to say yes. 7 o'clock.
Still love you though.
Here on your home of the Rangers. A Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway coming up at 7:20 in the commercial-free Expressway. Are you all packed and ready for your golf trip to Michigan next week?
I'm packed. I can't speak for other people in the house,
Okay.
but I am packed and ready to go.
All right.
I'm
You excited?
Very excited. Yeah, now we're getting rain. A whole lot of rain. Whole lot of rain up there, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I don't mind playing golf in the rain. That's how it was intended to play in the Scotsmans. They all play in the rain and the wind. But very, very excited. The mom is staying at the house. Mom staying at the house the whole week.
Dog sit.
Dog sitting.
Wish I could.
It's not even the dog so much.
You wish you could stay at the house and dog sit?
I wish I could have my mom stay at the house for me.
It's really the plants in the backyard. We got a lot of flowers. We gotta keep those things alive.
Where?
Pots. We put food.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you don't have grass back there.
No. Put them in flower pots.
Weather all up and down. High of 83, then a high of 69, 65,
Nice.
high of 69 and 74,
Nice.
low of 54.
Yeah.
Bastard.
I know. We
That's
don't
awesome.
have a cabin in the woods this year, so we're gonna have to have relations on the balcony of the hotel.
Oh,
Yeah,
the balcony.
the balcony.
Why the balcony?
Just to-
have
just-
the outdoor element?
You got to have the added element of the outdoors. I mean, there's nothing quite like it, especially when it gets nice and cold.
Okay. Interesting. So she's
Lubricated.
Speaking of hooking up, Bobby, I love this idea.
Man, so a few weeks back, I think Peyton is the one who discussed this. I don't know. It was probably done poorly if Peyton talked about it. But we did talk about the app that the women had started for, like, this is our exclusive dating app, where basically they took the Facebook group of Are We Dating the Same Guy, that famous Facebook group that exists, and they turned it into an app where you can get background checks on guys. You can share all the details about, hey, this is what I know about him, this, that, and that. Well, the guys decided to respond, and we now have dueling T's, because it's T on, the original was called like T on him or Get the T or something like that. This one is now called T on her, and this is the rival T app for men. And what they've decided is they're going to play hardball. And so it says, this is from TechCrunch, it says, the backlash surrounding T escalated last week after 404 Media reported 4chan users retaliated by discovering a publicly exposed database belonging to the app, which revealed over 72,000 images, including selfies, photo IDs, submitted for account verification, etc. A subsequent hack exposed more than 1 million private messages. T on her is now the reply to it. It is now ranked number 2 among lifestyle apps on iOS, and it is a direct rebuttal to the T app, even copying the language from the T's App Store description in its own listing. And the app is basically, come in here, tell us if you've dated this girl. Let's get background checks on these women. Let's just, eye for an eye. We're going to set this up. So this is becoming one of the bigger apps already out there in the dating world in terms of at least downloads for the first week. And they're getting their return volley here and saying, all right, we're going to find out everything we can about these girls and share it with everybody.
Yeah, that's way too messy and complicated. Choppy's is much, much better and easy.
This is unbelievable. And I don't. Do you guys use your calendar on your phone? You do?
Yep, that's basically my calendar.
Okay, so you write everything that you are going to do on there.
Yep.
Okay, I'd never use it. I don't use a calendar. That's why I'm
What do you
never
use?
on time.
Okay.
I just nothing.
Okay.
I use my brain, which can be very, very touch and go.
Yeah.
So I don't really use it. Sarah sent all these golf tee times to it. I'm like, I don't know how do I add these things? What do I do? She goes, you literally just hit accept.
So the other day when we had our underdog meeting, you were just kind of relying on me to know when it was?
I just put in my head 10 o'clock, and I was like, I think it's on Tuesday.
Okay.
Not really sure. But students on campuses are using Google Calendar to schedule your full days, your schedule, everything. And then casual hookups where, this one guy wanted to make a move on this girl in his theater group. This is definitely a drama club. And then he decided to, instead of asking her out, he sent her a Google Calendar invite for Friday night at 11:30 that said "hook up?" ?
Big Scott Braun behavior.
And I'm like, this is amazing. This is amazing.
I love it.
Because there's two ways that she could take it. You could say, I was just messing with you.
Right.
Or I really wanted to do this. And if she says yes, then holy cow.
Holy cow. Well,
this is unbelievable.
I don't know if I like that one.
The problem is he's going to go.
What was that?
It's Rowdy Telles. I don't know if I like that one.
The problem is he's going to go back into class with her. This is the cell phone equivalent of like leaving your number on the receipt. That's one of the best feelings you can ever have if you do it, I think. You leave your number, your name on the receipt, like that like the pilot who did it with the hot girl in the airport, like, call me. Or he didn't even put his number. He was just like, you're one of the most gorgeous women in the world, and then walked away. When you leave that and then you walk away and you don't have to ever see them again, but then you have that nervous excitement of just waiting on your phone if it ever lights up or she ever, because that is a total green light.
Right.
It's a green light. And with this, you don't have to go through the rejection. You don't have to go through the pickup lines. You don't have to go through the game. The only problem with this is going back into the theater class.
That's it.
This, to me, you do if it's a random person on campus or someone at the bar. I don't know how you would get their number or whatever, but yeah, 11 o'clock, question mark.
Yeah.
Imagine just hearing that knock on the door.
This student.
It's like waiting for the Hall of Fame. You get that knock on the door. It's like everybody's celebrating.
that big dude comes in there knocking on that thing.
But again, can't see him the next day, or you play it off as a joke.
Right. So other examples, like this girl, like this guy asked her on a date, and she's very busy, so she sent him a screenshot of her Google Calendar, and he slotted himself in from 5 to 6. Or this other one.
This is like an RJ move to the max.
Oh, absolutely. This other girl got a calendar invite that said, come over to my dorm, 10 p.m. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The fact that this is a thing.
Love it.
I'm gonna start doing this with Sarah.
Scheduling it.
Scheduling.
Y'all are already there.
No. Hotels.
No,
Gaylord balcony.
Hey, look, I mean,
15 minutes.
Like,
Cart path.
Gotta get
Cart
creative.
path.
2 hours.
Now, would you fall back with that's a joke, or would you just fall back on, say that was like my buddy? Like he thought that was funny. He took my phone. He just put that in there on the calendar or whatever. I think you've got a more plausible thing of just like, my buddy's a jackass. Like, sorry, forget that.
I think you say it's...
Then you get friend zoned.
Yes. You say it's you. That way she's like, he's interested. Mm-hmm. But you don't have to go through the full embarrassment.
That's true.
Of the rejection. What do you think about this, Pepe?
I love it. But no, I think you got to double down on it. If she rejects at first, you got to just be like, okay, well, that's what I wanted. That's why I'm here. So sorry.
Should I put it in right now for Kristen in our shared calendar?
No, because you know what she'll do?
What?
You know what women will do with your wife?
What?
Who'd you really mean to send that to?
Oh,
No, this is our
Rosie?
shared family calendar.
I don't
and
think
so
it matters.
I can put it in there.
No, I know you can.
Yeah.
But she will say, you accidentally sent this to me, and clearly it was meant for someone else. I would not do it with a weekend coming up.
I'm going to do it right now, 11 a.m. Admirals Club.
You, I think, is fine. Kristen, my wife, they're Hispanic, okay? They're not going to take it as... You'd have to go back in the segment real quick. Have the Audacy rewind on hand, Bobby. Otherwise, it's going to be, you clearly weren't sending that to me. So who was it?
I'm going to try it. I just did it. Cereal. That's what I put in there. I put it in the calendar for today.
Cereal she'll know.
I put cereal, question mark.
What time?
Yeah, what time?
I put it in theirs all day.
Oh, okay. Come
That
on.
she'll know it's a joke.
Dealer's choice.
No, it's a joke with you.
Choice.
All right, I love the Maxim stories.
Okay, so Maxim has come under fire. Peyton, you know what Maxim magazine is?
No.
Oh my God. That's the oldest I've ever felt.
This is the
We have to current event quiz him and Mackenzie at the same time on
Holy
radio.
cow.
Just back and forth with the questions.
Maxim is the ultimate guys magazine. 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, the ultimate dude magazine. Well, a lot of their articles are resurfacing now, and I hate this because this whole if it didn't happen on Twitter, it didn't happen. People, that's what this crowd is. Or if it didn't happen.
Or today's comedy applies to 30 years ago.
Exactly. So there's a 17-year-old Maxim article, 17, called the
like Bobby's Larry Bird audio.
Unsexiest.
People like that on
woman.
the fan text. Thank you.
It was the unsexiest women list. Okay, but here's the thing.
You definitely can't do that today.
You can't do that today. What Maxim was every guy's group having a discussion. They just brought it to print. And I'm sorry if you're offended about how guys talk to other guys. That's how guys talk to other guys.
What's our Mount Rushmore of unattractive women? Who would you put up there,
I'm
Sean?
not doing this.
Well, I will say this.
I'm not doing this.
Sean, you were just doing it during the break. Who was it?
Well, that's during the break.
In 2007, the winner
You guys were talking about the pay-per-view event.
of the unsexiest woman alive was Sarah Jessica Parker.
Man, this poor girl.
And the article literally said, how did this Barbaro-faced broad manage to star on a show with sex in the title?
Peyton, do you know who Barbaro is? No. Okay, good.
Also on this list was
Bobby, you know, right?
Madonna.
You don't know? Look it up. Hang on, I want to see Bobby's reaction.
You don't know who Barbaro is?
B-A-R-O.
B-A-R-O. So say it again. B-A-R.
B-A-R-O. I have to stop down the show to see.
Okay.
This is who they compared her to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That I do know who that is. That's
Who is it?
It's a horse.
So
I wanted to see because I know who that is.
Yeah, won the 06 Kentucky Derby. Yeah, shattered his leg 2 weeks later.
Amy Winehouse on the list. Sandra Oh from Grey's Anatomy was on it. Madonna. Britney was actually on it at the time because she was in the throes of her meltdown. But that they had this resurfaced and how cruel, how absolutely cruel this is.
Yeah.
Well, then they decided they're going to expose another one, which was
GBAG made this list.
How to cure feminists. How to cure a feminist. That was the other one that they were resurfacing, and I'm like, guys,
That one's less offensive.
it's sure.
I know it's curing,
Right.
Like we need to be cured.
Right, but what are we doing here? Why are we bringing up this? It's 2003.
Is Maxim still out?
No, Maxim folded.
Because if
think.
it's folded, then I'm all right with it because they can't really get canceled.
No, I guess it is. It's still going.
Oh,
I guess FHM is the one that folded.
Those two are one and the same.
and
anyway.
Deadspin.
And Deadspin. But it's just like we're doing 20-year-old articles here. We're bringing these things up.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Again, you can't say. I probably started off years and years. I did like 20 years ago. They raped them in a trade. You'd say that with your buddies. They got raped in terms of compensation or whatever. No. Can't do that anymore.
The guy who owns Maxim now also owns Steak and Shake. Had no idea.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Foreign investment.
I'm trying to size.
very thin fries.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Happy Friday, y'all. From Sean, RJ, and Bobby, back together again. Let's finally break up this little bromance over a former Ranger who maybe should come back to help the offense. That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give,
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to y'all. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. RJ Choppy is hype. That's what happens when you have a week of vacation around the corner. That's Ralph. Bobby back from the sickness, although he's coughing off mic.
Yep.
And we got Peyton in the back around the fan camp, Twitch, and YouTube.
You know, in the NFL, because it's football season, right? Or supposed to be, almost. The week after the bye is always like an automatic bet against that team because you're still on vacation mode. And the week before the bye is
bet
always,
against the team that just had the bye?
Right, because they're always on, like they're still vacation.
Okay, I thought they were supposed to be like fresh.
You would think, right? But it's the week before that is the good week. That's the one you always want to bet on. You know, I don't find that with me. You know, the week of the bye, week of the vacation, that's what made my worst week of the year.
The week of or the week before?
The week before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That feels like it's like 14 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're checked out. You come back, and then, you know, you got to take another week to get back into the groove. So it's really a three-week break.
Has this been his worst week of the year, would you say?
No.
No, I wouldn't say
There's
so.
been so many
So it's
worse.
not your worst.
I got so many bad weeks. Yeah, maybe it's just, maybe
He
that's
locks in when you're not here now.
I have to.
Yeah.
Hey, looking at my emails, that right there is a win. I mean, that's already showing locked inness.
Yeah.
Look at that. You got those locked in jeans.
See, how many unreads do I have?
In your email?
18,555. That's just in my personal one.
I'm 23,928.
I'm 25,713 on work emails.
I'm 11,466. Not
Sorry,
the Audacy.
Spittle.
Yeah.
Odyssey.
I'm one because I haven't deleted it yet.
One?
I hate unread emails,
Oh,
unread
yeah.
texts. I got missed phone calls. I hate notifications up there on the app.
85 unread text messages right now.
But you're always on your phone.
I know, but it's like I have like 4 conversations that'll get started up, and then I'm like, well, I don't want to forget to go back to that and address whatever they were asking, so I don't want to open it and forget.
Choppy, set us up for what you may be campaigning for with a Texas Ranger return.
All right. Nathaniel Lowe, Peyton's favorite, has been DFA, designated for assignment by the Washington Nationals. Would you?
No.
He has not been good this year. Okay.
All the guys that you have pitched, you're usually saying they're not good.
This is
Who's
not
the Yankee, the batting champ or won the batting title? The older guy, 36. LeMahieu.
Yeah,
You're like, he's not good.
He's not good. This guy has not been good this year. He also doesn't have a ton of lineup protection, and I'm blaming Washington. I'm gonna blame the Nationals for Nate Lowe's struggles this year. His pull air percentage is the highest it's been since his second year in the league, and that was the COVID year, so I don't count that because it's only 60 games. I think the Nationals are telling him to pull the ball more. Okay, I think they're telling him to pull the ball more. He needs to come back home. He needs to come back here. And this is the most important part of this whole thing. Well, 2. 1, he's clutch.
Okay.
He's a clutch guy. All right. I can think of like 7 big hits that he's had. His best OPS is like 818, 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Hello. That's what we need. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Help. That'd be nice. But also, and this is the most important, you'd rather him over Jake Berger, right?
No.
Yeah, Jake Berger's not a major league player. You'd rather him over Jock Peterson, right?
Sure.
And you'd rather him over Sensi Tellez, right?
Hang on, give me Nate's numbers
Career or this year?
this year.
All right, we're not going to do that.
Because Berger's 235, 12, and 38 with a 681 OPS. Peterson maybe finally is getting warm.
Nobody has.
I'm no.
Nate Lowe's terrible this year. But I'm blaming Washington, okay? They're telling him to pull the ball more. He is a up-the-middle, left-center kind of guy. He needs to come back home. He's better than Jake Cheeseburger.
Nobody from
RJ.
Nobody from 2023 to today in the last 2 years has seen their percentile ranking in bat speed fall more than Nate Lowe in Major League Baseball.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that he was
literally slowed
He was
down.
like 82nd percentile in bat speed a few years ago. He's now down to like 57th.
All right, everyone
Simple.
vote.
Get a lighter bat.
I'm voting no.
No.
Nope.
Peyton.
Sorry, I thought about it, but look, when you have James Wood and C.J. Abrams hitting in front of you, Rowdy Telles could be, have 75 RBIs if he had those guys hitting in front of him.
You didn't think about it either.
You don't, yeah.
It was an instant no. Bruce Bochy hopping on the KNC Masterpiece. They asked him if the Adolis IL stint can help be a mental rest too.
Oh, I think so. I think you always have to look at it that way too. He's been out there about every day. So last year he missed a lot of games, but yeah, physically he's handled it. He wants to be out there. Days we talked about giving him a day off. He begs his way back in there. He wants to play. So he's dealing with not having the success that he was hoping to have or he's accustomed to having. And so, yeah, I think it can help reset him, too, by sitting back, watching the game, and relaxing a little bit more and just catching your breath and realizing, hey, I got to get back to enjoying this, having fun. And I think he's been grinding too hard.
Someone tweeted Evan Grant and said, wish the Rangers had the stones to do what the Nationals did. Adolis should be at the top of the list to be shown the door. And Evan wrote back, he's not performed. He may have played his last game, but this is a mean-spirited, punitive tone, and there's so many tweets like this about a guy who did so much for this team. That's the part I don't get.
See, and that's
memory lane.
Yeah, that's the problem. First of all, memory lane's a dead-end street. You can't go down that road. And that's a rinky-dink. That's a rinky-dink baseball opinion by Evan. That's what that is. That's a rinky-dink. That's a rinky-dink town.
We're gonna get hot take RJ because he's getting on a plane.
Yeah, he doesn't have to deal with that. He doesn't have to look at Twitter.
That is one of the. That is. I mean, why don't you go work in Stillwater?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that is a college opinion right there. I don't care what you
earn the right, RJ. He's earned the right to be treated better. Earn the right.
Sure, earn the right to be treated better. Let's face it, Adolis stinks. And I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I want Nate Lowe back here. Okay, I fully am aware Nate Lowe stinks
I would much rather have Adolis Garcia than Nate Lowe.
I mean,
me too.
Whatever.
Okay.
They're both. I mean, they're basically the same guy this year.
Bochy was then asked.
No, not peripherally at all.
How many home runs has Adolis got?
I mean, we're literally talking about peripherally, though, like how their bat speed and everything else is like Adolis has not seen his actual ability to swing a bat decline like Nate Lowe.
His ability to make contact with the baseball seems to have gone downhill.
So has Nate Lowe's.
Yeah, well, I mean, Nate's got more home runs, does he not?
Adolis has 16.
They both have 16.
So Nate's got 16?
Mm-hmm.
What is the Nate Lowe connection? Did he get you tickets to something? Is he getting you?
Mississippi State. He's SEC. He thinks he can get him tickets to the Vols.
Is he getting you Arkansas Vols? Did he get you catching gear for your boy?
I've never had
something happened.
I've never had a conversation with him. I have a theory about Nate. I've shared it with you. I'm not going to share it on the radio.
What is it?
And you still want him?
I still want him.
Okay.
I like Nate. I like Nate Lowe.
877-881-1053.
But no, I think that I can think in my head of like 6 clutch hits this guy's had. This team does not.
You don't believe in clutch.
That's right.
Listen, Bobby. Okay, don't try to argue semantics with me. Here,
okay. Here's an example.
That's your C word. Clutch.
Here's an example.
Semantics with an S.
I put these side by side. These are his peripheral numbers on 2023 versus 2025.
Yeah,
this
blue,
is where
blue is good.
No, blue is declining, and that's 2025.
That's right. Blue is a very bad color.
All right.
Okay.
20 percentage point drops across the board.
Unhinged RJ Choppy this morning. Let's see how long it can hold up. Bochy was also asked whether Irvin Magic Robert Garcia Johnson and his behind-the-back passes to first base, have they changed his mind? Has Boch changed his mind about Garcia in high-leverage spots?
No, I tell you, he's thrown the ball well the last 2 or 3 outings. I mean, he shot himself in the foot by not handling the ball hit back to him. The pitcher's fielding practice that we go through so many times that we call PFP. He just totally mishandled that. He missed it first of all. Then he decided to punt it, and then the last move's one that got us. I'm sure he looks at it going, what was I thinking with that flip? But that's what hurt him there. But I think he's got his confidence back. He's got that swagger that he had earlier, which he lost after giving up the long ball. So he's still in the mix. Because we have 3 left-handers now. I can't use them every day. So these 3 were kind of mixing it up so we can give them a break.
The Dallas Mavericks schedule is out for the upcoming season. And Mavs Moneyball, I thought, did a fantastic job breaking it down. The Cooper Flag era will have 23 nationally televised games. That is 10th most in the NBA. Of those 23 games, 7 will be exclusive to streaming platforms. 2 on Peacock, which I just got billed for the other day, so I know I have, which I didn't know before I got billed. 5 on Prime Video. The Diggler, Dirk, of course, now works in the studio for Prime, so he'll be addressing his squad. This is 7 fewer national TV games, though, than was scheduled for last year.
For the Mavs?
Yeah. It went down.
Makes sense, right? You had you went to the finals the year before?
Yeah, Luka.
Yeah, you had a superstar.
Yep.
It was so good. I loved it.
Many people are saying they better win early. From opening night until Thanksgiving, they will only leave the state of Texas 5 times.
Wow.
Beyond that, 12 of the Mavs' first 19 games come against teams with a win total that is either the same or lower than 40.5. There's a realistic chance they'll be favored in 13 or 14 of their first 20. And then January and February get tougher on paper. Luka homecoming. All 4 scheduled matchups against the Lakers are on national TV. Mavs go to L.A. November 28th. Then you got February 12th. And then you got January 24th and April 5th. Both matchups in Dallas are on a weekend evening. So that will be fun. And then the Mavericks only play 2 home games in the first 25 days of February. And just 4 total times at American Airlines during that month. From the 7th of February till February 26th, they will not play a home game. So that's the Dallas Mavericks schedule.
If the NBA, and I understand they wanted the weekends instead, I really would have loved it if they would have scheduled the game here in Dallas on February 1st. Give him the anniversary of the day he was traded. 1 year to the day. Make him come back here and play. And Luka would put up 100 points that day. But it's a Sunday, so you can't do that.
And you were making fun of some of the schedule release stuff?
This is media watchdog here for me, sort of. This is more like a non-story watchdog. The article on ESPN, I'm going to read you the title of this. 25-26 NBA schedule marked by Kevin Durant and Anthony Davis returns. Like, first of all, nobody cares about the NBA schedule. Second of all, Durant Davis returns headlining the schedule is not a thing. Nobody, and I'm going to say this very slowly, nobody thinks Kevin Durant returning to play against his 4th team is a big deal.
I agree.
Yeah, agreed.
Nobody thinks that Anthony Davis returning to a Lakers team is a big deal.
No one's dying.
It's not a big deal. Maverick fans don't even think it's a big deal.
I think
it's a big deal that we're playing Luka.
AD against the Lakers. I mean, he's faced them already, right?
Was he hurt?
He did. He faced them here in Dallas. I don't think he played in the game in LA.
Okay. I mean, so he's already done it, but I'm more interested in that, obviously. I think they'll be more interested in that than KD against the Suns, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, come on. That's the highlight, the headline of the schedule is Kevin Durant going back to play the Suns?
Honestly, it's the least interested I've ever been in a Kevin Durant return.
Yeah.
Like I would have cared much more to see against the Nets, the Thunder, or the Warriors.
It's his 4th team.
Easy. Did you hear how they screwed up inside the NBA reportedly?
Yeah. What's it going to be? It's going to have a hiatus for like 2 months after the first one, and they're going to be like half-hour episodes or something? That's stupid.
I'm crushed.
It's insane.
Like, you can't get into anything that made inside the NBA special that way.
I really hope that was just like, hey, that's the only time it's scheduled. That doesn't mean we can't add it.
Now he loves inside the NBA.
I don't love it. I'm just saying, like, I want you guys to be happy. Your happiness really appeals to me.
All right. Dan Orlovsky with his quarterback list. How often did Dak Prescott make it? We'll make Bobby sick again during the commercial-free Expressway with our final Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway of the week. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Another quarterback list that we saved for Bobby Roberto and his return from the sickness here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on tomorrow. Cowboys, Ravens, 6 o'clock kickoff. We got the pre and the post surrounding it on DFW Sports Station. We have a Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway and the junk drawer as we are commercial free for the next 35 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, the quarterback traits list.
This is the most useless list put out every single year by one Dan Orlovsky, who I don't think I can read everything I put in my email about him.
I don't think so.
It's pretty descriptive in a lot of different ways that probably aren't helpful or productive, especially with what I plan to say at 9. But I think every single part of this list, as is usually the case with a Dan Orlovsky list, has something slipped into it to make you go, wait, what did he just say? Like, okay, why is he's screwing with you? He wants you to see this, so you go, wait, where's this guy? Or wait, that guy's up there. What is he doing? That's what he does. That's what he loves. Example. Let's take arm strength really quickly. We'll go down the whole list, but this is just the first example.
2 was not on it, right?
No. The arm strength section. There's nothing that has changed about Lamar Jackson in terms of his arm strength. It has been the same since he got to the NFL. Yeah. So how did Lamar Jackson go from 10th last year to he's 4th this year? And it's a clear tier 1 guy as described by Orlovsky. Is like, these are the 4 guys. You got to have them at the top. He thinks that he just all of a sudden became borderline, maybe I'd include him in my top 10 of arm strength, to like, well, yeah, I mean, like you're an idiot if you don't have him at the very top of the tier.
Surely that means that 6 guys ahead of him retired, right?
Yeah, that's what you would think, right? But no, that's not what happened, including Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott no longer has more arm strength than Lamar, but he did last year. Or, I don't know.
This, man. Did you guys notice that Dak's arm looked a little Tua-y at camp?
No.
Maybe it was just like because he was thrown next to Milton, who's got this rocket, that it looked different. I never thought Dak had like a weak arm, and then seeing him here was like, man, he's throwing some ducks, a weak arm. But
yeah, I noticed some stuff was off timing wise with some of the new receivers, but that's that's generally going to be the case because you're trying to figure out touch on the ball. But no, I mean, he's never had like the strongest arm in the NFL. I don't know that I would say he was a top 10 arm strength guy in the NFL.
I thought
like Orlovsky had him. It was fine. That's all he is, though. He's got above average arm strength probably, but it's not top of the league. First one, he's got these different sections that he spends time on. He's got arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, rushing ability, and second reaction. And so we'll start with arm strength. You want to go 10 to 1 or 1 to 10?
1 to 10.
1 to 10. Number 1 in the NFL is Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills. Patrick Mahomes is number 2. Justin Herbert. The aforementioned Lamar Jackson for Matthew Stafford, 5. So, by the way, that's the other thing. How long have we talked about Stafford as, he's one of the biggest arms in the league? All of a sudden, Lamar Jackson improved so much over 1 year that he's leapfrogged Stafford as just arm strength god.
Yeah.
He does have a shoulder injury.
Baker Mayfield, 6.
I don't think he's factoring that.
Joe Burrow, 7. Caleb Williams, 8. Michael Penix, 9. Jordan Love, 10.
Baker, 6?
Mm-hmm.
Baker's got a big arm.
I don't
think of Penix as having a big arm, though.
Does Baker have a bigger arm than Caleb?
I know if you just take what they did at the Combine, the year that he was coming out, which was he in the same draft with? He was in the same draft with Allen, wasn't he?
Baker? I think he was number 1 that year.
Yeah. Baker's, I think at the Combine, Baker threw at 62 miles per hour and Josh threw at 61. So, Baker can sling it for sure. One of the things he does point out here, he said, as for the names not mentioned, the obvious exclusion is Anthony Richardson. He said the third-year Colts quarterback can throttle it, but I simply cut him because he hasn't proved he can stick on the field and might not even win the starter's gig. And he said similarly, Will Levis and Dallas's Joe Milton are relegated to backup roles. He says Jaden Daniels does deserve recognition, but it's really tough to fit every big arm on a top 10 list. Ball placement. Who do you think would be number 1 in the NFL in ball placement? For Chop, I know he would say...
It's probably Tua.
Well, I would think you'd say Jared Goff.
I don't know. He's on time.
Burrow?
Joe Burrow is number 1. It is then Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. We're getting pretty deep down this list with no Tua, by the way.
Is Jaden Daniels that deadly accurate?
He had some really nice throws last year. The ball placement was a question with him coming out, though.
Yeah.
So, if Orlovsky's probably going just off of 1 year because it wasn't always on tape at LSU. Number 6, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, Tua. Number 8, Brock Purdy. 9, Baker Mayfield. 10, Geno Smith. He says accuracy and ball placement aren't the same thing. When I'm talking about the most important traits in a quarterback, ball location carries more weight. Can you precisely place the ball no matter the situation? Do you routinely get the completion even when you shouldn't? He said those are kind of things that go into it. He said it takes conviction from the signal caller. I think about that scene in Ted Lasso when Ted hits the 3 perfect shots on the dartboard. That's what he wants in a quarterback, and he thinks that Joe Burrow hits that more than anybody else. All right, next on this one, mechanics. Who's number 1 in the NFL? The cleanest mechanics you ever seen.
Burrow?
Rodgers?
I would say Stafford, probably.
It was Burrow. Burrow is number 1 on this list. Number 2, Jaden Daniels. So he just copied and pasted his ball placement list. Number 3, Matthew Stafford. 4, Lamar Jackson. 5, Josh Allen. 6, CJ Stroud. 7, Geno Smith, who most people across the league will tell you Geno Smith is top 5 in mechanics.
Really good.
8, Dak Prescott. Just pause there for a sec.
Hang on. Dak deserves to be in the top 10. I would not think mechanics is one of them. His footwork was always in question coming out of college.
So he cleaned it up a ton. But last year, it was not always there consistently mechanically. Dak talked about it, that was something that was frustrating to him, that he was not, he wasn't as in sync mechanically as he needed to be throughout the season. And so kind of interesting that we're finally getting a Dak appearance here at number 8 on that. Number 9, Jared Goff. 10, Justin Herbert. So you can already see he's kind of just putting his finger in the wind and going, how do I feel? Where do I want to go in this direction?
Did you say Aaron Rodgers in that one?
Aaron Rodgers is not on there mechanics-wise. Which, if you want to talk about mechanics, Rodgers to me would be near the top.
Some people also bash Rodgers for mechanics with being unorthodox, Favrean.
He does kind of do a little slingshot it, yep.
Well, and so this got crushed, this list, because it did not have Patrick Mahomes on it. And it got crushed by Bobby Stroop, who's Patrick Mahomes' trainer, had started APEC years ago.
He responded?
He tweeted about it, and he said that somebody who does this, in fact, I'll pull up the exact tweet so that I've got it here. But essentially what Bobby was getting at was when you're trying to talk about somebody's mechanics, similarly to ball placement doesn't always equal accuracy, mechanics doesn't always equal one size fits all. Like, you're supposed to be talking about what fits that player, what fits their body and the way they work. And so this is what Bobby wrote. He said, the worst thing about ranking quarterbacks by mechanics is thinking you know what every single person's ideal throwing mechanics are. Those people think those people think these are same-size robots with same injury history and sports backgrounds. Technical models are loose templates or ideas that have to mesh with signature uniqueness and body-specific transformational zones and biomechanics. Because I think everybody agrees that Patrick Mahomes is under control and knows exactly how to work the ball.
He's under control. I don't think a quarterback coach would teach Mahomes' mechanics to another quarterback because you can't do what he does.
No, but that's why it needs to be tailored. Is his whole point.
Exactly. Yes, but he does always square his shoulders. He's not always getting his feet set, but that's what makes him so special is that he can do that.
Let me stop down on Rodgers for a couple of side stories. One, this Nico Harrison sit down. I wish you were in yesterday.
With Jeff McGinnis.
So we could have done fake Nico and what Nico was advising. Someone said he was looking to, tell the Steelers to trade Rodgers for a Terry Bradshaw autograph or all these funny deals were thrown out there. But it's Nico sitting down with Aaron Rodgers, former NBA player Jeff McGinnis.
Yeah, Carolina.
And someone else. You got an Aaron Rodgers teammate story about flushing the toilet.
So the coach that he was sitting with, the other unidentified individual, that's somebody, I guess, who is close to the Steelers staff. He's a college basketball coach from around the area, and he has known Nico since 1996. So I didn't know this. Nico was out there last year, I guess, and so was Jason Kidd. They went out to Steelers training camp last year. So Nico, it's just his relationship with that coach is why he was in the building. But still, it is random to see. And they all on their face look like, the hell is he talking about right now? That it looked like complete nonsense.
And then what's this Jacksonville player that Rodgers was talking about?
It was a former teammate of his that he was with, and he was talking about. They were asking him being the old man in the locker room and what it was like being the old guy.
I'm 21 years in the league, so I'm over there. Who do I know on Jacksonville? I know Heath Farwell, the special teams coach that I played against him. I know Chad Morton, he was with us. And I've met Trevor a few times, so I was kind of looking around going, doing the Joe Biden, all right, well, I guess I don't know anybody here, so I'm going to just walk off. And I found Cam and TJ, I was walking next to them.
He's doing an age joke, right? Before I say what I'm about to say.
He was basically I'm the old guy here. I'm the old man here. And then I'm looking around. I don't know anybody. Yeah. So I just got to do this and then I just walk off.
What a jackass. And any of you who make fun of someone for being old, you want to go politics, you want to go Hunter, you want to go laptop, you're talking about an older individual who, has dementia or whatever loss. I'm not used to making fun of that. It's that's cruel too. So screw off Aaron Rodgers and anyone else that sits there and is mean spirited enough to make fun of an old person. You don't like him? Fine. Democrat, Republican, left, right. Come on, have a little bit of human decency.
I agree. Just like I agree, it's wrong to throw those things on the WNBA court. Still, the very first time I hear it or see it, I laughed.
Back to the Orlovsky list.
Decision making with the football. What have we learned the last part of this list here with Dan Orlovsky? Who does he just love and have number one for everything?
Jaden Daniels and Burrow.
Decision making with the football. Number one, Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals. Then it's Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, which
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, has everybody always said gosh, Matthew Stafford knows exactly where to go with the football instead of just Matthew Stafford thinks he can fit it in anywhere, so he just throws it. That has been Matthew Stafford his entire career. 7, Justin Herbert, and I'm sure it has nothing to do, by the way, with Orlovsky playing with Stafford and backing him up and drooling over him on TV for a decade. 7, Justin Herbert. 8, Tua. 9, Jalen Hurts. 10, Bo Nix. So he throws 2 rookies up there already on decision-making with the football.
The problem with this is decision make generally at the NFL level. Now you've got your super elite guys, the top of they're going to be great decision makers too. Generally, your great decision makers are guys with weaker arms.
Yeah,
because they have to be. You can't be in the NFL with a weak arm and not be an elite decision maker.
Yeah, that's fair. He said the biggest snub is easy. Brock Purdy. He said he was 5th on the list last year. I have no problem with him being on anyone's top 10. I also consider Baker Mayfield because he's still improving in decision making as he enters his 8th season. By the way, he doesn't ever explain why. Well, why was he 5th last year, but he's not now? He instead just goes, I don't blame anyone who does. And that was a big snub. Okay, you're talking about what you own, you snub off of your own list. Makes sense. Pocket presents. Number 1, who do you want to guess it is?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals. It's pretty clear that Dan Orlovsky thinks Joe Burrow's the best quarterback in football.
Not in the first 2 weeks.
2, Lamar Jackson. 3, Patrick Mahomes. 4, C.J. Stroud. 5, Brock Purdy. 6, Josh Allen. 7, Geno Smith. 8, Baker Mayfield. 9, Bryce Young. 10, Jaden Daniels of the Commanders. He said a 4th straight list led by Burrow, but who is going to argue with me? Burrow is dominant in creating operational space, even when it's a muddy pocket. I will say this is the one thing that I will totally agree with, is Burrow, watching him move in the pocket it's like he's played for 15 years. The way he moves and slides and knows it. It's the opposite of Joe Milton, where Joe Milton just thinks, I got to go. Burrow's a master at it. He does say at the end of it, Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert were left off the top 10, but that's no knock on their abilities. They do a really nice job relying on their great mechanics to make things happen in the pocket. Rushing ability. I think this one, we're talking about mechanics and different things. That can be difficult for us to just get down to who's the 8th best. Yeah. Rushing ability, I think all of us can just come up with names off the top of our head that would be populated on this list.
Yes.
So who do you think's number 1? Lamar Jackson. Easy. Some other names? You got anybody?
Josh Allen's probably pretty good.
Josh Allen's 3rd. Kyler Murray is 7th.
7?
I don't know that
behind Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes is a efficient situational runner.
Correct.
3rd down, keep it alive.
You cannot convince me that his number 2 guy on this list, who can't rush the football without 2 people pushing him in the back, Jalen Hurts, is 5 spots ahead of Kyler Murray in rushing ability. And then you've got just around there, Kyler Murray is in the same general territory as these guys. 1 spot ahead of him, Patrick Mahomes. Then it's Kyler Murray. Then it's Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy. And then number 10 is Caleb Williams.
Fields at 5, that belongs.
Makes
That's
sense.
Fine. Mahomes is too high.
Yeah. Daniels up there, cool. Allen. Hurts is too high. Hurts has got rushing ability, but Hurts is not dynamic running the ball. And then finally, second reaction ability, which he describes as the ball is snapped, everything breaks down, and the defense wins the play. What happens next? Can the quarterback still make something happen even when the play is dead in the water? These are the best and off schedule and off platform throws, which often demand non-standard arm angles on the move. So number 1 in the NFL is
Joe Burrow.
No,
Patrick Mahomes.
Should be Patrick Mahomes. It's not. It's Lamar Jackson's number 1. Number 2 is Patrick Mahomes. 3, Josh Allen. 4, Jaden Daniels. 5, Jalen Hurts. 6, Kyler Murray. 7, Joe Burrow. 8, Caleb Williams. 9, Drake May.
Oh, boy.
10, Bo Nix. So that is the Dan Orlovsky list that clearly, again, it's always just one thing that he puts in there. And I don't think it's his unique eye. I think he says one thing, I'm going to like, all right, we got to get people talking about this section of the list. How do I do that?
Yeah.
I know. I'm going to throw Kyler Murray as a worse runner than Matthew Stafford or something like that.
He's interested in the virality of things, I guess.
Yeah, go bitch about that, Scott Braun.
Tolo Chris said, so in summary, Orlovsky is a total shock jock. Bobby's burn book is going to be unveiled at 9 o'clock this morning as part of Worst Take 105.3 The Fan. We have our Rangers Angels ticket giveaway coming up, as well as the junk drawer. But RJ Choppy with some training camp overreactions or not around the rest of the league.
All right, let's do it. Week 1, preseason. I guess it's now week 2 overreactions. Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback in the Browns. Overreaction or not?
Overreaction.
That quick.
Yep. It's one preseason. It was nice. He played well. The 2 touchdown passes were good touch on the ball. I will say, the one, I can't remember if it was the first or second, the one that was in the corner of the end zone.
Very nice throw.
It was a very nice throw. That ball should have been picked off if it was not if they had like normal defense out there. that ball's getting picked off. That was just low awareness in the end zone. But in general, no, he played well, and I still like his upside. I like him a lot. I don't think you can definitively say he's better than the other quarterbacks they have.
All right, let's stick with quarterbacks.
What other quarterbacks, though?
I mean,
who do you think is better?
I think that if you're talking about just needing to win a game, I think Flacco is going to play better right now.
Okay, and?
Pickett may, I don't know.
And Gabriel?
Gabriel I would not put out there before I'd put Shedeur out there.
All right.
He's going to play this week. Gabriel, health aside, if he's good to go.
A lot of people love Gabriel because they just view him as that's field general. Like he's just tough, smart, all that stuff.
Let's stick with quarterbacks. Jackson Dart will be the best quarterback in this class.
Oh, no. Hell no. Overreaction. Not even close. Jackson Dart will be a total flop. He'll be remembered as one of the big flops.
Really?
Yep.
I like it.
Don't
I
like
think
Jackson
he's an
Dart.
idiot. He couldn't handle the toll booth.
I don't blame him for that. Toll booths are confusing if you've never lived in a state with them.
That's fair.
He's just I don't buy when you
Especially
watch
if the toll booth lets you drive through it. If you stop, have to pay. Like in Maryland, before getting back on the Bay Bridge heading away from Baltimore, you have to stop and pay the toll.
Yeah.
If you don't understand that, you are a moron. If you're just driving through,
Yeah, because
and you don't know how you're getting flagged or, the picture and the license plate, I get it.
Yeah, this one's got drive-through and stop lanes.
Okay.
That's how it works. It's confusing. I get it.
I know you dislike him, so this will give you a frame of reference. Drew Aller will be a better quarterback in the NFL than Jackson Dart.
Ew. All right, one more quarterback one. Joe Milton will never be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Not an overreaction.
Like in terms of
like a game,
like
or
not
like,
just to start a game. You mean like he is a team? Like this is who we're going with.
A
this
team
season.
will never say this is who we're going with.
Not an overreaction.
Overreaction. He's got enough traits. I could see some team that's just they're stuck and he's a free agent or something. They go like, well, we'll have Joe Milton start this. People have thrown Jacoby Brissett out there as their plan for a year. So,
overreaction or not, the Giants have a scary defensive line.
Not an overreaction.
No, not an overreaction. They got.
Do they have the best D-line in the division? Better than Philly?
Nah, I don't know. I'd say better than Philly. They're really good though. That's the strength of their team. I mean, they've got like Thibodeau, Burns,
Lawrence.
They've got
Carter.
rushers. Yeah. So I mean, I look at the Giants and say, no, that's a good defensive line.
All right, and this one's probably obvious. Teams that play their starters will have an advantage week one. Play their starters in the preseason.
I don't think I think that could be an overreaction. Obviously, it's impossible to quantify.
Yeah, what's that called? Is that causation or
yeah,
whatever?
I would say I think it's beneficial, but it's an overreaction because, I mean, I don't know. Some teams may just view it as like, no, we want our guys healthy, or there's this or that they do to get ready that's more important. So I'll say overreaction that it's a slam dunk definite.
Let's hook you up right now for the final time this week with Rangers tickets.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers take on the Angels at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, August 26th. And Tolos, you want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Texas Rangers hockey jersey. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ Choppy is going to schedule your entire college football schedule for all the weekends. All of them. Coming up at 8 o'clock this morning here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Right now, let's clean out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Very disappointed in my generation, Gen Z. That's not my generation. It's my favorite generation. Very disappointed. They're going to change the world. They're going to get the 4-day work week. They're going to, they've already gotten rid of suits and ties. They've gotten rid of napkins.
No, they didn't. Your son just wore a tie.
He's Gen Alpha.
Oh, okay.
Right. The amount of Americans that are drinking is lower than ever. It is lowest number since 1939. I'm pretty sure that was Prohibition. Or close to it, right?
Yeah.
19th, that's the lowest since 1939. Americans are drinking less and less alcohol. I hate this. Health be damned. And you doctors out there, you internists or whatever, telling me that 2 drinks a week is what you should aim to have no more of. Then it's like, are you even alive? What are you 2 drinks, and now less than about half of America of drinking age adults are shunning alcohol. Where do you meet people? Where do you go out?
Play chess in the park.
I mean, they meet each other over like the internet and stuff. Remember, we hear about how like they're doing Zoom dates the first time, and it's a weird era, man. And this also to be,
are they healthier? Is that it?
I just wonder.
They're probably healthier for sure. Yeah, they're probably cutting out all kinds of crap.
It also just makes me wonder if it's just the mainstream legalization of marijuana in a lot of states, and people are saying, I'd rather do that.
According to CBS News, 66% of 18 to 34-year-olds believe that moderate drinking is unhealthy. Moderate. Not even like Bobby, moderate.
There's a lot of people that's becoming like a common like belief among different medical professionals where they're like, all right, if you're gonna do it, fine, but like recognize you are putting poison in your body, basically.
Is drinking like the new smoking?
It's getting there, I think.
Wow. You think the sales, have you seen declining sales for different companies?
I mean, Sarah's in the liquor industry, and she's noticed that since COVID, obviously nothing compares to 2021.
Yeah,
everybody
COVID should have shot up to the roof.
Oh, crazy because everybody was at home, but it's drastically declined.
Wow. Okay.
I gotta feel like that's more, and I saw the Gallup thing. Gallup didn't get into this aspect of it very much, but like I said, I gotta think that that's mainly just the aspect of there are different substances or vices that they're dabbling in. I will, is this a good place to ask my question? I asked over the weekend about the number of drinks.
Yeah.
I'm curious. This will come up with a buddy of mine. Do you know the number of drinks you can have before you start to lose control? Like where you just you start.
But what drinks? Because me, it's the wobble.
Mixed drinks, like mixed drinks or shots. Do you know the number of drinks you can have where you go, all right, I know this number. If I get to this number, I'm good. As soon as I hit this number, every time I start, I'm sliding. I'm feeling tired. I'm slurring. I'm saying dumb stuff. I'm starting to do more dumb stuff. I figured it out. I know what it is. So I was talking to this buddy of mine. The number is...
Yours is the most
11.
difficult to
3 double vodka sodas in 30 minutes. I'm good. Okay?
Okay, so what is that number? Is it 6?
If I
Since
throw,
you're having doubles?
No, well, then yeah, I guess it would be 6. If I throw the fourth one on that, though, even if it's an hour later or an hour and a half later, if I throw that one on an hour or hour and a half later, I know I may get sick tonight. I may flip my mood completely. I may not be able to walk straight. I may forget things. I may be super dizzy. That number 4, for some reason, that's the one that just pushes it over the edge every time. I can take 3 in as tight a time as I want, and it's no problem. That fourth one, I lose control.
I don't know the number. Nobody knows when they start slurring, I don't think. Like you
have to be told.
I feel it usually, I think.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
I don't know when I'm slurring. I know, like, I basically just, like, I know I just drink until I pass out.
Joseph Guerrero on the YouTube says 5 Rumplemans. That's when he...
5 Rumplemans?
That's his number.
I would probably say, like, the 6th or 7th mixed drink. I'm not factoring shots into it.
Because you pace pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
You're generally just pretty steady.
If I'm really, really gone, I'm a bad slur.
You are. And
Bad.
you're loud.
Yep. I get handsy, an arm around you. It's like we saw a huge dunk and I shove you. But then if I go outside and I wobble, I'm having a hard time with the balance.
Nice.
Pepe?
Yeah, I mean, because my drink right now is vodka Red Bull, so I think I get to when I'm on the 4th one, maybe, but I don't know the time. I definitely don't drink 3 or 4 in 30 minutes. But yeah, probably the 4th one, I think. On the 4th one, I might see myself getting a little dizzy, but I'm not sure exactly.
972 says drinkers don't count and counters don't drink. We've got 817 says, I know it's weird, but 8 shots in 30 minutes. That's the one that gets me drunk. Let's see, what else do we have here? You've got 12 beers and 5 shots, says the 903. They know it very specifically. 4 Double Crown Dr. Peppers, says the 469. And 619 says 3 Four Locos for them on the drink thing.
For the 817, Peyton, you missed this one. Where's Sean's drop of parentheses?
Yeah, please don't have that. Yeah. My brother asked me to get him something I've never seen or heard of before. And I'm trying to find the picture of it. It is called Beatbox.
I've heard of that.
Have you guys ever heard of this?
Yeah, it's where they the kids go out on the corner and they start spitting and...
Beatbox. It's like 11.8%.
Yeah,
never heard
seltzers,
of it.
Right? They're like a
It's
seltzer.
kind of like a malt thing. You know?
Is it like modern Four Loko?
I don't know. I've never had Four Loko.
They call those RTDs.
All right, guys, is Corey Majors a butt lover like Arch Manning? We talked about the other day the Venmo transactions. Are they true? I don't know.
We were expecting this.
So Corey Majors was hosting with Fred Davis the other day on KNC earlier this week, and he was talking about how he used to do stand-up comedy. So listen to the audio and see if the hints of loving the booty a little much are true for one Corey Majors.
All right, this is before Adrian and I were married. She shows up. She's sitting there. I tell my first joke, got a couple chuckles, look down. She's deadpan just staring at me like, and I was like, and I froze.
What was the joke?
I don't even remember at this point. I just froze. And I said something about bed love, and then I was like,
"What's the deal with bed love?"
Yeah, and then I left the stage, and I was like, "I will never do that again," because I can't. Comedians,
wait, bed love. What the hell?
I don't know.
What?
Maybe it was butt love. I don't know. Can you? Do I need to? Go ahead. And did you push the button for me?
Corey wants it dumped. I'm not going to dump it, but he snuck that in there, and so I think Corey was into that.
Is he saying like
can you really
I like
sneak that in there?
I like the rear end, like I like that part of the female anatomy, or
I think when you throw lovin', when you throw lovin' in there, I think it means we can ask him today to clarify.
I
but
think we've really gone far enough with this and over the line.
I'm surprised Fred didn't take it further. I'm surprised Fred just let it lie. That was good.
Well, he was in the
Fred.
meeting, I think, on Monday with the bosses, so I think they calmed him down a little bit.
Oh, good.
Is this the kind of girl you want to take home to mom or dad? Either one. Would you bring her home? So Florida's overrun with snakes. Overrun. People have been getting pythons for years and just dropping them into the Everglades when they get too big. Well, what happened is they become the apex predator, and they make like 60 snakes a year.
Oh my
Each snake gives birth like 60 snakes a year or something. And all of a sudden, you've got a massive, and I mean a massive, overpopulation. So Florida was having this roundup. And it was whoever could wrangle the most snakes would win $10,000.
Oh, my Lord.
And this woman, this young girl, I mean, like, young enough, wins this. And she's an attractive girl.
She's attractive.
She's an attractive girl. Could you ever bring a snake wrangling girl home?
I can never be with her. Like, I'm not enough of a man. There's no way. She would never respect me. I'm terrified of snakes. That means she wants to go out hunting. And
you wouldn't have to use all your
I'll tell you this
in the backyard.
My boy Ryan, he was at the house and he saw a rat snake in the backyard and he called like animal control. And into my driveway steps out like this 16-year-old, 90-pound girl. And I was like, can I help you? Like, did my wife order something? Like, we dropping off like Amazon? No. She then goes to the back of her truck and gets the snake stick, whatever the heck that thing is. And I never felt more emasculated that this little 16-year-old is going to go and take care of this snake that I'm running away from. So, no, I could never be with that girl. But she could never be with me.
That's because I was going to say, she would provide all sorts of solutions. Like, she could handle the snakes. You wouldn't have had to have dealt with that. But, yeah, there's this is like if you look at some of these like these various TikToks or like outdoor wildlife things, there are plenty of girls who are like into this for some reason.
Oh yeah, there's some catfish model. There's some girl out there.
Oh,
there's lots of them.
Yes, I know you're talking about. I don't know her name, but she's a noodler.
That's what they call it, noodling.
Yeah.
You stick your arm in there, you let the thing bite your arm basically, and you pull it out of.
So this girl, the snake girl, beat like all the dudes and guys.
She got them all. In order to wrangle in the Everglades, some of them are on the road. Right, some of them are on the trails, but sometimes you've got to like run into the bush, into the swamp.
Oh my Lord!
And just grab them, and you'll see.
And what happens if they were poisonous or bite her? Like who's liable?
You're on your own.
You just sign in the waiver. You die. Right? Or did they have all the anti-venom on scene? Like,
they might,
like an EpiPen.
And I don't know what kind of venomous snakes would be in the Everglades. Maybe look, obviously I'm sure there's cottonmouths and rattlesnakes in there.
And what did she get for winning?
$10,000.
$10,000.
I mean, if you can do it, if you have confidence in it, it's worth it.
All right, I'm terrified to do this. I stressed to Peyton multiple times. We can't get in trouble. We can't get in trouble. I thought it would be this audio. Bobby wants us to really play it. The Corey one has me nervous with his teases and everything. So go ahead, Pepe.
Look, we've done segments on this before. I think the last time we did it, Sean, you were out. It was vacation. It wasn't paternity leave, but I think RJ did a segment like this. Bill Simmons and Kyle Brandt were on the Bill Simmons podcast, and Bill was discussing a name that people don't name their kids really much anymore, and this is the name he speculates and said here on the podcast.
Movie character is named Dick, which we don't really have anymore because nobody would name their kid Dick. But in the 80s and 90s, we had a lot of Dicks.
This is a fantastic take. Go ahead.
When somebody does the pause before they say Dick, and we see this in there as like, Dick, It just works every time. We need more dicks.
I take that soundbite and loop it. I couldn't agree more.
I just myself for
you're fine.
life.
Need more Richards, man. It's a great take.
That wasn't too bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, that's why we all wanted the Mavericks to draft Grady Dick that one year. Like, we all felt like the Mavericks they could have used Dick, and he would have been really good for them coming deep, you know?
Pat Summitt, her father's name is Richard Head.
I don't get it.
Happy Friday, y'all. It's Sean and RJ, commercial-free expressway with our final Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway of the week. This is your final weekend to do anything with your spouse, or is it? RJ is going to map out your entire college football life, including the days to spend with the family and the holy days of obligation. A college football kegger is next. But first, let me go ahead and get you some money today and this weekend through GimmeTheVin.com and their big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website, GiveMeTheVin.com. It doesn't matter whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, your SUV, your minivan, your supercar, or your exotic. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for the car. Give Me the VIN puts it right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com, putting in your car's VIN number or license plate. You will get an offer in minutes that's well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll go to you. It's easy and...
Audacy Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I'm going to save your marriage.
You're the expert.
I am the expert. Okay.
What's that old motto you live by?
Don't take marriage advice from somebody who's never been divorced. I've been divorced. Therefore, I am the expert.
Mm-hmm. So what would you say to the person who's been married 70 years, though? Why would you say they're not an expert?
You probably have pictures of the other. They're just settling. They're just settling. You're settling. You settle.
Codependency. Toxic.
Codependency. Peyton, just look to me. Okay? Look to me.
Of the three, you're taking the marriage advice power rank.
Oh my goodness.
This is so dangerous.
Peyton most wants his marriage to run like mine.
Bobby's been with Kristen the longest, so I'll use that as one.
Okay.
Tied for second with RJ and Sean. I don't know.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer to not have. You put Bobby
RJ's right.
one.
He's been divorced. So if I had problems, I would definitely go to RJ, I feel like. Wow. I think if I had problems, I'd go to RJ.
You're used to these.
Look at this.
So what are you saying is I was the best liar.
Right.
Because I have problems.
And Bobby because of longevity.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Longevity with just how flippant I am. That is impressive.
I hope yours fails miserably.
So this is the final weekend without college football. Now we have a college football game the following weekend, but it's just one game. Even though it is a decent game, it's Iowa State and K-State. It's the only top 25 game of the weekend. I think that game's in Ireland. Yeah, the Aer Lingus College Football Classic.
The what?
Huh?
The Air what?
Lingus.
Oh,
stop it. I think that's an airline. I think that's the I think that's the Ireland airline. Right?
That's just. I mean, it's a very cunning decision.
You guys are freaking children. I'm not even paying attention.
Did you miss this yesterday, RJ?
Oh God, it is a Friday.
So this is really your last. You got this weekend and then part of next weekend to do anything. But I'm going to go through week to week the schedules that you have to either you could put these to the side, or as my good friend Ian Fitzsimmons would call them, holy days of obligation. Do not do anything at all. So some of these games we don't have game times yet because like college football does like 2-3 weeks out. But these are the best games of the day. There's a pocket in the afternoon. You can maybe squeeze her in for a mid-afternoon patio day, whatever. But we start August 30th at Sean's house. Got Ohio State and Texas on the inside TV, and Tennessee and Syracuse on the outside TV. Bama, Florida State, LSU, Clemson, Utah, UCLA. I mean, it's a pretty decent days. Again, there's that pocket in the afternoon where you can squeeze her in for a patio day or something like that on August 30th.
I don't hate the decision, by the way, to break up the TVs like that. Like, I know outside is part of it, but there is something poetic about the idea of like, no, we don't even let Tennessee in the house. You guys stay outside.
Well,
like, I do like that.
Our mascot is a dog.
How are you going to plan that if the party starts at 1?
Yeah, when's Texas Tech playing?
Yeah, we need to let's look that up.
I forgot.
Well, I'd already responded to you, Sean. I said I would be there probably later in the evening. I have stuff going on in the afternoon.
Like what?
Other obligations.
Other ovulations?
Ovulations.
Is she pregnant?
Oh,
congratulations.
other side gigs going on that day. So,
like what?
I can't say.
Wow, that's means you're cake testing, right?
Yep.
Okay. I like it.
No, I know what that means.
September 6th, Baylor SMU at 11 a.m., Michigan OU at 6:30. So if you're not a fan of Baylor or SMU, and you don't really care to watch the game, you got a free afternoon. Be home for the nightcap, Michigan, Oklahoma. That's a good game. That should be pretty good.
I mean, depending on how bad things get for Michigan today.
That's right. Oh, yeah, good point.
They are going to be announcing the Connor Stallions fallout, punishment, everything else, the NCAA.
I thought we already had the punishment.
I thought so, too. That's why I saw this yesterday.
Shamar is self-imposed?
No, this is going to be...
That was the self-imposed
Yeah, this is the NCAA is looking at it and saying they're going to release their findings and the punishment, and so we'll get all those details today.
On the 13th, your day is free until 2:30 in the afternoon. Georgia, Tennessee at 2:30, A&M Notre Dame at 6:30, Florida LSU at 6:30. Butts and seats Tell her to get the dip ready. Start at 2:30. But other than that,
the lip dip.
You got a free morning.
They have not scheduled times yet for Vandy, South Carolina, and Arkansas Ole Miss.
Right.
So, I mean, those could be earlier in the morning.
They could be in the morning. Keep an eye on those ones. On the 20th, you've got Auburn and Oklahoma. You have Florida, Miami, Illinois, Indiana. The battle for the Iron Skillet, SMU, TCU, Tech and Utah, Peyton. It's not the best weekend, right? It's not bad. It's not the best. It's one of those weekends to keep handy because if any of these teams stumble on early, you might get a free weekend here on the 20th.
Or if Syracuse beats Tennessee, and Syracuse plays well, if they're washing themselves a lot, Fran Brown, then them against Clemson might be a big deal.
Winners get washed. The 27th, you got LSU and Ole Miss, Oregon, Penn State, Alabama, Georgia. Now, both those later games are at 6:30. You do not want to mess with this one weekend. Take the 20th off if you have to. This is a butts and seats weekend. This could be epic. Georgia, Alabama, and Oregon, Penn State. Oregon, Penn State. That is potentially a number 1 seed elimination game.
I will be watching Oregon, Penn State, as those are on at the same time.
There you go. On the 4th, Texas, Florida. It's a tricky game for the Horns. Tough environment. Good quarterback when he's healthy. Outside of this game, you're free.
All right. Before we move on in RJ's college football planning for your football season, Johnny Manziel, speaking of Texas, was on McAfee talking about expectations for Arch.
Yeah, I think him being the 7th or 8th best in the SEC, I don't think we're going to see that. I think he's going to live somewhere in the top 3 of SEC play when it's all said and done. I think with the people that he's had around him, the way that he was raised, the way that he's grown up, I think he's prepared for what he is getting himself into. But when it comes down to it, it is SEC football. They are going to scheme for him. They're going to be prepared for him. They know what kind of quarterback he is. So you're getting everybody's best shot. You know, you're starting up the season at the top of the board. You know who's coming for the top of the board? Everybody below you. So I have high expectations. It's tough to pick anybody that's going to walk across the stage in New York in August. It's really hard, and it's almost better to not be the guy with the best odds going into it, because I can look back throughout the years, the odds-on favorite going into the season really hasn't ever been the winner when it's all said and done.
The odds-on favorite has never really been the winner. We'd have to go back and look at that. I'm sorry. I can't listen to anything Johnny says without just thinking of that I'm Just a Guy clip that came out a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. I'm just a guy.
I watched that 14 times, that music montage, as he was asked outside of a party, hey, man, how are you? And he's like, Johnny, what'd you ever do?
Yeah.
He's like, football. He goes, what do you do now? You're like a football player? This kid's clueless.
So was this in College Station?
I don't know. I know you're trying to win your bet.
I know.
Strict diet of blow.
And they're like, what do you do now? He goes, just a guy.
Just a guy,
oh, really?
man.
Just a guy? And then it goes into the Manziel highlights, man.
I will remember.
Was that the song to it?
I think it was.
I don't think it was.
No? Maybe not. I could be wrong. All right, so that was Florida, Texas.
I wouldn't have watched it that many times if it was if that was the song.
On the 4th of October. So again, outside of that game, your whole day, you can handle it with the rest of your family. On the 11th, you are not going anywhere. OU, Texas. Ohio State, Illinois.
Hey, I'm going to blast this on my computer. This is really poor radio.
Let's hear where it was.
Oh. I was, not I will. That's what it was.
Oh, God. This is such a good montage.
Yeah, it is. It's very good. On the 11th, again, OU, Texas, Ohio State, Illinois, Indiana, Oregon, Florida, A&M. All right. This may not be the holy day, but it is. You are not going anywhere. You're going to watch all these games.
South Carolina, LSU's big that week, too.
South Carolina, LSU. Didn't see that one on there. All right. On the 18th, Oklahoma, South Carolina, SMU, Clemson, Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia, Tech, Arizona State. This is one of those, I would like to see how things shake out the first 6 weeks. This could be epic, or it could have not much meaning. If Oklahoma loses early, if SMU loses early, if Tennessee or Alabama lose early, if Ole Miss loses, it's going to lose some luster.
Yeah.
But if it's not, if all those teams are basically undefeated, I mean, you can have a really epic weekend. 25th, another day to decide as you get closer. Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Bama, South Carolina, A&M, LSU. Right now, I'm skipping this weekend, and here's why. Because on November 1st, the very following weekend, you do not move. You do not move. You have Penn State, Ohio State. You have Oklahoma, Tennessee. You have Miami, SMU. You have Indiana, Iowa State, and Arizona State. You have South Carolina, Ole Miss. You have Tech, K-State. You have Georgia, Florida. There is nothing that gets you off the couch this weekend. If your mom dies, tell her you see her on Sunday.
Bobby.
Well, I know. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to worry about that. Sean will be off of his couch that weekend. That's for sure.
You'll be in...
that is Texas Vandy.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be in Austin.
Driving Friday night, baby. My first game in Austin.
This is not... Again, mom and dad both have to really perish this weekend for you to do anything. If just one of them goes... You're still
call this the Reetma Bowl.
Yeah, if you get Reetma that weekend, then you gotta leave. But if just one of your parents dies,
Reetma.
the other one can take care of things until Sunday rolls around.
Did you miss my comedy too, Bobby? Not you, Choppy. You were here.
I will miss.
He was locked in. Yeah, no, I did. It was good.
On the 8th, it's Indiana, Penn State, LSU, Alabama. This is kind of a meh for me.
Citadel versus Ole Miss too.
Citadel, yeah, that's the SoCon Saturday in the SEC. Mm-hmm. That's what they got there. On the 15th, Texas, Georgia, OU, Alabama, South Carolina, A&M, Florida, Ole Miss. I think outside of Texas, Georgia, which is going to be the heavyweight of all heavyweight fights, I think you could just kind of relax and do a game-by-game basis this weekend.
Yeah, because Bama will suck by that point.
Maybe. And on the 22nd, you've got one game and it's Tennessee, Florida, and there's a chance that both teams have 2 losses. So that game could be meaningless. So that's one of those things where you just take the weekend off.
Don't you cut out Lincoln Riley. If they got USC playing, USC Oregon might be a good game.
If USC is, who's their quarterback they got there? It's not Miller Moss, is it?
It doesn't matter who they got. They got Lincoln Riley, and he's the quarterback guru.
That's right.
All he does is put quarterbacks in the NFL and. Then,
losses on the schedule?
Yeah, puts 4 L's on the schedule because he hires a buddy as his defensive coordinator.
And there's your weekend.
Well done.
Thank you.
RJ Choppy with all the work, all the scheduling. Speaking of college football and family, Archie Wilson, this kid who got emotional. Archie.
Yeah, this is a Nebraska punter, Archie Wilson. And he was talking about family. He's from Australia, and you can hear this in the clip. So he was talking about family, and he got choked up at the podium.
Yeah, I love them a lot. Yeah, I got 2 little brothers and my mum and dad, and that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot, and I miss them. But it's they know this is what's best for me, and it's good. I can still talk to them plenty over the phone, and they're coming here to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Are you going to get sappy on this funny Friday?
Look, I am pro men crying. I was totally cool when Tim Tebow cried. Nobody misses their siblings that much, though, man.
I don't know. It's
I definitely didn't.
They're not the Aussies are not an emotional bunch. I don't typically feel like
they're criminals.
So wow, look at that
widespread statement.
Well, that was there was a. That's where the UK used to send their convicts to Australia.
Okay.
That was like that was where
history reference.
It's a history reference, yes.
So Aussie trash.
Yes.
Let's let me have my walk-off.
That's a good one.
There it is, Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. A wilder Friday than most. Below the belt, coming up at 8:40. How far have the Rangers fallen? And does the future look any better? That's next on the home of the Rangers on DeGrom Day after this.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Done it today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt, on the home of the Cowboys. Cowboys-Ravens tomorrow, 6 o'clock kickoff. We got the pregame and the postgame. Nick Eatman will also preview at 9:20. And Worst Take at 9 a.m. And someone on this show, I think, is going to be absolutely unloading. But, Bob, you were out sick yesterday. Your reaction, did you stay sick? Did it make it worse? Did it actually get you sick when the Rangers blew that final game to the Diamondbacks?
What a great job by Du Bois.
Yeah, Du Bois. They blew that one. No, it was the same thought I had just about every game, which is, okay, you didn't go and get a bat, and you didn't go and get a closer. So, like, the two things you most needed, you didn't address, so you're going to keep losing games that way. So, it's frustrating, but when it happens, you look at it a little bit and go, yeah, that's about how you lose games when you're this baseball team.
Where have they fallen to in the power rankings?
So, it's not even so much how far back they've fallen. They've fallen, for sure. But it's like the comparison Steve Phillips made to us, where if you're sitting still and you see traffic passing you on your side and in like standstill, you feel like you're drifting backwards. That's what you're getting right now, because the Texas Rangers have fallen from 13 to 15, which is fair. That's right about where they should be, I think. This is a 15-16 team. It's like the best pitching in baseball and some of the worst hitting. And so right in the middle is where they belong. So ESPN's got them there. The problem is the biggest riser this week.
Milwaukee?
From 11 to number 6, the Seattle Mariners have shot up the board. And that was the team. You were right here with them at the deadline. And in what? It's been 2 weeks now, 2.5 weeks. The separation has gotten insane. They are now 13 games above 500.
They're 2.5 up in the wild card, and Vegas has them now as the favorite to win the American League. Not the American League West, the American League.
That's what happens when you go out and get hitters. They went out and got the hitters.
RJ said Suarez really hasn't done anything, so that may counter your point. I'm about to look it up to decide who's right.
Josh Naylor, you got to look him up too, because you remember they went out and got a lot of stuff. They didn't just sit on their hands. They went and acquired good players. That's what they did. And I know Josh Naylor's been good for him. So
I heard you mentioned Steve Phillips. I heard him the other day, and maybe Scott Braun wants to go at him, but he said that Naylor steals a lot of bases for a kind of a chubbier guy. He said he's a bigger guy.
The July average for Suarez, 220. 220. He did hit 10 home runs in the month. This month, he's hitting 114. One home run. The on base is 167. The slugging is 182. The OPS is 348 this month.
That look, and the fact that they're winning all these games, because as of
but Josh Naylor, OPS is 900 since joining the Mariners.
Because like, hasn't Cal Raleigh really not hit outside? He's hit home runs, but his average is like under 200 since start of July.
Yeah, he's not. If he's not hitting home runs, he's just not hitting. Period. That's what's been happening with him lately. And I mean, he had a stretch recently where he hit like I think he hit home run in like 3 straight games. But yeah, if you look at just this month, Cal Raleigh has 5 hits, 3 of them are home runs.
Raleigh's hitting 114 this month. He hit 194 in July. Like, that's pretty awful. Pretty awful. His OPS only 538 in the month of August.
The Grom Day, Jacob against the first place Toronto Blue Jays, 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. What about the future, Bob? This upset you as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, there is one good bit of news about the Mariners getting so much better than you at the deadline, is that the Mariners still, that means you have to deplete your farm system a little bit. You're going to have to drain it some. And the Rangers should then be, all right, you didn't give up your prospects. That's good news, right? Well, MLB Pipeline and Baseball America both came out with updates to their top 100 prospects lists, and the Rangers have one player in the top 100 on both lists, and that is Sebastian Walcott. Walcott is 4th on MLB Pipeline. He is 11th on Baseball America, and outside of that, it's really empty. So that's bad enough as it is. We know the Rangers farm system isn't necessarily stacked right now because they've gotten Carter to the majors. They got Rocker up, Leiter, Langford. Like, those were their guys, and they got them up. But if you go and look at the Mariners, who made
real
their
quick,
they
got those guys up very quick, too.
Yes.
So, like, they've got to. Yes, the prospect numbers are dwindling. They're not great, but you have to be given grace and credit for not only hitting on Wyatt Langford, but for getting him up in 6 months.
Have you hit on Wyatt Langford the way you want to yet? I don't know that you would say that that's what you anticipated.
No, but baseball considers hitting on somebody as just getting them to the pros.
Okay. I mean, I would say that when you're talking about a guy with those expectations, it'd be different.
He's at 239, 16 home runs. The OPS is 737.
That's like double Cal Raleigh this month, so that's pretty good. By comparison, the Mariners, who you've been running alongside this whole way and just lost out to on a number of deals at the deadline, they still, after the trade deadline, they have 9 prospects in MLB Pipeline's top 100.
Wow.
They have 10% of the list, basically.
Jeez.
The top 10 of their system is almost completely represented in the top 100, which is insane when you think about the deals that they made. But if you look at Texas's third-ranked prospect right now, which is a pitcher named Jose Corniel, he would be the 15th ranked player right now in Seattle's system. I mean, you've got basically...
What did they give up to get all their acquisitions?
They were a stacked farm system. They had good pro-level players, and then they still had a really deep farm system. And even after kind of thinning that out a little bit, they are still just stacked with talent right now. And obviously, you can have the perspective of guys don't always hit. You know, it was Lewis Brinson was thought to be a guy who was going to hit big at one point, and it didn't happen. You know, you've got the Justin Smoke trade that you made for Cliff Lee, where you thought you were giving up a super stud for the next 15 years, and that's not what Smoke ended up being. So obviously, again, it's like we referenced the other day, the whole bird in the hand versus 2 in the bush, but it's bird in the hand versus like 9 in the bush for the Mariners, and they still have like 6 in their hands that they know about. So that's what's frustrating right now, is that Seattle looks like they are set up to be really dominant in this division for the next several years.
That sucks.
All right, Chop, get us back to some crazy, unhinged Friday laughs, the way you've been going this morning.
No, okay, very good. Let's see here. How about this one? You an ageist? I know I am. I'm absolutely an ageist. You an ageist?
Yeah, you and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I don't want football players over 30. You know, it's just whatever. But would this bother you?
Or presidents over?
Well, they're both over 80, right?
Yeah. I was wondering if you mentioned the other one.
A company has been slammed online for including a, quote, preferred age on a job listing. They're saying it's tone deaf, it's discriminatory. So what it is they said they're looking for a full-time assistant to travel, yada, 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 looking for someone mid to late 20s.
And what is the job again?
It's an assistant type job, assistant in the photo industry, traveling, doing a lot of photography stuff, but looking for someone mid to late 20s. If people are having a little bit of an issue with this.
So you are photographing things?
Yeah, mid to late 20s, working knowledge of the industry.
Look,
but yes,
if there is one area where you might be able to be a little ageist about, it would be eyesight. Everybody's eyesight starts to decline a little bit. Maybe you just want, hey, I need a young set of eyes. I need a reliable set of eyes. I need that 20/20 vision for this role.
This is one of these topics where you can be fake on the radio about it and say the PC EEO thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like a restaurant, for example. Hot steakhouses or restaurants in town want attractive women up front. Okay?
There's a restaurant in town that they literally hire models.
Yeah.
And they call them models so they can comment on their...
It's like the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders to be at the front of some of these places where they pick you apart or give you a credit card to go get wardrobe. You have to look a certain way. And you're not going to get hired if they don't deem you attractive enough. Right? Wrong? It's reality. Like, I'm going to tell my kids at some point in time in life, and Mom, don't text me if you have a problem with this. I don't want to hear it. Better looking people get more advantages. They just do.
Yeah, I didn't get this job just for nothing.
You don't see a lot of, ugly TV hosts and ugly sideline reporters, the ability to be damned, all that stuff. And a lot of times youth comes as a part of it. So I'm just going to tell my kids, hey, this is a reality. You can either accept it and try to be picked and chosen with it, or you can fight the fight.
Just tell your kid, be better looking.
I would also think if you're talking about the age, you might also just try to communicate without communicating it. Like, there are certain salary expectations that are coming with a young person working this rather than somebody who's experienced for 30 years.
Like a construction worker. Can I put out an Indeed post for a construction worker and I don't want someone over 45? Is that wrong? It's common sense. It's obvious. Or can you just not say it out loud?
I mean, I feel like
Does Indeed post construction jobs?
I feel like they're older construction workers. It's dad strength.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dad strength.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Generally, I want someone younger.
Right.
Not generally.
Yeah, I get
almost. You want me on your construction site?
No,
not
I
shop.
don't want your
not shop.
Absolutely not. So yeah, but
the only thing you qualify for is plumber crack.
I'd be drawing those blueprints, baby.
I think what you can get away with here also is the technological side. Like a 20, my kids infinitely know more about how to use technology on their phone than I do.
Oh yeah,
isn't that how you then thin it out? Isn't that the safe way without being?
And
you say, you say proficient at TikTok. Oh, that could be your code word. You don't even want them to use TikTok. You just say you need to be proficient at TikTok, so that then you can say, oh, they're young.
That eliminates everyone.
I am stunned that this is still a thing, but on September 30th, cue the music, Peyton. I'm just kidding. I don't have any music for you to cue.
Oh, well, it's like your normal setup.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, September.
Sarah McLachlan.
AOL is discontinuing dial-up internet on September 30th. I had no idea dial-up internet was still a thing, but apparently 163,000 households in the United States still use dial-up internet service.
How many?
163,000 households.
Why?
I don't know, especially with Starlink, you can get it anywhere.
So is that just like, well, some people may not want that Elon collection, that Elon hookup. I saw a Tesla the other day, and the sticker on the back was, "I bought this before Elon lost his mind." So they're like, "Don't keep my car."
I've seen
it's
those.
pretty funny, but yeah, like, which one of your relatives or family members has said, "We're going to keep the landline. We're going to go ahead and keep that landline," and you're like, "What?"
Yeah,
I'll call my aunt and I'll get the busy signal still. When's the last time you got a busy signal? I'll get it every other month calling my aunt.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll still get them here if you're calling in to win tickets or something like that. You'll get a busy signal if we're full up. But I remember my dad having this conversation 20 years ago with like a neighbor of ours.
Well,
and being like, "Man, you guys made the switch to all cell phones. Like, how do you trust that with no like landline in there?" My dad still has a landline.
My mom, she had a problem with her TV, and I was trying to fix it. I was like, "Mom, I'm lost here. Just call somebody up." She calls up the guy from the TV company. So, like the cable company. He comes over and he goes, "Honestly, why are you still using cable?" He's fixing her. He is with the cable company. He goes,
"Wow,
you're paying like $300 a month for cable. Why are you still?" He goes, I'll set up YouTube TV for you or something. So that's what you got.
Damn.
Well, my streaming TV
Good looking out.
Having a lot of problems right now. So I might not suggest going over to that stream side, but Tolo Bryan trying to help me out.
You have DirecTV?
I have DirecTV Stream.
Yeah,
and one of the
right.
TVs is just hiccuping nonstop in delays.
Gotcha.
Are the Cowboys in trouble, not just in 2025, but 2029? That's next in B-Lo,
Seatbelt,
right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a
it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. If this is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, man. We might be screwed if Louis Riddick is to be believed, as well as the rest of the panel over at ESPN. We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. It is also sponsored by Window Nation. This is what we do here. It's just so in demand.
Double sponsor.
We're doubling up.
Wow.
This is what I do. I bring doubles. That's all I do. I'm like Rowdy Telles. So, all right, let's talk about.
He's a nice guy.
He hits home runs or nothing. That's all I mean.
Doesn't seem like a nice guy.
I just mean he hits home runs or nothing. No, Scott Braun is not a nice guy. We'll talk about him in a few minutes.
Guy too.
And if you miss it, Scott, I know somebody will screen record it for you and send it to you later. You
Bobby.
douchebag.
9 o'clock.
All right.
That was a nice comment he had. It was a nice
No,
comment.
it was
9
We'll get into it at 9 but it was not a nice comment. If you think it was a nice comment, you are very easily duped. All right. Tyler Booker is going to play this
I didn't even need to come in here today. I should have stayed home with my brother. You guys do not need me whatsoever.
Tyler Booker is going to play this weekend. We discovered yesterday.
Hey.
Brian Schottenheimer says that Booker will be out there making his preseason debut against the Baltimore Ravens. Jaden Blue is a game-time decision as it stands now, and competition is done. It's closed. It's sealed because one Joe Milton will take every single rep at quarterback unless he gets hurt.
Uh-oh.
So just like he did the other night when he got hurt, that's when Will Greer came in. That's the only way that he's going to come in. In fact, Brian Schottenheimer said of Will Greer, you never know. He'll always have a cigarette in his hand, meaning he's just there ready and waiting whenever we need him. But the plan is Joe Milton is the guy who's going to go out there for him.
Slow down, check down.
They want to see him.
Check down.
They know he's not going to play during the regular season. They need him to work on things. No, right, but I mean, what I'm saying is, in general, you're not going to start. You're not going to get much garbage time out there. We need you to take as many live rips as you can to work through all this stuff.
Can I alter your alliteration there?
If that's what I did, sure.
Slow down, throw down. I don't want checkdowns. Checkdowns, leave those for Brad Johnson. I want him to slow down, but throw it deep, baby.
Don't you want to see, like, but here's the thing, Chop. Don't, like, I know you can drive the ball 300 yards off the tee.
Yeah, that's what
or like, I mean,
RJ?
I can, but no, not him. I'm talking about in general. Joe Milton is like me driving it off the tee, right?
Yeah.
But he's got to be like me in the short game. He misses all his putts. So that's the thing. He's out there with I don't know what is one of those golf sticks they have, like the 12 iron, right? They're out there with the 12 iron on the putting green, and he's just whacking the hell out of it 4 feet from the hole. That's Joe Milton, and like Joe, we need to see you can use your putter. So the putter means there's going to be a little bit of checkdowns. I know
he can outthrow everybody. We know that. You're right. I mean, he needs to slow it down.
That's the biggest thing for me.
It's just slow it down.
I don't totally care about the checkdown stuff nearly as much as I just care about him going through the process of like, hey, this is what game speed looks like, dude, and like get used to it. Like we had talked about this. What I'd been on with Machado over the weekend was the idea of. It was something where it's like, man, if he gets through his first read, we were talking about it, and they said if he gets through, if his first read's not there, he has a lot of trouble after that. And I was saying to him, like, I don't even know that it's sometimes, I don't think he can get through his first read sometimes. Because I think he's sitting there, his first read may get open, and it's just happening so quickly, he bails on it, and he freaks out and just goes, all right, I got to move. And he moves off of the first read so quickly because everything happens so fast in front of him. I was watching and we'll bring this up with Nick Eatman at Night 20. I was watching the Wall 2, the new Deep Blue documentary that the Cowboys put out yesterday, which is really good, by the way. We're probably going to have to pull cuts from it for next week.
We'll play more of that probably than The Gambler.
It opened the very opening scene is talking about the Odell Beckham game where he makes the catch along the sideline.
I'm just kidding, Peyton. We're going to need every cut from you.
And the Cowboys,
yes, sir.
The Cowboys won that game in the end, and it was a Tony Romo touchdown in the game.
I think RJ schedules vacation around Netflix things.
Oh yeah,
so he doesn't have Netflix, so he can't miss talking about it.
My kids signed in on theirs, and it's still active. It's still active, so I'll probably be gone by the time I get home.
Okay.
But no, I scheduled vacation around preseason football.
Sorry, Bobby.
So, but if you know, it's good. Yeah, I think that's probably
I didn't
accurate.
really mean it.
Is that no? I know you didn't. I can always tell. It's when you don't look down, or it's when you look down and say sorry. But if you look at the way that they talked about in there was a 7 or 8 second play. There was a ball snapped to Tony, and he threw a touchdown pass after kind of moving around the pocket a little bit. But they said for 7 or 8 seconds, you looked at it, and it was just this wall. Like, Tyron blocked up Jason Pierre-Paul for like 10 straight seconds without a problem. Everybody, and it was just, they all marveled at it on the coaching staff of just like, he could have stood there for 30 seconds and thrown the ball if he wanted to. And that's something that when you watch that, Tony knew the pace and how to, all right, let me stand back here. Where am I comfortable? All right, get rid of the ball. Joe had that on the first 3 snaps of the game the other day, and he got rid of it like he had a free rusher. It's happening so quickly for him, and I think it's just a matter of getting used to that game speed, and that's why they want him to get so many different reps. All right, over at ESPN, they came out with their future NFL power rankings, which is something we look at just about every year. There's a number of people that contribute to this. It is a panel of experts, which is their analysts Ben Solak, Louis Riddick, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder. So 2 of their big analytics guys, Solak, who's one of their big analysts, and then Louis Riddick, who's kind of like the former football guy. And they had them rate each team's quarterback situation, remaining roster makeup behind that, front office, coaching staff, and all that. And then they took a scale of basically 50 and below is F, 5169 is D, 7079 C, all the way up. And then 100 would get you an A+. So after you average all those scores, you take a look at it and say, all right, what is the health of this franchise right now moving forward? And the number 1 team in the National Football League is not the Dallas Cowboys. It is a team in the NFC East.
Washington. The Giants?
Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, my God.
For the future?
For the future, they are number 1. And they say that, this is interesting, they have a bold prediction section for everything. Bold prediction, the Eagles will trade wide receiver A.J. Brown before the 2027 season. It will be a shock. Brown will be coming off 2 more seasons of exceptional play and will be considered a major asset for the win-now team that acquires him. But general manager Howie Roseman will decide to move on and get draft assets for him before Brown's decline sets in. You go down the list a little bit further, and then you get, number 5, the Detroit Lions. Somebody in your conference. 6,
and this
the Green Bay
future
Packers.
Qualifies as what, though?
This is just basically what is the health of your front office, coaching staff, full roster, and quarterback situation, and then how does that set up into the future years outside of just 2025?
Okay.
The number 1 team in the state of Texas, the Houston Texans, they come in at number 8. As much as it was a down year for them last year, number 9, the San Francisco 49ers. Number 10, the Washington Commanders coming on this list. So you go, okay, you got half the NFC East in front of you now. A ton of NFC teams are sitting ahead of you.
Why is San Fran on there? I thought all we've been talking about is what they've lost.
So the write-up on San Fran says that...
And there's been Shanahan and Lynch like whispers.
So with a strong coaching staff and a track record of getting great play out of their rookie contract picks, the 49ers still have a rosy future despite the roster reload. Just how good they are down the stretch will come down to these past 2 draft classes for which many players have been thrust into starting roles. And they basically, an overall roster minus the quarterback, they rank 11th. Quarterback, they rank 13th. Coaching, they're 2nd. Front office, they're 14th. So it all averages out to where they're the 9th best team in football. So you get way down the list. Way down the list. Before you run into the bottom 10 ranked Dallas Football Cowboys. They come in 23rd.
With all of our front office stability.
What's your point?
Overall roster minus the quarterback, they are 17th. Quarterback, they are 11th. Front office, they are 22nd. I think that's attributing too much of the front office to like not including enough of Will McClay.
Selectively aggressive.
That's still a big part of what their front office does.
When they do the quarterback, are they just doing the starter?
Just the starting quarterback.
Because
But the Cowboys have... I'm thinking of this as like a 3-year thing, maybe 4. Not just next year. It's easy to say, Philadelphia, like, next year will be good. Yeah. The Cowboys have probably the youngest... most top pedigree line in the National Football League, offensive line. You got Micah, who's mid-20s, CeeDee Lamb's young. So
I think on the offensive line front, you don't know. The only one you know is for sure really good right now is Tyler Smith. You think the others are going to be good, but Guyton struggled a ton. Steele hasn't bounced back from an injury.
Because this is their idea of the Great Wall 3.0.
Mm-hmm. That's their hope.
They think they're hoping they're making that third documentary right now.
Here was the write-up for them. The reason for hope, they say quarterback Dak Prescott is only 32, so he reasonably folds into the 3-year horizon of the future power rankings, as does wideout CeeDee Lamb. Get edge rusher Micah Parsons and receiver George Pickens under contract, and Dallas can climb up these rankings even further. That's part of what this is just uncertainty about the contracts behind it. They say especially if linebacker DeMarvion Overshown and cornerback Trayvon Diggs return to form following injuries. The reason for concern, Louis Riddick, who has been a massive Cowboys critic this offseason and a massive Jerry Jones critic specifically, says, last year my concern was Prescott and his contract situation. This year it's the same issue but a different player, Parsons. The Cowboys' biggest obstacle is themselves, primarily team owner Jerry Jones, and the effect that his team-building strategy has on the roster.
Man, the 4 most disrespected quarterbacks in the NFL in my mind are all in consecutive order from 11 to 14. Dak at 11, Goff at 12, Purdy at 13, and Baker at 14. You cannot make a case that all 4 are outside the top 10. You cannot make that case.
Oh, that one of them would have to be?
One of them has to be in the top. You cannot make the case that all 4 are outside of the top 10.
I mean, the quarterback situation for the Dolphins, Tua is not. I don't love Tua. The quarterback situation for the Dolphins, they're ranked 25th.
There's not
it's
24.
Boy, that's some Tua hate right there.
There's not 24 quarterback. Now that maybe they don't think he'll be there in 3 years because of his concussions.
We should start our own sports network.
We really should. The bold prediction, it might happen in 2025, 26, or 27, but in the next 3 years, Micah Parsons will break Michael Strahan and TJ Watt's single-season sack record of 22.5. Since entering the league, no player has more pass rush wins, 310, than Parsons. By the way,
I know the quarterback who would lay down for him to give it to him like Favre did. Who would it be?
Who would do that in the NFL? It would be Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Bam. Podcast partner.
Yep. That's the one right there. So either way, by the way, I threw this note out the other day on Twitter. You know that the only 2 players in NFL history to start each of their first 4 seasons with 12 sacks or more, it's Parsons and it's Reggie White. That's it.
Wow.
B-Lo. Man, look at these fan cam numbers that Bobby is putting up. That's why he gets 2 sponsors.
Yeah. 2 sponsors.
For his segment. There's someone from California who absolutely hates that. DMs and listens.
California.
That you make everything a 2 thing. Nick Eatman previews Baltimore at 9:20. But hold on tight. Get out the fire extinguishers because worst take of the week is next, including the debut of Bobby's Burn book. Next on Sean and RJ.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
Final hour, fist pump time. Carter Freeman is getting in the back in place of Aiden. We got Peyton Russell. The entire morning show is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt. KNC on the road for Crosstalk at 9:40. You can go out and say what's up to the fellas. And Cowboys Ravens tomorrow with the 3 o'clock pregame kickoff at 6 against Baltimore.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take, and my vote's already been decided for this week. We got several nominees.
Was this your biggest regret of missing yesterday?
Yeah, did y'all talk about this yesterday?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Specifically this dude, right? And what he had to say to y'all?
Yep.
So, Scott Braun, who was part of the collection of professional baseball players that earned their spot on foul territory.
I don't think... did he play? I don't.
No,
Scott Braun?
he didn't play.
No, he did not. Okay. I did a deep dive on his background. I promise he's the closest he's stepped to a baseball field was when he was employed by MLB Network before he was fired. All right. He was interviewing Rowdy Telles, and Rowdy, of course, was still a little upset with GBAG. But Scott Braun decided, hey, how can I pander to the athlete and make them my best friend in the whole wide world? And Scott Braun decided to go this angle at GBAG.
Rowdy, did you feel like they took it too far there when they were on with you? Like, was it? No, I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but what was the deal?
They tried to be funny, and they're not. They're just not funny. So I went full just emotionless person and was like, hey guys, that was pretty stupid. So we'll leave it at that.
Yep, little shock jock stuff.
First off, if you think GBAG was doing anything shock jockey instead of just kind of being dummies, then you just lack complete awareness is what this is. But here's the thing. You know who's allowed to talk S about my family? Me. You know who's allowed to say to my brother, like, hey, you're being a bleeping idiot? Me. I'm allowed to do that. You know who's allowed to say GBAG are being dumbasses in this interview? Me. We are. We all are. You know who's not? Scott Braun or anybody else who's like not in our group, isn't in our family. This dude, and then yesterday for him to come on Twitter and go, one of our producers who lives in the area sent me a clip from your show the other day.
Why did he talk
Thanks
like
for that. Because you look at his picture. That's how he talks. He goes, sent me a clip the other day. Thanks for the shout out. It's an honor. Okay, so what are you like? Are you trying to like tell him like, oh, I was I was listening. So just know that I'm listening to anything you say. And I told him, I replied, I said, if I'd known you were listening, I would have said more. So I'll go ahead and say it now. You look like
Bobby.
Dillard's cologne samples and Twitter bio pronouns, dude. You are a guy who puts. You look like a guy who puts Emmy winner in his LinkedIn job title and edits his own Wikipedia page. And I only say that because I know that's exactly what you do. You edit your own Wikipedia page and you have 4-time Emmy winner in your stupid bio. Now, I know you couldn't stay in the broadcast industry on your own since you got fired from MLB Network and NHL Network. You're the 2-time fired. So it's easier for you to think it must be because you're not a shock jock, that's why you couldn't stick in the industry on your own. But you don't have a job because you're not good enough. So... And I called around about you yesterday. I got a lot of friends in media too. 100% did. 100% did. And there were a lot of people who wanted to talk about you. Okay? So I'll holster it for now because I know you're the exact type of person who's going to go, by the way, I saw when somebody screen records that S for you again today. And so I'll have it for you with your little passive-aggressive ego because it won't allow you to shut up. But just know, people in the industry talk about you, and I'm sure you know what your reputation is. So take that dorky little chain off of your Twitter bio picture and, like, grow up and be an adult and do something for yourself instead of, like, leeching off of AJ Przinsky.
I didn't see the
pathetic loser.
I didn't see the chain.
I mean, I saw the chain.
Yep, little shock jocks.
I'm Italian. I can't say anything about the chain.
I think
my people wear the chain.
I think this is definitely going to get played on their show today.
100%.
That was
Bobby Belt.
That was a G.
You're going in the burn book. Zach Wolchuk calls us the Mean Girls of the morning. And if you've seen Mean Girls, they have the burn book where they put people in there.
Yeah.
And I decided I keep enough of a list now. I've got to keep record with my burn book. And Carter has it up there. That's my burn book right there. And so I'm gonna keep all my little notes in there. And Scott Braun, congratulations. You're the first one to go in there.
I see
you douche.
I see lips, a broken heart, and fire. Bobby's burn book, 105.3 The Fan in the upper right corner on the Fan Cam Twitch.
We get to make fun of GBAG, not you. You don't, and not make fun of GBAG. You don't get to take shots from some moral high ground that you don't have.
That is Bobby Belt's nominee for worst take of the week. Would you like to follow that, Ralph? Or you want me to go?
I'll follow it. I don't know that I can follow it, but I will follow it. I am going to follow that up with the Associated Press, the AP. You and your stupid style book. The bane of every journalism student's existence.
Except Scott Braun, I'm sure he loves it.
So they did their AP all-time All-American rankings, okay? So they had the all-time team. The all-time All-American team. This goes back to 1925 or whatever, right? 2 rules. 1, had to be an AP All-American, and 2, pro stuff did not count. Now, I have 0 issue with Tim Tebow being the first team All-American. He is the first team quarterback. I don't have an issue with that. I'm not sure I don't necessarily know that I would have done that. I have no problem with it. Tim Tebow
love Tebow.
Great. He was...
You have posters of him in your bathroom.
Shirtless.
I'm not joking.
Tim Tebow was, in my opinion, the greatest college football player of all time. But there's a lot of problems here. First of all, what school led the way? Pitt. Pitt had the most players.
What? Shout out Dave Wannstedt.
Pitt had the most players on it. Huh?
Kenny Pickett, he's badass.
Yeah, but Larry Fitz was on it, right?
Darrell Revis.
Tony Dorsett was on it. So they had the most.
Mm-hmm.
They had Vince Young as the second team quarterback. Now, Vince Young he had one of the best individual years I've ever seen.
And he had the best individual game anybody's ever seen.
Yeah. But he also played 2 other years, which were kind of...
Ooh, he was really good the year before.
I mean, he wasn't all Big 12 at all until his 3rd year.
He was really good the year before.
He threw for like 1,100 yards. I mean, that's not very good.
You think? Let's pull up all of Tebow's.
I think it was 8.
Crazy.
And this is running back
stats.
to what? What year-wise?
Like 100 years?
100 years.
But, I mean, look. Roger, Elway, Vic, Peyton, Werfel, Tommy Frazier, Matt Leinart, they were all objectively better for their college careers than Vince Young.
So your worst take is Vince on the second team AP.
That's not the only bad take.
All right.
They go... Archie Griffin is the only 2-time Heisman winner in the history of college football.
Got you down.
How is he on the second team of running backs? How did Reggie White and Jadeveon Clowney not make, or Julius Peppers not make the all-time defensive end? If you say, who is the greatest collegiate defensive end, put it into AI. They will say, generally everybody says it's Reggie White. Jadeveon Clowney had tremendous collegiate career. How is Ricky Williams, Bo Jackson, O.J. Simpson? How is O.J. Simpson not an all-time running back? How is he not? Ricky Williams. What are we doing here?
I just asked AI, and the first answer was not Reggie White. It was a Pittsburgh player. They said it was Hugh Green. So,
I asked AI yesterday in Google, which AI did you use?
ChatGPT.
See, I don't use ChatGPT. I use Google.
All right. The AP college football nominees. I still believe mine, as usual, will be the winner for the worst take nominee. Former NFL general manager, friend of the show, with Dan Orlovsky, suggesting what Brian Schottenheimer should do with Micah.
Yeah, there's a softer deadline. If I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm saying to Micah, hey, I don't know what's going on with your contract. If you're not out here in the next 10 days practicing, I'm not going to play you on opening night because I don't want to put you in a
Micah says fine. Micah says fine.
Great.
Who did you just hurt?
Right, but then you're going to plan accordingly.
You're just fuel to the fire.
But you got to know from a head coaching perspective.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
This is how bad things have gotten.
Stop. I don't want to hear his voice. Mike Tannenbaum saying that Brian Schottenheimer, if Micah Parsons doesn't step out on that practice field in Frisco when they get back, Schottenheimer steps up and tells Micah, you're not playing for me. I'm not playing you. in my rookie season in a win now year against Philadelphia and the games after that. Top that for worst take of the week.
That's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb.
How dumb is that?
That's pretty bad.
And Orlovsky, I agree with you.
And I mean, honestly, their set could have been nominated twice because they also had the whole what? Jerry's about entertainment. This is insane.
All right, who has other nominees?
We got one more from Chop here. It's a very personal nominee.
It is. This is from Aaron.
Uh-oh. I thought Bobby's was going to be the most personal of this segment. So, Peyton, do you know this? Do you know what he's about to read?
Is it the DM?
Yeah.
This is going to sound...
We got it up on the fan cam.
No. Don't put it up on the fan cam. No.
Stupid here.
Oh, my. Well,
you were joking.
Okay.
Wow.
I wouldn't do that.
Peyton, having a line of discretion, Carter wouldn't do it.
This is going to sound like me talking to Scott Braun.
So I'm sitting on the toilet yesterday, and I open my phone, and I get this text, and I was like, I'll click on it. It's a guy named Aaron.
It was a text.
It was a Facebook.
Because I'd be worried
direct
if he
message.
texted you.
No, direct message. Sent at 12:01 a.m., which, what an awful way to start your day, with such mean-spiritedness.
Yes, or it wasn't starting. Maybe he was
new day. It's
it.
a new day.
New day.
It's a new day.
Ending it drinking.
Maybe he was ending it drinking. He has not read it.
Okay.
And he has not blocked me.
Okay.
But he said, I'm super happy that I have the freedom to say that I effing hate you.
Oh, no.
And you're, while you are, a real-life piece of S, gay slur, B-word.
Oh.
You're the main reason I stopped listening to the fan.
Wasn't me, thank God.
And then he goes on to call me the gay slur that starts with an F again.
Okay.
And I wrote back,
is this him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wrote, damn. What I do to you?
RJ has by far the best responses to hate. He's not going to block. He comes back with some humor, and he knows how to turn down the volume on it.
And I regret saying that, because what I really should have said is, just to be clear, you don't like me? Question mark. That's what I should have said. But I wrote, damn, what I do to you. So I'm waiting. Eagerly waiting for a response.
Dang, Aaron.
Yeah, man.
Those are some. So you can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text for the winner this week. 877-881-1053.
I do like how it says real quick at the top, friends with Sean Sharif.
877-881-1053.
I don't know whether to unfriend him or do a promote or something on Facebook.
Are you going to vote for Aaron, who has said that Choppy he's not a fan. He's not a big fan of him. Sean's nomination, which is Mike Tannenbaum, saying, you got to tell Micah Parsons he's not allowed to get on the football field for you. We got RJ Choppy's other nomination. The AP has their all-time list wrong. Or the winner, Scott Braun, is a total loser.
All right, let me tell you, I wanted to wait to the very end. Scott Braun should not win.
Oh.
He should not win because, what's my motto? What am I?
FAF.
FAF. I'm fair. I don't like that he attacked. I attacked him back yesterday, but in judging this, there's no way for him to know that GBAG was just unaware. Any other interview that we hear like that, we would think they were trying to do it for attention or to be shock jockey. That's somewhere you would have to know GBAG. You'd have to listen to their interviews and probably listen to the entire interview. So I think a lot of us would assume that someone was doing that. You can't be that clueless. You can't be that unaware. You can't be that unprepared. That's what common sense would tell you. That's the path he went down. And then I actually think his Twitter response was okay.
I actually think it was great.
I think it was okay to be like, this got sent to me. What an honor. Yes, it could have been sarcastic.
Oh, absolutely was.
But he could have been, maybe he was honored.
No, he was not.
And
honored.
he could have been more insulting in return.
He could have been.
Yes.
He could have been. And now,
do you have a bigger?
I expect him fully to be more insulting in return.
Yes.
I think he will. I don't. Well, and like I said, that's why I holstered everything up, calling your buddies yesterday, or the people you think are your buddies, I guess. But here's the thing: is that
you told them to let them know what time?
No, I know what people think of the guy, and there's plenty out there about him. But what I would say is that
do you have a bigger problem with him or whoever Twitter tailed
him? Him, he's a damn remora, one of those sucker fish.
Remora?
No, damn remora. He's one of those sucker fish that hang onto the shark. That's what he does. He's just riding along Przezinski, and he doesn't have an actual career on his own. And then he goes, "Tell me about Shock Jockey, and will you be my friend, please?"
All right, let's vote.
Loser.
Peyton, start us off.
A lot of good choices. And so far on the fan text, Scott Braun is the winner right now, unfortunately. You know what? I'm going to go with Aaron. Poor take. Don't go after my man Chop.
Yeah, the bromance.
Thank you.
The bromance.
Thank you.
Choppy, who would you vote for?
I'm gonna vote for Aaron.
You
I
gotta
mean,
vote for
look, I mean, you don't like me, that's fine, but you know, you don't have to stop listening to me.
Yeah.
What a motto.
We know Bobby's vote, but the Tolos are going with AJ Przezinski's co-host. I think Bobby Belt's delivery may have had a factor in that. The Burn Book unveiled. Is that the first name and only name right now in it?
Yeah, I mean, there will be others added that
Sure.
I'm sure they'll be grandfathered in, but yeah.
Okay, grandfathered in.
Mike Leslie.
Let's preview Cowboys Ravens tomorrow on the Fan with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babies. Nutmeg Ladies? No.
Nutmeg Ladies.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some funny girl?
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's preview Cowboys-Ravens tomorrow on this radio station and get the top 20 list from Oxnard with our good buddy Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. Fired up on a Friday. Bobby let us know to look over this list on the website. You have the top 20 training camp performers in Oxnard. Can we go?
Love lists.
We do love lists. Everybody loves lists.
List season.
That's right. 20-1. Can we do that?
I mean, I told Bobby, pick it apart. You know, I mean, like, I don't love the order myself, but, you know.
You did the order.
No. He pulled.
I had a group of like 10 people.
He pulled 10
They all contributed.
So I'll ask you first question then, right off the top. Is it concerning or good that the top 4 players on the list are all related to the passing game on offense?
I think that's just what it's called practice. I mean, because you can't evaluate. Most people can't evaluate. Oh, good run fit there. Good job with the linebacker with the awareness. But you can see, was the pass there? Was it caught? And so, yeah, that's what you evaluate. So, yeah, that's just probably normal. But, yeah, it's a good thing. Let's call it a good thing.
All right, I'm going to go down the list in order, and anyone can object where they see fit. Nick, voice your disagreements, as you previously referenced. CeeDee Lamb, 1. No one has a problem with that.
Of course. No one has a problem with that.
Okay.
He had a much better camp than he did last year.
Dak Prescott, 2.
Someone has to throw him the ball.
Someone has to throw him the ball. And as somebody pointed out to me yesterday, when I heard a little bit of criticism coming from our station about Dak Prescott's interceptions during camp, somebody texted me behind the scenes and said, do they know that Dak Prescott threw 2 interceptions in pads the entire practices?
Who was saying it, Dawson?
I think so.
Okay, I guess I would not have left camp. Again, we were not there nearly as long as Nick, but I guess I wouldn't have left camp instantly saying that Dak would be 2 or that Pickens would be 3. Pickens had highlights.
He had highlights.
But I guess the counter to that is, who would you have over them? Who totally, completely jumped out better?
So you remember how earlier I said that we were talking about the arm strength, and with Orlovsky's list, I was like, maybe I was just skewed because I was watching Dak next to Milton throw, and you could tell the arm strength. I thought Dak had a really good camp. I think part of it because I was also watching Milton in these drills and see how much better. Yeah. And when Dak got on, when Dak got like
the arm strength difference,
the arm
more physically impressive.
But yes, from that, but. The flip side is in camp when Dak got up to the line of scrimmage, it was like, okay, the pros are here. Like he's so much better than Joe. And it was like made him look even better.
So Nick, Dak at 2, Pickens at 3, and then Kevontae Turpin at 4.
Yeah. I think Kevontae had a great camp. And there were some people on the list that had him number 1 overall. So he was one of those, depending on what you're wanting to see out there. But I thought he was great, and it's exciting. That's the most exciting part of it. It's just that you really get the sense that they're going to use him in a way that we haven't seen before, especially on offense.
Kaiir Elam, friend of the show, at number 5, and then number
highlight of camp. by the way, too. I mean,
with the kid,
it feels like 6 months ago, but when he grabbed that interception from Dak, so that was like 1 out of 2, I guess, and then takes away the baby at the same time, all in one motion, and holds him up Lion King style. Like that's by far, that was probably the best moment of camp, I think.
My boy, while Overshone is out, this is my favorite player on defense now, Maris Leafau at number 6, followed by Malik Hooker at 7.
I'll hesitate a little on Leafau, Nick, and he was really great in the game, but linebackers can be really tough to gauge, like in these practices. And I mean, I was watching, and Leafau was fine while we were out there watching practices, but has Leafau stood out to you as like being one of the top guys, or did you have a disagreement there?
No, I actually like that, and that's one thing. I don't know how far you guys are going to go down the list, but to have 4 linebackers. I mean, you have 4 linebackers out of the 20. I mean, I think there's 4 receivers as well. So, that's one of the positions that is kind of harder to evaluate at practice. But I mean, that's one thing that Eberflus's defense always kind of brings out the best in the linebackers, and that's what we're seeing so far, at least in the practices.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com with the top 20 performers of camp on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Number 8, Donovan Ezeraku. Number 9, Osa. Number 10, Javonte Williams. Bobby, why are you making a face?
I don't know. Javonte Williams hasn't super impressed me. I understand he's doing some different things in the passing game that make him valuable, but that still looks like, we've talked about it before, Nick, it's that old line about Walt Garrison. If you need a yard, he'll get you 3. If you need 5, he'll get you 3. That feels like Javonte Williams to me.
Yeah, well, and I could see that that's probably going to happen. I mean, but here's the thing about Javonte. As it stands right now, he does everything. Like, he's probably, when we check all the boxes, he's the highest, for all the categories when it comes to getting those tough yards, when it comes to catching the ball, blocking out of the backfield, all that kind of stuff, hitting the hole. I think he's the best right now. That's just because we haven't seen Jaden Blue get the chance to do some of that. But as it stands, it's his job to take, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that someone could take it.
Solomon Thomas coming in at number 11, Tyler Smith 12, Jake Ferguson number 13. Number 14 on the list is going to be Damone Clark, who I remember being an early Mike Zimmer favorite.
Early on.
Or I was just having too much wine on the beach when Zimmer was there.
No, early on. That happened to turn, is what that was. And Damone Clark was fine while we were out there. I have a problem with the next one, though. 15 feels low for Nealand for me, Nick. I thought Nealand's been really good in a lot of these practices.
Yeah, I agree with some of that. I would have had him even higher than Solomon Thomas, it's just one of those things where just kind of we had about 9 people that voted, so I mean you can skew the voting with one big one big vote or not having them on the list at all. But I thought Nealand was pretty good too. Solomon Thomas. That's a tough one to evaluate. I don't think I had him on my list, to be honest with you.
All right, coming in at number 16, Zion Childress.
Is this our surprise 53 guy this year?
I think it is. I think he's the top-rated undrafted free agent because, I think he's going to provide something on special teams. And right now he's got a shot at the nickel spot. I mean, just based off of where things stand, he just seems like a really good competitor. He had the football in his hands a couple times early in camp, and he's just one of those that kind of finds the ball. So he's been a good surprise so far.
Number 17, Jack Sanborn, the new linebacker. 18, Jaden Blue. 19, another new linebacker in Kenneth Murray. And then, my God, this is disrespectful. This is disrespectful. My guy, Trayshawn Holden at number 20. Please tell me this is one of your disagreements.
Yeah, I would have had him. I think I did have him a little bit higher. See, here's the thing. This is what might have been this might throw off the list a little bit. So it was initially a top 10, and I had everyone give me top 10, and based off of that and the scoring, I was able to come up with 20. It might have been different if I would have asked them to rank 20, but that's kind of how it went down. So, maybe a lot of people would have had him 11 or 12 on their list, but based off the photo that we used for the list, I mean, you would think he'd be top 5. It was a great catch. I remember that back early in camp. But, we're still talking about maybe the 6th receiver. I mean, is he going to make the team at 6? I mean, maybe. Jaden Blue's the one that's interesting to me because if he doesn't get banged up, I bet you he's in the same spot that Javonte Williams was as a top 10. He was trending in that direction, in my opinion.
Who's off of the list that you think is a big miss?
I did kind of put it together. I can't see anybody that was like, oh, well, he needed to be on. One guy I think you could throw some consideration for would be Maffa. I think Phil Maffa did have a pretty good camp. That might be one. Mingo didn't have a bad camp either, but I don't know how many receivers you got to throw in there.
Nick,
a lot of that is expectations.
Nick, give us your checklist for tomorrow against the Ravens.
I want to see Milton get some touch on the ball. He's going to play. That's fine. Let's don't act like we're at the state fair trying to win. The big stuffed animal. Let's actually throw the touch on the ball. And let it look like a quarterback a little bit. And you know what? I'm okay if he has to take off and run. That's part of playing the game and getting into the rhythm. I want to see that. And, of course, I want to see the first-round pick. Just want to see what Booker can do.
Nick, I know you guys had the Deep Blue, the Wall 2.0 drop yesterday. I caught a lot of it yesterday, and it's really, really good. We're probably going to play some of it next week. But just talk about the documentary and there's some really great nuggets in here, like Frederick saying, I told my agent, I would sacrifice being a first-rounder if it means I don't have to go to Dallas. And then he ends up in Dallas.
Yeah, he didn't want to. No, I thought that was interesting. He did not want to go with Bill Callahan. And it turns out Bill Callahan was a great coach for him and for that group. But, the parts about him really getting into detail about the syndrome that he had and that he couldn't feel his hands, they wouldn't let him bring his baby up the stairs and some things. Tyron Smith even was like, I didn't know some of the stuff you were going through. So he really got into detail on some of that behind the scenes. But my favorite part was just the language that Tyron Smith used because we didn't think he talked. I don't know if you heard that part. But when Ron Leary says that basically if a safety was about to come in and blitz off the corner, Tyron would just go, "Rrr." And that meant that, hey, watch for this guy. And that was his language. And that Dak even said it too. That was when Tyron didn't talk, he just went, "Rrr." And that was his language. And they understood it. And I thought that was fascinating because I was like, how did they ever communicate with this guy for so long?
How much have you investigated Ricky Scoops reporting the Packers' possible trade offer for Micah Parsons?
I heard about it like 5 seconds ago, and now we're up to about 7 seconds ago. So it's maybe 5 grains of salt, maybe 1 grain of salt. I'm not putting a lot of stock into it. I don't think he's getting traded, and I still think he's going to sign within the next week. I'm going with that.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy it tomorrow and have a great weekend. We'll recap on Monday.
All right. See you guys.
He's the best. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the
He's the best.
He's the best.
WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. They are out on the road. Find out where to go hang with them when we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk and get you fed today with the KNC Masterpiece. They are on the road here with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Sean, how happy are you that crosstalk right at the beginning, we were both here and both in the Zoom? Now, I realize I am usually the one who violates that agreement, but how pumped are you that we're both here and ready to go?
I was so pleasantly surprised that you were on like 5 minutes ago, and I was getting worried about Corey until I saw Bueno pop on the screen. And I said, okay.
Yes.
Corey has arrived just in time. And that's a segue to tell us where you are.
Guys, we are at Taco Bueno off North Central Expressway, 7940 North Central Expressway. Just stop on in today. We're we're tucked in between IHOP and In-N-Out. So come on in today. Here's the thing. We have Amazon Echoes to give away.
Well,
right? So you want to, swing through and get your opportunity to win some of those. And it looks like Bueno has some pretty amazing things to give away as well today. I got some party boxes. I think we have the $6 party box that dropped today. So
we do.
You can feed your entire office lunch today, and then you're going to look like a hero.
Yeah,
so come on
if you're a coward, or you could feed yourself unlimited numbers of party boxes.
But
that's why I want to see.
Feed yourself and other people. Like you come in here, get your food, sit down, sign up for the Amazon Echo, and then say, you know what, I'm going to take some back to work and feed everybody, and they're going to think you're a hero. So that's a big deal.
And it's only $6, so you can tell the people you work with that it was only $9, and you can make a profit along the way.
Sean, can I discuss something real quick?
Please.
From
Did you find that piece of tape?
Did you find a piece of tape in your freezer?
Oh, no.
That's not the thing I'm talking about.
No, so I go home. Thank you for bringing this up. Good recall. And I'm just praying. Well, two things. Number one is how warm is this meat? It was previous.
Alec.
Ladies.
It was previously.
He's taken.
It was previously frozen, so I had hope.
Tell me how warm it is.
That it had a little bit of chill. Because this is now Save Wild Fork the second weekend.
Yeah.
So now I have to cook more things today because I don't want to refreeze it. But I did not see any blue tape, and Tolo Andy brought me a new fridge and freezer yesterday.
Wow.
Same day. Came out, replaced the whole thing, and changed it up. But
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm scarred. I'm worried. I'm worried about this thing. But no blue tape.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, what I really wanted to get into, Sean, was I'm from East Dallas.
Well,
I have
right.
a bunch of friends that I played baseball and football with, that I grew up with in high school, that all still live around here, and they love listening to the station. What's funny is they started listening to our show, and then so now they've grown listening to everybody else, and they love the shows, and they're always bringing up stuff that you guys have talked about, and hey, so-and-so said this, and asking questions about y'all personally, and so I got to tell them. But then this morning, I got a text from my buddy, and he said,
His name Aaron?
I just sent my wife a Google invite.
Hell yeah.
And he said, and so far it's a go. And I was like, I missed this segment because I guess I was in the shower or something, and I was like, I have no clue what you're talking about. And then I thought about it, and I was like, oh.
Brilliant.
So he said, so far it's a go. Now, as you know, I schedule 3 times a week. But I also sent an invite, and I got emojis with eye hearts back. So guys, this is a genius idea.
But what did you put as the caption for the invite? Or was it an emoji?
Is it that thing you dumped the other day?
Give me 1 second to see what I think it was.
And while we give you that second, just reset what this is.
So this is young folks in college these days. Instead of going up to a girl or a guy and asking them out, they're just randomly sending calendar invites for hookups, like hookup ? Calendar invite.
Love it.
Oh yeah.
I want everyone listening to do this right now with their wife or girlfriend. And I want you to tweet me or DM me, send me the screenshot of the response if you get it, or your reach out, but the response so I can repost it.
My reply was, what? LOL? That's what I got back.
What did you send?
Cereal ? I put that on the calendar. And I put it for all day.
Now, my big danger in this, Kevin, my warning is if your wife says, who were you really meaning to send that to?
Oh, yeah.
You've never done this. I'm not buying it some dumb radio topic. That's
hurtful.
Who's that? Who's the hoe? Who's the hoe?
Who's the hoe? Yeah.
And now you got a whole weekend full of drama because they're not believing that you're trying to Google Calendar relations.
So you have to judge this based on what kind of person you are married to. Perhaps are they a go with the flow?
Or if you do this, you got to have the Audacy rewind set to the segment. That's your get out of jail card right there. Look, the guys were
640.
640. The guy or 940. The guys were talking about it. But yeah, I want to send the invite, however you do it, so I can repost it and let's see her response.
Kevin, mine was "You and Me Bedroom" was the title.
Oh,
right, and then the description was "Connecting with love through the act of bodies intermingling."
Oh my goodness,
I like that.
That
was very good.
That's very descriptive.
Now, what time did you?
Sounds professional.
What time did you request?
I think 10 to 11:45 tonight because
that's a long time.
Two fascinating things here. One, we'll find out everyone's age.
Is that a window or a runtime he just listed?
Like 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
That's way too late for me.
Yeah, it's too late. I'm not getting into
late.
it.
It's Friday night.
Till 11:45, and then an hour 45. You're a damn stallion.
Yeah. Now unless you're going
in
round
the
2.
Belmont.
Unless round 1's 10 to 10:05, and then round 2 is 11:40, 11:45.
We are going to we're taking Lucy to her first ever concert tonight. We're going to see, I think it's Taylorville, so it's like a Taylor Swift cover band out in Frisco. So we're doing that. So I don't know how long we'll be there. So that's kind of what I'm setting up for. Is once we get home, then that. So that kind of a window, Bobby, to answer your question.
ESPN, by the way, is reporting Michigan expected to receive significant fine of more than $20 million. And Sharon Moore suspended one additional game for the Michigan Twins.
All I care about, I don't care about anything. I just want them to admit that they gave South Carolina the signs.
Yeah, I mean, that would make it so much easier to say how you got just spanked by Spencer Rattler.
Oh, because they spanked us and Clemson in back-to-back weeks. They scored over, I think, 60 points in both games.
Kevin, you got anything else?
Do you think they'll wait to suspend the guy from Michigan until they don't have a marquee TV game like the NFL decided to do with the Chiefs?
Oh, they're asking. Michigan has already requested I think weeks 2 to 4, or weeks 3 and 4, because he wants to be there for the OU game.
It's like a Corey Majors range.
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere in that window.
Kevin, how was the food in Germany?
It was really, really good. They are very heavy on the meat and potato culture. Also, they have bread at every conceivable meal. Like every breakfast, that our host home, Beata and Uli, they were awesome. And they had like every conceivable type of bread for breakfast every single day. And they have this drink. It's like a apple juice soda almost that I thought was really good. But something that I did not love about the food and beverage in Germany is they love water with those weird bubbles in it, and I hate it. I hate the water with the fizzy bubbles. No.
Carbonated water?
Seltzer?
It's so gross.
You're not a
It is
fan?
so
Like,
gross.
is that Poland Springs or something?
No.
or-
It's like a Pellegrino. Pellegrino, any kind of.
All their regular water is like that?
So you got. There's
It's
two ways
so
to,
much of their water is the bubbled water. Like
Out
if
of the
you just want
sink?
regular
Spicy
Yeah.
water.
Yeah. Well,
don't drink
no,
it,
like
no.
if you get
So-
another
yeah.
bottle or something like that.
When you go to a restaurant, if you ask for water, they'll bring you at least in Switzerland and Italy, it was like you have to ask for still water.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
Yes, I still.
And then they look at you like you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Didn't you feel like every breakfast was just like cold cuts though? Aren't you like enough with the cured meats? Did you get a lot of that?
Look, now I did. I didn't mind it. Like I'm clearly a creature of
waking up in a
habit.
damn Subway.
Okay, but that's fine. I would much rather that than then they're like, do you want to try this Haustelfaust? And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I don't want that.
Haustelfaust.
Yeah, I don't know. That felt like a German thing that they might serve. And everything there has a super long name that, it feels longer than it should be.
I feel like you picked up a decent amount listening to you intro the show the other day.
Yeah, do you want to hear my speech I gave my baseball team in German?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I had to write it down.
You have a translation for this too.
Yeah, I'll give you the translation, but it goes like this. Viel Spaß.
Viel Spaß.
Fang den Ball.
Okay.
Den Ball schlagen. Wir sind die Reds. Lass uns gewinnen. So what that translates to, and my team got fired up, and one of the kids was like, your German is really good.
Nice.
That
Did you win,
translates
though?
to have fun, catch the ball, hit the ball. We are the Reds. Let's go win.
Man,
and
it's a
we
game. It's happening
did.
today.
You did.
It's a very
Yeah.
harsh
Yeah,
thing.
We've gone from Coach Ballsack to Coach what? What would be a German?
Don't, Bobby.
Coach Heiglen.
No, don't say it like that either.
Don't.
God. It's a very
Yesterday
harsh
when we went. Okay.
Very harsh. Yes.
It is, and they have this letter that looks like a capital B, and it's not closed off. And the first time I saw it, I was like, "The hell is that? That's not a letter we have." And they said essentially it's like a hard S or like a double S.
Don't.
And why don't you just put that?
Yeah.
They have S's.
Don't do anything stupid. You're about to be on vacation. You don't want to stress in the airport.
I'm not doing a thing.
You running back home to get to the airport from Michigan?
Yeah, I gotta pick up the wife. Gotta pick up Sarah. Yep. So
I know who your wife is.
Yeah. Then we're rushing to the airport. Noon flight.
Oh my goodness! And you're going home?
Got to.
I thought you were supposed to miss crosstalk.
Oh shoot! Gotta go.
Oh my gosh!
He did say yesterday.
How is he going to get home into the airport in time?
Oh, all right. Let's do the time on this. How long to get home usually?
30 to 40 minutes.
Oh,
been on traffic.
Oh, really? Okay.
He'll get to the gate as they're boarding.
And then 15 minutes, 20 minutes to the airport.
Yeah, no Admirals Club for you.
Have you guys ever missed a flight?
No.
Bro,
He doesn't have his headphones on anymore, guys.
brain is What about your mom? You have to get her. Don't get her.
Well, she's gonna drop us off.
Oh my God! You're not going to make it.
Are you gonna
Unless she
make her?
drives like a bat out of hell.
Oh yeah. How does she drive?
Oh, I'm driving. I don't let her drive.
Yeah, she's a woman.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
She keeps both hands on the wheels.
He's probably right about that.
Corey.
John, good call.
Where are you at again?
We are at 7940 North Central Expressway. We're at Taco Bueno
In
today.
Dallas.
And we are setting up, right here in Dallas. I got the $6 party box going. And so much. Actually, look, we got some boxes here to give away, Kevin. 4 with $25 gift cards in each one of these boxes. So this is going to be awesome today. Come on down.
Get your Google scheduling on. Have a great weekend. We're back Monday morning. KNC next on The Fan.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybelines?
Pregame?
No.
Nutmeg Maybelline?
I just said no. It's a Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
What's the Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live kicking off the Friday football feast today. We start Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. If you want to come and see us, we'll be here from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They got the $6 party boxes activated, plus a lot of Echo Pops, more than I can actually see right now because there are people signing up.
Oh yeah, that's you know what? I'm going to say there's two. So you better
there's more than
just
two.
Kevin.
I
better
can
get
see
here and sign up to register.
Okay,
for
I don't
one,
think
Kevin.
we're supposed to rush people just in case that there's
don't
an
drive too
accident.
fast. Just drive safely and get in an appropriate manner. All right. Pull into the parking spot. Don't park over double lines. We don't want to have double parked people here. We need to make sure we got a good crew though, man. I'm looking forward to this.
Now, there's at least 6, and the reason why I shamelessly bring that up, and this might be the end of German talk, is 6 in German is Sechs, and
I'm going to get a message from the boss.
I'm telling you, it is.
We let Kevin go for this long, and now look at him.
Okay, so I thought I was going to get in trouble at the camp because the kids were teaching me the numbers, and when they said that, I was like, that's not what it is. And then I looked at one of the adults, and they go, yeah, it is. And I just put my head down and put my hand over my face because I was trying so hard not to laugh. And then the kids noticed that, and then they started to laugh because some of them figured it out. And I was like, well, crap.
Nice
this is
job,
not
Kevin.
what we're supposed to be doing
Yeah, you were supposed
whatsoever.
to be teaching about the Lord. All right?
Yes,
and
exactly.
Here you are joking around about
Exactly. Yes, I am also having trouble
unkempt
hearing
things,
you.
if you will. So,
All right. If you guys can text in and just tell me that you can, in fact, hear Corey, that would make me feel
just turn up the return. You'll
a
be
whole
fine.
lot better.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Okay. All right. So we're live at Taco Bueno. There's already people coming out. I would really love to see us be able to build like we did with previous editions of the Friday football feast and get it going. That
It's
would
good
be
to see
awesome.
some familiar faces.
Yeah.
I wanted to, and one of my favorite parts of it was, seeing Tolo's the last couple of years start growing that on their own, sitting at tables with each other, hanging out. And let's bring new family members into this whole thing.
I'm
looking forward to it.
Let's make it happen. Now, in the meantime, Alec, if you could go ahead and give me cut number 1. What I really want to know is, are there a group of Cowboys players that you think need to have a good game on Saturday?
In the Tampa red zone. Snap back, standing, time, thrown in the end zone. That's a touchdown right to the post. Jalen Tolbert got free, and Rush dimed him.
Now, this could be for any number of different reasons. Like, for example, I don't think Jalen Tolbert is, in any trouble of getting cut from the team or anything like that. But I wonder with Tolbert and with Mingo if, maybe you could see a change in status, who's going to be your go-to number 3 if Pickens and Lamb are continually, double covered or locked up. So those two immediately jump to mind as you want to continue to build up through the practices, build up through the games, and I would love to see something from either one of them.
I know you were in Germany at the time, but the CeeDee Lamb hit on the sideline on that specific play
on from the ref,
from the referee on that specific play. It was play action, throw downfield to Mingo, who's wide open. I mean, Mingo has his guy beat by a good 3-4 yards, and that's why CeeDee Lamb was doing what he did. He turned because he knew the play. He knew what was going on. He knew Joe Milton had the arm to do it. And he's like, okay, all right, we got this. And so he starts walking off. I was surprised to see Mingo, flying that fast down the field, because what are we told about Mingo? He's a blocking he's the best blocking wide receiver in the, that's what we keep getting told. And so I was like, hold on, this dude's wide open downfield. And during practices, listening to Broadus, they had a bunch of moments where they were doing things to get Mingo open in the seam downfield, because that's taking advantage of Joe Milton's arm. But then, there were on some of those plays, Kevontae Turpin's wide open underneath, and you're like, well, he's got space. That's the guy to go to. So that was nice. But the conversation with those guys has been, it feels like a bit of a rotation at the third wide receiver.
Yeah.
But how do you disguise that? You disguise it by actually building other plays that you're going to put into the system that work, and then they go, hold on, Kevontae Turpin in the backfield, they're not just going to hand it off to him. Maybe they have something else in the mix for this. So I agree with you on Tolbert. I want to see that dude he had some touchdowns last year. It was nice for him last year. I want to see more of that development into being a trustworthy receiver. But Kevin, one of the questions I've been kind of asking is, when your quarterback's rolling out there and throwing so hot, is that a real, are you getting a real good judgment of some of these other receivers?
Sure.
So
I understand that logic.
Yeah, and also I guess my guy is I want to see Booker.
I really thought you were going to say Mozzie Smith.
Oh, yeah. I get that. No, I know what I'm going to see from Mozzie Smith. So that's I pretty much feel. Kevin, my heart I've given up. I'm at that point right now.
What about the fact that he said, "I admit I did nothing"?
He has admitted that a couple times, and so what are you going to do about it now? Is my question. So, but yeah, Tyler Booker, I want to see what the boy's able to do out there against somebody else.
All right, Alec, is there anyone in particular? I've got a couple of more options, but is there anyone else that you think of that jumps to mind as like, hey, I want to see something from you on Saturday night, so hopefully we can build in the practices in the Star?
I would say quite literally anybody in the cornerback position. I don't care who it is. I don't care what name steps up. I need somebody to look like they're NFL ready, because I still don't know what it's going to look like in week 1, and we still don't know what the overall health of that position group is going to look like when the regular season starts. So I know it's a cheap answer to say the whole position, but anybody, please, I'm begging you, look like an NFL player and I will be happy. I will say that this preseason was a success if one of those corners can step up. Andrew Booth, I don't care who it is, somebody please just impress me a little bit, even if it's one play.
All right, if we're talking about players that you would like to see look like an NFL player, is it okay? He's a rookie. If I say Jay Toya?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, what do you want from him to take the position, take Mozzie's spot?
Not necessarily. I want it to look like you could see a route for him to make the team on his merits and not just because he was a draft pick.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the things, like, this is going to sound like a weird comparison, but with Jaden Blue, everyone has such high expectations for Jaden Blue. It's the same kind of general concept. I want those expectations to be met because you see this player out on the field and you're like, oh yeah, that guy's pretty good. Not, well, we need to use him because we drafted him.
Okay,
which is
I understand what you're
crutch
saying.
that I think not just the Cowboys, but I think teams fall on that all the time.
And I think with the expectation on Blue specifically, it's a lot of people saw what he did at Texas and think, oh man, if you can get those things out of him with more carries, more touches, more opportunities, and in the NFL in space. Can you get that? You know, this could be an explosive offense. Mickey talks about that frequently. I know maybe a little too much, but Mickey's like, look, when you have Pickens and him and all these guys out there, who are you covering? But I understand what you're saying there because that expectation is based on what we know of him. Koya, a lot of people, they're like, hey, you need to show us because we don't know enough right now. I totally get what you're saying there.
From the 214, I can hear Corey loud and clear, but you need to turn down Kevin's dad jokes.
Oh.
On German talk. Hey, those dad jokes existed before I went to Germany. I'm sad that I did not come back with more German-specific dad jokes. Because I have one in my mind that I want to make up, but I'm not sure if it will get past the censor or not. Yeah, I'm really debating this, Alec. I might have to text you.
Yeah, you might need to. Yeah, I would. Let's workshop this off air.
Okay.
And then we can do everything from there. How's that sound?
Because I'll argue passionately it would need to be dumped, but I've been on the wrong end of that argument a couple of different times.
Yes, you have.
And then another player I just wanted to throw out, whether it's, for the weekend, for the season, for the rest of training camp, Awesome Richards is another person because I've been surprised. For the longest time, it felt like Awesome Richards was, especially last year, was the guy whenever you talked about depth on the offensive line. It's like, oh, we got Awesome Richards, though, so don't worry about it. So we're going to be A-okay. And then at a time when you need to use that depth, it's like, now we got somebody else.
Yeah, and then, he has 2 penalties in the game on Saturday that just actually crippled some drives that looked like you could get something good out of Phil Marfa, if you please. So that was tough to see because you're expecting him to be grown up now and he wasn't. Here's two names that keep popping up that I'm curious. I want to continue to watch the growth of them. Damone Clark, Kevin, is getting so much love out at practice right now. They're talking about this dude. He is all over the field, and we've seen it before. He got lost last year in Zimmer's defense. I don't know if he was undersized or if if there was Zimmer just didn't like him because he saw him eat something weird. I have no clue what it was, but he has been doing what we saw him do a couple years ago, and that was be impressive. You were really high on him his rookie season too before he even popped, and then all of a sudden there he was. And the continued growth of Jack Sanborn. So those linebacker spots for me, I think the linebacker position last year was so light, so ineffective, and it's a.
You mean light in terms of number or in terms of the actual physical bodies of the linebacker?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought. I mean, Eric Kendricks was good, but I felt still undersized at the spot in certain areas. And the addition of Kenneth Murray, I think, gives you the size and power that you're looking for what they want to do with this defense. But the Jack Sanborn, the Damone Clark, I want to see what these guys are continuing to grow into in this defense now.
From the 903, I'm going to read this text and I'm going to point out, I do not think this is exclusive to the Cowboys. We just notice it more because I care way more about the Cowboys than, like the Broncos or whoever, and like breaking down how their depth chart looks. Mozzie is going to get cut. Toya will be on this team because he's played way better than Mozzie. I wish it was as simple as the Cowboys construct their roster based on the best players. Maybe Brian Schottenheimer, because he's talked a lot about that, especially with Holden elevating up on the depth chart. I just don't think, the way I've seen the Cowboys operate over the years, that they're willing to admit what a that's too harsh. That maybe they made
travesty.
Yes, that they made a bad pick when it comes to one of these top picks. And so I'm not disagreeing with you from a skill perspective. I just do not see a world in which the Cowboys release Mozzie Smith before the season starts. Look, if it happens, I'll be like, ooh, maybe things really have changed in terms of the meritocracy, but I just don't see it.
I'm right there with you. They don't tend to do that, and anytime you bring it up with Mickey, the first thing he says, that's probably not happening. Yeah. But after this season, that's a possibility. And yes, our good friend Robert Belt has made his way up to Taco Bueno here at 7940 North Central Expressway, and I'm glad that he's feeling better because that dude right there brings a lot of joy to a lot of Tolo's souls.
I have a theory that Bobby is going to crush and hurt my feelings, I'm sure.
That's what I do.
I don't think Bobby actually does feel all the way better. I just think he missed seeing me in person, and yesterday was his only shot to see me in person for a long time, and maybe you're not 100%, but you're like, damn it, I need to be there for the Tolos and to see Kevin.
Yeah, that was like the biggest thing for me, I think, is that like it was just about how do I get near Hagee? How do I get near, Corey before his 10 o'clock appointment tonight? That was like the big thing.
You don't want to be near me after.
No. The pheromones will be too strong.
The honesty will be too much.
It's so much honesty.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think all partners know that's the best time to ask for something? Like right after?
Ooh. Ask who?
Like
ask the husband?
Their significant other.
Ask the significant. I don't know that it is the best time to ask.
No,
everybody.
No, you think
it may
you
not
got
be.
what you're done. You think you got what you wanted, and you're like,
yeah, like it's probably the best time to ask like the guy. It may not be the best time to ask because the guy's gonna be like, all right, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Like,
we'll that's what he's saying.
I mean, honestly, just before or just after.
Yeah, with her, the best time to ask. Or just don't ask. That's probably my advice.
You got to inception it. You can't ask even. You got to just make her think it's her idea.
Yeah, that's the exact way you do it. Yeah,
okay, PJ Washington. I actually missed that drop quite a bit, so I appreciate that. All right, Bobby, are you here to see us for real, or are you just here to get great deals on tacos?
I mean, all of that. I'm here to get great deals on tacos. I'm here to see you guys. I'm here to tell everybody here in person. I'm here to spread the message of how awful Scott Braun is from Foul Territory.
Oh, man.
Today.
Man, I heard some of that. I heard some of what y'all said about that on Wednesday, and then when it picked up again yesterday, I was like, oh, man, this has got to be killing Bobby.
Oh, no. I made up for it at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
so
good.
He got his whole he got both barrels at 9. So
to go along with what we were talking about, are there any particular player or players that, I don't know if need is too strong of a word, but it would be really good for them, whether it's position-wise or making the team-wise, to have a strong showing on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously you got some guys like Zion Childress at corner and Trayshawn Holden at receiver who, if they can continue to perform, that's only going to strengthen their shot on the roster. Where you've got positions where do you carry 10 or do you carry 9 or do different things like that, like offensive line or defensive line. Like, the guys on the back end, it would help if they could solidify themselves. Now, if you're just talking about getting themselves in rhythm and getting themselves ready to go for the season, I do think it's important for Booker to be out there. Okay. I do think it's important for Azaraku to be out there and getting the reps that he's been getting. Because, Azaraku looked a little behind in the first preseason game with his pass rush. And so he looked good in the practice.
You could see the potential with him, but you were like, okay.
You need time on task.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly.
Yeah, the him being out there I think is important. I don't know. I get it. You want Milton to take as many reps as possible because of how raw he is. I don't know that I love the idea of just like he's the only one who plays because that's committing to he's going to be the one that plays definitely if Dak goes down. And I don't know that that's.
I don't know that that's true. With this, I feel like we keep hearing the Will Grier thing. I honestly don't think Will Grier is the backup quarterback either that we need if something was to happen to Dak. But I think the idea is just to get him those reps.
He needs more of them than anybody else.
To also know that by the end of these next 2 games, we got to do something else. That's where I feel right now.
And I know I know Shoddy wouldn't say it like this because that would just not make any professional sense. But don't you get the sense that what he would really say if he had the true serum was, oh my God, yes, of course we want Joe Milton to go win the backup spot. That's the reason why we traded him. We don't want to carry 3 quarterbacks. Yeah. Go out there and do it so we can say thank you for your service, Will Grier. Hit the practice squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what they would like. And I mean, like, gosh, he described it yesterday as like Will's off to the side with a cigarette in his hand. I think that pretty much says who they want to win the backup job. But they're just not saying it that directly. But yeah, look, it'd be Joe Milton has all the tools in the world, all the traits in the world. It's just he's got to put it together. And the only way he's going to put it together is with that time on task. Because right now, I compared it the other day to like Frogger. Like, when you're playing Frogger.
The game?
And and you got to like kind of, like, you can't just like barrel through there and try to get to the end. You got to kind of like pace yourself and move around and do different things. Joe Milton is just trying to like hold down the joystick or the forward arrow and just like blast all the way through there, and it's happening too fast for him. He's just panicking. He doesn't realize, like, all right, there's some cars coming, but you can stop here for a sec, just move aside a little, all right, be a little patient in the pocket. That's what you can do.
Take your time, buddy. It's going to work out.
Well, Bobby, it's up to you. We're going to do Forgiveness Friday next.
Okay.
If you want to jump on. I'm sure there's people besides just Braun that have run afoul.
I would. I have to leave.
Oh, it's okay.
I was just popping in because I want to say hi to you guys, but I will say right now, Forgiveness Friday, don't anybody give it to Scott Braun.
Okay, fair enough. Coming up next, the Nuggets, probably the Rangers, Udonis Haslem, David Justice.
Huh?
Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next. Live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas, right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, so Rachel, is that your name? No, I think it's your name. Right, I just think this is your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Dallas off of 7940 North Central Expressway. Or I guess not off of, that's the actual address. Off of North Central Expressway towards Caruth Haven. If you want to come and see us, that would be fantastic. $6 party box. We've got the Echo Pops to give away. You got to sign up for your opportunity to win. But right now, we were going to do one segment. Mickey Spagnola said, I'm going to go now, damn it.
Okay.
Because that's how he talks to us.
Yeah, that is how Mickey tells us things.
How the heck are you today, man?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. Mickey, of course, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, I was hoping you could jump in on the last conversation we were just having. I know the preseason games are just part of the process, but do you have a player, 2, 3, whatever, in mind that you think could really benefit from a good showing on Saturday, whether it's to solidify their roster spot, maybe move them up in the pecking order, whatever the case might be?
Aside from Joe Milton, because I think that one's obvious,
Right.
I think the cornerback position.
Yeah, that's what Alex said, yeah.
And I don't know, if they will play Bland or Elam, but no matter, when those other guys start playing, I got to see something from them. I got to see something from Booth, from Pride, can Zion Childress, add to what he did last week in the slot. I need to see those guys play. And, I think that position more than anything is unsettled, not knowing if Diggs will be back. I think Revel, he hadn't done anything yet, so I don't know what we can expect for them, even from him once he gets back. So, yeah, I need some of these defensive backs to step up and show that they can help up, especially at the cornerback position.
Mickey, can you kind of give me an idea, a better understanding of what we've seen from James Houston throughout this thing? Where does he fit into this picture?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think those guys on the line have been in and out, and I think they could use somebody else to step up. I think we forget that Solomon Thomas is still pretty darn good. Osa, he's Osa, and he's pretty good. Now, you need somewhat of a rotation in there to be able to help out. They can't. It's a tough position. You can't play 60 snaps a game. So, Mozzie, let's go. And, Perry and Winfrey, can you do anything for me? So they've got some guys that on that line that really need to step up.
So when you talk about Solomon Thomas, can I use a line that a lot of times you will tell us, why was he just kind of sitting there and available? Like, because
I know.
Yeah. So can you just walk me through that idea of like, why do you think he was just kind of sitting there available for pretty cheap?
Yeah, and that's a real good question. I'm not sure what happened. It was the Jets, right? He was with the Jets. Well, so was the defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton.
Oh.
And I'm sure he signed off on it, right?
Sure.
So I'm thinking that was the connection, and maybe he wanted to follow the defensive line coach that he had worked for I don't know how many years he was there, a year or two, something like that. So, those things happen. I'm trying to remember, it was the defensive tackle last year went to Seattle on a free agent contract.
Oh my gosh!
Not
I
Linville
cannot think of his name
Joseph.
right
I think it was Hank. Was it Hankins?
Hankins.
Yeah. And the Cowboys offered him the same thing that Seattle did, but he went to Seattle because he's going to go work for his former defensive line coach, Aiden Dirty.
Yeah.
So sometimes those things play into maybe decisions guys make. And I'm sure White Cotton, signed off on him. So I think that's maybe why he's here.
Yeah, I think the first time, Kevin, that I remember knowing guys are going to bring their guys was Parcells. When he got here,
He did like to bring his
Ferguson,
guys.
Anderson.
Yeah.
He just brought all Keyshawn. Y'all are all coming to play here in Dallas, and it made sense because those guys are like, I like him, and therefore I'll play for him. I know his system, and that does make a lot of sense. And also, you want guys that can preach your message, and so hopefully Solomon Thomas is doing that across that defensive front
and serve as a watchdog for the coach, right, in the locker room.
that is probably true.
No, I'm not saying that about Solomon, but I know Bill had his guys in the locker room that were watchdogs for sure.
Now, Mickey, I think the column came out on Wednesday. If it was yesterday, I apologize. DallasCowboys.com from Mickey Spagnola, which you probably figured out because that's who we're talking to right now. But one of the things I was fascinated by your column was you talked about, like, we do sit here at the end of Oxnard camp with several of the same issues and storylines that we started with, whether it's like, hey, how far along are the cornerbacks? Or, hey, how does the defensive line look? Hey, how come we haven't signed Micah yet? It does feel like we've gone through 4 weeks to sort of be in the same spot on a lot of these issues.
Yeah, because, with the cornerback thing, you would have been hoping that Trayvon Diggs was ready to play. Well, okay, what are we, 2.5 weeks away? And, he's working hard now. He's finally working with the Cowboys trainers, so they kind of have a better idea of where he's at and what he's doing. I see him sort of in the rehab process making steps. And even the last couple days, he was actually doing some ball drills with Harold Nash, the strength and conditioning coordinator, like rolling the ball and he's got to pick it up or throw it to him, things like that. So he's getting closer, but again, he hadn't been in pads, right? He hadn't been in pads since the last game he played last year before he ended up having the surgery. And that's going to take some time. So, and I know those guys, they don't like to rush things. Same thing with Micah, right? I don't know, when he signs, but he's going to need some time to get ready to actually play football. You don't just sign on Monday and go play on Thursday, right? So you got to be careful.
I don't disagree with you at all. I'm just really curious. Let's say that exact scenario plays out. Micah Parsons signs an extension on Monday. Everyone's happy. It's the best. Blah blah blah. Do you really think he will not play on Thursday?
Well,
I'm not
he's going to want to.
Sure, for sure.
I don't think they'd put him out there.
Wow.
You see what if he hasn't had Slater?
If he hadn't had a practice in pads.
Yeah, no, I understand the logic for sure. That's why I was not a sarcastic question. I was really curious if that will come to pass if they're like, sorry, dude, you missed too much time. We're going to save you for week 2.
Yeah, and he needs to consider that, right?
Yeah.
And if you read between, well, you don't even need to read between the lines what Jerry said the other day, right? When someone asked him if you have a deadline to sign him, and he goes, when you're under contract, you have no deadlines.
Right.
So, to me, that spoke volumes. And he about said it 3 times about, honoring a contract.
Yeah.
So, if you want your money early, sometimes you got to make a concession.
Yeah.
Because he is getting it early, right?
Sure.
He's under contract for $21 million. And I don't know, what if he's not ready to, what if he doesn't and he says, no, I'm not playing? I don't know that they've got a kind of reserve list in the NFL to place a guy like that on. Oh, here he has a hold-in reserve list. Right.
We should do that. We should ask the NFL to apply that for those situations, though. Go ahead and give us
since he's under contract, right, and if he's on the 53, he would get paid, even if he refused to play.
Ooh, I'll need to look into that because I thought we ran into that a few years ago with Le'Veon Bell, and I need to double check that. But that's
I don't think he got paid.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think he might have did not report or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's reported, so it's kind of, okay, because if they put him on something that he's not technically on the 53-man roster, then he's going to miss $1.2 million a game.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing, if we're answering questions though, there's still a lot of questions out there to be answered. The one thing that I feel like we're pretty confident in is that combination of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Yeah, absolutely.
That seems like the one thing that we really did learn about. Now we want to see more of it, obviously, but it's third preseason games before we see maybe Dak out there. I don't know. Joe Milton's going to get all the reps that he can.
I'll
right
hold
now.
my breath for that.
Yeah, Schottenheimer said yesterday when they finished the walkthrough that, that Milton would start and Greer would have a cigarette in his mouth.
Okay, there you go.
Meaning
that's the plan.
If he's got to go in, and he'll throw it on the ground, step on it, and run out there and play. Right? It's a crazy analogy.
I hope he doesn't have a cigarette.
That's the one he used.
I love it. I love that analogy.
It made me think of either a movie or a commercial, right, where you threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with your foot and went about your business.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see Booker and Thomas. I would see Thomas is going to have more than, I think he had 14 snaps in the last game, or one of the two had 10 and the other guy had 14. So you're going to see more of them. You're going to see more of TJ Bass at center, but out of necessity, because they kind of know what Brock Hoffman can do there. But when they ended up, putting Shepley, who had been working with the second team at center, on IR, and then they released him with an injury settlement, they needed some more help at center, especially in camp. So you may see him more taking snaps. I would have liked to see the whole offensive line out there. They didn't ask me, right? But I just think...
Wow.
If you put Booker out there with 4 backups, what does that prove?
Yeah.
Their mantra has been, 5 playing as 1. Well, okay, let's see all 5 of them out there. So I got a feeling we may not see that, but it would be nice. I think the wide receiver position is solved. One of the things he wanted to do is treat Kevontae Turpin more as a true wide receiver than a gimmick guy. And I think he proved that he can do that, at least in training camp, because he played, I think, awfully well, getting open down the field. And I don't mean just 9 routes. I mean running routes and getting open over the middle, whether it's out of the slot or outside. And I think between him and Mingo and Tolbert, those 3 guys probably rotate on that third spot, depending on what they're trying to accomplish with whatever play they're going to call. So I think that's how the third wide receiver spot's going to play out, and then we'll see if one of the young guys can force them to keep 6, or they'll probably try to end up on the practice squad. So we'll see how that turns out, and I think the games will have a lot to do with that. So. Things they wanted to accomplish, they're going to have to settle the running back position because Sanders just got back into practice this week. And, he's on basically a veteran minimum exception. I think everybody assumed, it was Javonte Williams, Sanders, and then probably Blue. Well, Blue's still not practicing, so I don't think he'll play on Saturday. And, Phil Moffa's got his hand in the air saying, hey, don't forget about me. So it'll be interesting to see, how many running, and, Hunter Lipke's going to make it, how many running backs they think they can keep, and then who do you think you can release and then re-sign to the practice squad without somebody claiming them on waivers?
I will have a full itinerary
Monday morning
on Monday for you, Mickey, complete with my overreactions from the game.
Yes,
Sound
sir.
good?
Well, and I was going to leave you with the fact that I was writing down guys that weren't practicing yesterday, and all it was a walkthrough, and my list got to 11. So it may be a dozen, but those guys probably not playing in the game.
There we go.
Okay, well, then you better come back with some positive news on Monday as well. Sound good?
That's a tall order, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, I give you 3 days.
You
got 3 days to figure this out.
I got faith.
I'm going to have to watch the scrimmage or the preseason game and then rewatch it, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, we'll catch up with you again on Monday, good
All right,
sir.
thanks for fitting me in.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do baseball nuggets, but we've also got a special guest from the CW33. Coming up next, Corey and our guests are going to try to explain to me why I cannot call him Daniel E. Steve.
Okay, all right.
They will explain it to me next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razorblade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. And right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. And we bring on a special guest who has informed me from the CW33. We all agree it's Daniel, but we do not agree that it's Steve. And I'm really disappointed.
He is very upset,
Daniel,
about this.
because I thought there's the capital E and then there's the S-T-E-V-E. And I get how you want to say it's Esteve, right?
Esteve. Esteve.
Esteve or Esteve?
Esteve.
Oh, son of a gun.
It's the accents you guys got to focus on.
And that's why I wanted to call him E-Steve.
E-Steve is fantastic, though.
It's a debate as old as time, so I don't blame you guys.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever... I'm just glad that you had a definitive idea of how to say your name, because we've talked to a couple people, and they're like, you can say it either way. And I'm like, well, it's your name, so if you could just tell us how you would prefer it to be said, we'll do that.
I've been working on it for a couple of years, so I've been workshopping it, you know? Especially in the TV biz.
Oh, that's right. E-Steve would be a hit for the seed.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed out on an opportunity, you guys.
I think we let the Tolos decide whenever he's on our show how we refer to him. That's the only way.
And there's going to be a lot of people who are like, Kevin, you're super white. I get it. That is fair. I am super white and have trouble with pronunciation sometimes. I accept that. All right, so one of the things I wanted to ask you and Corey as we get this started, I know both not their best start last go around. Do you still see Eovaldi and DeGrom as being legitimate candidates in the Cy Young running?
It's difficult to imagine that they aren't in that conversation. Of course, Eovaldi in particular, because my goodness, you talk about a surprise of the season. We knew he was going to be good, but as good as he's been, outshining who is Jacob DeGrom, the man, the myth, it's absolutely incredible. It's just unfortunately overshadowed by the fact that the team isn't performing very well, and a lot of the time some of these awards go into the team performance. It seeps in just a little bit. You see that with MVP debates in the NFL or NBA all the time.
Interestingly enough, it feels like MVP for baseball has been immune to that. NFL MVP for sure.
Yeah.
Baseball MVP, we've had some crap teams that have gotten MVP, but you make a good point. All right, Corey?
Yeah, I was a little afraid that this last outing from Eovaldi was going to kind of put a hole in everything because he got rocked for the first time.
Yep.
Like that, we've really seen him get hit like this. So I was a little concerned about that. Jacob DeGrom looked like he was probably going to need a couple of rest days, maybe a little IL stint, if you will, because he had a couple of moments where he was out of character. A little wild on some pitches that you were like, what's going on? And he was getting hit a little harder. So I think they've kind of fallen out of the race for it, Kevin. Scooble's kind of run away with it in my mind. And, honestly, Evan Grant
you're not wrong.
Evan Grant put it in his story the other day. If your name starts with SK, you pretty much are, and it's Skeens or Scooble. You're pretty much running away with this thing right now.
I think NL might be tightening up, but
think
I
so?
see his point. So I just want to bring this up. Corey, I know you'll support this, to show the disrespect that Nathan Eovaldi has gotten. Nathan Eovaldi just this week has cracked into MLB.com's top 10 starting pitchers. And
it's definitely the innings, right? Like the qualifying for the innings is the big deal.
So, but it's weird that he qualified now, or they put him in the top 10 after he got rocked. It even says previously not rated, now number 9, despite his worst outing of the season. And I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
So you didn't think he was top 10, but after his worst start, he's like, you know what? Now you're good now.
They needed to make sure he was human before actually putting him in, amongst the mortals, I guess. But I can't help but think how hilarious it would have been if he gets these postseason honors, right? If he goes off and continues to play how he's played or pitch how he's pitched, but he still wasn't an all-star. Just the contradiction in that would have been hilarious in and of itself.
That is super weird. I have always
still an
thought
all-star in our hearts, though.
This is the guy for you.
He knows exactly what
Corey
he's doing.
loves to talk about how we feel in our hearts.
Yeah, Kevin's I'm about my brain and spreadsheets and stuff, and I'm about emotion and feel.
Give me the heart.
So,
Give me the love.
yeah.
We need a bit more of that.
Yeah, that's what we need to see, Kevin.
You too?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Jeez.
I'm all about that.
How far are we from all holding hands in the Taco Bueno and just swaying back and forth?
Power of friendship.
Anytime, yeah.
Honestly, the Rangers could use the power of friendship right now.
If the Rangers don't make the playoffs, are you going to tell me it's about the friends they made along the way?
I think so. I think that's the key. I've been in the clubhouse. You know, I've seen it, less dominoes being played, less cards being played amongst the players. I need more.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Because we kind of, one of the things that I was looking at recently was Jock Peterson comes back. He's doing better. But then I looked at the Rangers as the second half before he got back. They were 6-1. Since he's been back, they're 5-11. I have no clue exactly how he's received in that clubhouse, but we saw his work ethic before the season, and we were kind of like, "What is happening right now?" And I'm kind of curious if you've seen anything like that in the clubhouse where you're just like, I got some questions about whether he is actually part of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I won't sit here and pretend that compared to some of the incredible writers that we have in the DFW area that specifically cover the team, I've been there a fraction of the time that they have, right?
Yeah.
But when I've been in the clubhouse, you tend to see how people operate. Like, to this day, I've never seen Corey Seager. The guy has these schedules down
his iPad and his hitting coach.
It's honestly one of the more impressive things I've ever seen. But Jock Peterson, he just seems to walk around.
Yeah.
Like, he'll go to the table. I've actually seen him play some cash games at the table, which is funny with a couple of his teammates. But he just, he seems to have good energy at the very least in and around the clubhouse. But it's such a different energy. It's kind of a goofy, funny energy. It's not, this.
It's not Marcus Simeon.
It's not, coming from St. Louis, for me in particular, it's not the Paul Goldschmidt who doesn't say two words and is just this powerful embodiment of a player that roams around. Jock Peterson seems to bring a completely different energy, but you'd hope to see his talent, his success translate to wins, and that just hasn't been the case.
Yeah, that'd be nice if we could get that, Kevin.
Just wins in general.
Lots of them in a row consecutively. On this road trip.
Preferably right now.
Starting with Toronto.
You can't win at home. You might as well win on the road. They showed that.
Okay, well, they haven't won on the road, so...
They did the last road trip at least.
I guess that is true. That is a weird dynamic. So how crucial, then, is this upcoming road trip? Because you've got Toronto, one of the best teams in Major League Baseball, and then you've got Kansas City, which is a team that essentially in the wild card is sitting like in the exact same spot that you are.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I'm the optimist till my undying days. As we've known, power of friendship. I mean, that's what we're all about here.
Gross.
But I think this is very much that time of the year where it's as close as you can get to make or break. And I think the frustration you saw from Boch in this last homestand.
And you could hear, we had him on yesterday, you could hear
You could hear, this is a man who's been there, done that. He is awesome to talk to. But when he starts to get frustrated, you know something is really getting to a boiling point. I think this final road trip, or this road trip upcoming, is going to be huge for the Texas Rangers long term.
I'm not entirely sure what your schedule looks like. Do you want to hang out for another segment?
I'll hang out with you guys as long as possible.
All right. I love it. Let's continue this conversation, and we will do Forgiveness Friday next right here, live from Taco Bueno on 105.3 The Fan.
shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got CW33's Daniel Esteve with us right here on 105.3 The Fan. The only reason I got it right is because I double-checked about, 45 seconds ago, and I was still putting the accent in the wrong place. So keep that in mind, because we're going to do Forgiveness Friday, and I'm going to make fun of somebody for getting somebody's last name wrong. So maybe that's a bit hypocritical of me. I will argue I missed an accent mark, whereas Udonis Haslam, who we'll get to in a minute, just missed all of it.
He said the wrong name completely, huh?
I will let you be the judge of if he said the wrong name.
Well, here's the thing, Kevin. You know my last name. It's spelled Magers. My entire life. It's been, our boss said Mahors. Whenever people would call my house growing up, it was, it's Mr. McGregor's there, and I'd be like, you don't know us, and hang up on them. So, yeah, that's exactly. I understand and you got called Hoagland for a few years.
That's true. The people in Germany were very sad that was not my last name. They were like, that would just fit in so much better. We're live at Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. And right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. Please forgive me. Now, Alec, I know you're familiar with this cut. Do you think it's fair to say when I said that Udonis Haslam missed on this last name significantly more than I missed on saying our last name?
Yeah, and it's really not even close. This is pretty bad.
Okay, good. So take it away. Here's the key, Corey.
Okay.
Zachary Risachet is what he's shooting for.
Is this one of those John Travolta, Idina Menzel moments?
I think it is.
Okay, all right.
So take it away. This is Udonis Haslam talking about the players to watch.
You got your young coin, Jalen Johnson, and Rosh Hashanah, however you say his name, excuse me, I'm sorry, Zachary Rishashi. You have all these pieces. Now, are you going to make Atlanta? Listen, I messed up his name. I'm sorry. Listen, don't be mad at it.
So
Hold on.
Ricochet.
This was TV, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm
And
glad we have a TV man with us right now. Because he knows about hearing things in your ear. He was given the right name immediately when he messed that up.
And he said Rosh Hashanah, and then he still didn't say it right. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where, like, maybe in your prep, you were like, ooh, I need to go get a phonetic translation for that, or I need to hear it, and then all of a sudden you realize when it's go time you forgot? Because that's definitely happened to me, too, and I was like, oh, crap, I forgot to look up the right way to say it.
I've had some great ones, and one of the ones that takes me back to my first broadcast in St. Louis at my last gig. Mind you, it was my first time covering hockey. And I'm a kid from South Texas, Brownsville, Texas, right on the border. Very heavy Hispanic community.
Okay,
Esteve, right?
Yeah.
Hispanic background. My first time calling Blues highlights, I got to call a highlight, great play by Mr. Ivan Barbashev. And my brilliance saw Ivan and said Ivan Barbashev. And the amount of grilling I got from the St. Louis community was top notch. And I think it's something that happens pretty often. In that case, I didn't hear anybody yelling in my ear. It was more just a nice laugh after the fact and a good learning lesson. But it happened all the time. Kasperi Kapanen was another one that I just could not say in a live shot 15 times.
You nailed it just now.
Yep, you learn real quick. So
yeah.
Hockey names were always a tough one for me. I think the baseball names were a bit easier with some of the Cardinals players, Rangers players as well.
Sure.
Kevin, the most difficult name though is
Manti-Te'o.
Ian. Manti-Te'o was difficult for me for years. But it's the decision of, is it Ian, Ian, or Jan? And then you gotta really know. That's the difficult one right there.
Would it be easier if there was a unified way of saying it? Because it's Ian Kinsler, Ian Eagle, and
Jan Mahimi.
Yes. Very good. And the spelling all looks the same, but they're like, no.
That was a deep cut right there. I'm impressed.
See, and that's why I had to be re-educated in Germany, because I said Tobias and Joshua, and they're like, no, that's wrong. It's Tobias and Joshua. And I was like, oh, for real? Somebody there was named, they would be called Mackenzie, and they said it so differently. It was like, I can't even.
Don't try. I don't want you to get in trouble.
Regionals are wild.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, for real?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So a lot of learning to do. So do you grant forgiveness to Udonis Haslem for being in a place where...
For having been there before, man.
Yeah.
I've been there many, many times. I do grant him forgiveness.
I really want you to just make up a similar word that you've known before, and you're like, Ian Kit Kat.
Yeah,
I just want you
yeah.
to make up a word that sounds somewhat similar to something
keep listening long enough, you'll get that out of me. Yeah, it'll happen.
Okay. Now,
Ian Kit Kat.
I mean, look, that's what he said. Zachary Rosh Hashanah.
Hey, at least I had the right first letter. He
was
close
so
there.
confident when he finally said another name, another version of it, and still got it completely
exactly.
wrong.
He did. Now, Corey, we have a guest.
Yes, Steve.
And no, it's not Daniel Steve. No matter how much I want it to be, he might have some forgiveness that he needs to throw out.
All right. Is it because he was working in St. Louis
for
a
yeah.
while?
Do you want to ask?
So we got to have
forgiveness
that
for
whole
Probably
conversation
should at some
here.
point.
Okay.
We've been working on that one. That one I'm not ready to get off my chest, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
All right. Okay. That's down the road.
I want a preemptive apology to the apology. Do you think your son deserves forgiveness because he's about to put you on blast? This is Daniel's dad, and his dad came to see him,
That's
and he's
awesome.
about to put him on blast, I think.
Well, hold on, because I'd love, and I don't want to ruin the mojo of the show, but I'd love to take it in a different direction because I would like to ask the general Dallas public for some forgiveness.
Okay.
And this dates back to 1984 at DKR Memorial Stadium, University of Texas. One Tomas Esteve, my beautiful father here, was kicking for the SMU Mustangs in a crucial Southwestern Conference matchup. And they lost that game 12-6, I believe, 13-7, if I'm correct, 13-7. And my beautiful father missed 2 field goals that day. Later had his car flipped. It was
my God!
It was not.
Holy cow!
It was not great. But
We're right
the amount
down
of
the
flack,
street from Ford.
Unfortunately, I found that video. And Al Michaels was on the call in that game and also threw some shade my dad's way. So I feel like it's time that with the success of SMU in recent history, right, the upward trajectory that program's on, it's time we forget about that 1984 season and the shortcomings of one Tomas Esteve, the kicker back in 1984. I would love to ask the general Dallas public for forgiveness on his behalf.
Was Lance McElhaney on that team at the time? No, that wasn't him. Wild man right there. He's a good dude.
Well, I still support you because you wanted to beat Texas. I have been a fan of a program that wants to beat Texas a lot, and it doesn't always work out.
I've been a fan of a program that has beaten Texas a lot, so I'm perfectly okay with that. But yeah, now the desire to want to defeat them, let's go ahead and get the forgiveness out of the way now.
Okay, good. Now,
so you don't flip his car over in the parking lot is what you're being told now?
You know, just let's
sore spot there. I get it.
It's a tough one. I think they had 2 losses on the year, and of course that game, set up who would win the Southwestern Conference that year, and UT ended up winning it. So SMU hasn't been thrilled ever since.
He's sitting right next to a UT fan.
I have so many questions now about the just kicking in general. We talk about that, the stresses of being a kicker and everything, and in that moment, I got so many questions.
So part of it, the reason I thought about it was because I found the clip on YouTube. You can find it now, and I sent it to him in a group chat, thinking, "Man, what a rough kick." Am I right, Dad? And my brother texted me on the side like, "Hey man, that's pretty cool."
That was a D move, yeah, absolutely.
And I'm thinking, hey, this is history. This is cool. Like, it's cool to see my dad out there. But sore subject, I guess.
Oh man, that is.
Has he forgiven you for sending it? Then
I did apologize last night on our way to get dinner when I picked him
only
up
to
in the
bring
airport.
it back up
so,
again.
Just to bring it back up.
Yeah,
so.
that's a good idea.
Well, he's here, so that says
we were doing
the
segment before I even got to you guys. So that's great. We were working on it.
Now, as long as we're doing blast from the past here,
okay.
Do you remember how 30 years ago, David Justice was married to Halle Berry?
Yes, I do. I was jealous.
So
I was 17, but still jealous.
He did an interview and said that one of the reasons he divorced Halle Berry was because she wasn't motherly enough.
Okay.
I don't know if I would be doing those interviews 30 years later. I'd be like, let's just all move on. So Halle Berry put out something, I believe it was on Twitter, maybe it was on Instagram, and it just said, phew, cooking, cleaning, and mothering. And so...
Was it a picture of her doing all those things?
It was...
Or skateboarding in a bikini?
Yeah, it was more kind of like that.
Valid question.
Picture.
I'm okay with those.
Yeah, it was more kind of like that sort of picture. But, do they need forgiveness for relitigating their divorce from 30 years ago?
If I remember correctly, that wasn't a friendly divorce. I don't think it was. It was one of those that was always kind of tough on hearing about some things that they had gone through. So
there were no motherly qualities.
Yeah, I guess not. What percentage of divorces do you think are hey, it didn't work out? See you around, and they shake hands. And
I think 5%, because it's tough to not emotionally be invested, and and just be like, you know what, I got to be realistic about this, and jealousy and all that aside, that's a very difficult thing to get over for a lot of people.
Follow-up question, since I'm of the journalistic mold, or at least I pretend to be, is how many of those begin by saying, hey, let's just this isn't working out, then later become this crazy debate back and forth on who gets what, how things operate.
I could see that. Even if there's no kids involved,
there's got to be a difference.
People like stuff and people like money.
Okay,
so.
Now that we're in this place, then how many of those relationships end up being crazy, wild divorces? Then they get back together and they just live with each other for a while, because obviously
this
they still have
one of your friends, right?
Hey, dude, yes, it absolutely. I've seen this happen before.
You know what I'm really fascinated by is the people who get married again.
Mm-hmm.
They were married, not just in general, but they were married to one another, and they get a divorce, and then they come back around and get married again. I want to talk more with some of those people and just be like, hey, what
happened?
What was the time difference? Yeah,
how did this person grow?
I saw COVID actually did that to a couple of relationships. And, of course, this is mindlessly scrolling on the internet, but I actually saw during COVID having to be with the person in the same place without all outside distractions rekindled a couple of relationships. Again, inversely, I'd love to know how many it did the opposite.
But that's like a reality show. That's not going to be your long-term real life. Then you get back to real life and you're like, ugh.
Oh, yeah, we forgot.
Now that I can see other people, thumbs down.
The 469, Kevin, you broke up with a girl because she didn't renew her registration. So
it was complicated, but yes, that was the final straw. I'd had enough. And, you're not an adult.
Yeah.
There's so much more love on this show than I expected coming into it. And you were trying to downplay the amount of love.
Yeah, well, I think that's their example of me downplaying love. So I was like, you didn't get your registration done? That's it. I'm out.
It.
All right. Do the Denver Nuggets, deserve forgiveness? Do they need to ask for forgiveness? They are now facing a lawsuit from their mascot, Rocky. Now, more specifically, it is Drake Solomon, the human, who's inside it. It's not the
Jimmy King.
Yes,
because he was not the masked
It's not
man.
Jimmy King.
We learned that,
but it is the person inside the suit, not the actual mascot himself. He's saying that he was fired and it was a violation of the disability protection laws. First of all, probably not a great look to fire your mascot. Second of all, if you get sued for violating disability protection laws,
man.
that's probably not a double good look. Do they? I know the courts will decide, but let's go ahead and decide for them. Do the Denver Nuggets deserve forgiveness?
I need to know. Oh, hip replacement. He had a hip replacement surgery in 24.
And so because of that,
he can't do his trampoline dunks.
And he had to deal with a lot of pain following his return to work. So he was having trouble bouncing back to work. And the Nuggets finally said, we couldn't depend on him to show up at work, so you're fired.
That's a tough place to be whenever you're like, you can't do the job exactly the way we want you to do it, and we kind of expect a little more. I think they do deserve forgiveness in this, but I also understand where he's coming from because he's like, look, I need that opportunity. So
was the hip injury because of his work with the team?
I believe it was.
Okay.
So there's no compensation package that he's getting on the way out the door?
Well,
because Rocky is one of the most athletic of the mascots, and I love to side with the costume character that can't speak. In fact, CW33 loves having mascots, I'm told, from Janie Anchado, one of our hosts, loves having mascots in the studio. Not sure how those interviews work out, but I tend to side
I interviewed
with the
a grill
mascots.
once, so it can be done.
We interviewed, the Huskies, the Connecticut Huskies.
Oh, yeah.
We got their mascot once, and we were like, can we do a video with you? And he said, I have to do it with my head on. So he was like, I can't do it. I can't even do audio without my mask on.
That is
and
amazing.
I just loved it. I thought it was cool.
That's a whole different subculture there. So yeah, I want to side with that, but in this case, it's difficult to go away from somebody who can't do the physical feats that you need to accomplish that task.
And then from the 214, I remarried my wife after my divorce. You can call me anytime to talk about it. All right, I definitely am going to jot down that person's number because I want to hear more about it. Now, Daniel, for people who want to hear more from you, where can they find you? When can they watch you?
So we're super excited. We're bringing sports back to CW33. It's been a minute, as I'm told by colleagues in the industry. Unfortunately, I've been surrounded by a lot of great ones, both in and out of the station. So it's a step-by-step process. Of course, Friday Night Baseball, CW33 with the Texas Rangers is massive. We've got one more pregame special coming up. I believe it's September 5th, ahead of the Astro series. That Friday, we'll have our final show, and I think we'll have some familiar voices on that show in particular. And then I also want to point out September 3rd, we're going to be really bringing sports back. Still plenty of information to come out on that. We'll be putting out some info related to the actual name of the show, some of the product we're going to be doing and where you can find it. But the easiest thing to do is go across our socials, Daniel J. Esteva for me, and then CW33 for all our socials. You'll see content both from Lifestyle. We have a new auto show, and of course, plenty of sports to come as well.
Well, Daniel, we appreciate it very, very much. Daniel Esteve from CW33.
Nailed that last name.
Boom!
Look at you.
Coming up next, the man who always nails his segment. It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I hate that Howie Roseman is this cool. Next on The Fan.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. We'll be here doing the show. Hopefully you know the time by now, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And probably in about 20 minutes, I do believe, we're going to have one Christy Scales on the show live from Taco Bueno. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Twitch and YouTube, you can get involved as well. We're going to do that, and we're going to hear from Howie Roseman, the GM of the Philadelphia Eagles, and I hate that he is this cool. I really do hate it.
Some people booed you.
I did hear it, but there's a podcast clip from Bussin' with the Boys. He actually talked about the draft night A.J. Brown trade. He explained the entire thing and how it went down. It's actually a pretty wild story about how little people actually knew what was going on in his own building in the middle of the draft. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, we're going to go to the National Day calendar as we usually do for the question of the day. And I know Kevin's going to be really excited. Tomorrow is National Tell a Joke Day, but that is tomorrow. So you don't get to celebrate that today. You can celebrate it all you want tomorrow.
What if a Tolo gave me a joke?
I suppose you guys are at literally my favorite place on earth, Taco Bueno. So I feel like if people show up and give you a joke, I can't really deny it.
I'm trying to have a party box brought to you, by the way, Alec. That's the plan. So I'm trying to send some food your way, buddy.
Shed a tear, if we're being honest.
And if you can just put $6 plus tax in an envelope and send it back to us, that would be phenomenal. It's a heck of a deal. Do you know what the German word is for constipation?
Don't think I do.
Far from pooping.
All right, guys, it is
Also, did I tell you I walked into a restaurant while I was in Germany and they were all out of food, and I was like, oh, holy schnitzel.
Oh, my gosh, dude. What is happening right now? Alec,
you know what's happening, and I'm going to take control. The beautiful
thing,
The beautiful thing about the remote broadcasts is you guys are all on one line, so I can just hit this red button and I can stop the jokes real fast and just go overnight radio mode here.
Oh, I like it.
In the
This
midday.
idea.
Yeah, I've had to do it unplanned a couple of times in the past. I'll do it on my own for sure. But it is National Airborne Day. Airborne Day.
Like that movie?
Air Bud, maybe?
No. There is a movie, Corey. I know you know this movie.
Yes. It's. Did he just call you a piece of women's undergarments? Yeah, it's Airborne with Jack Black and Seth Green.
Yeah,
and it's a skater movie. It's like a rollerblades that just kind of popped off.
I have seen this. Yes, now that I see the cover of it, I have seen this.
I love that movie. Dude.
It's not great, but I like it when specific skill like that movie and Rad allow people to integrate themselves into the good graces of the town.
I do too.
Jeez, what a pull. Good job. But it didn't get me thinking about mediocre movies. It did get me thinking about things I won't do in life. That's like skydiving is a big bucket list item for people. That's one thing I will never do. I don't care if it's all inclusive and somebody pays for it and all that. If I get a hookup for it, I'm not doing that. I'm not jumping out of an airplane. I'm sorry. I know that technology has advanced very far and it's probably very, very safe at this point. I'm not doing it. I don't care. I feel like Nick Saban in this situation. I'm not going to, so quit asking. So what is that one proverbial bucket list thing that you will just never do? 877-881-1053.
So you hit it perfectly, Alec, and I'm going to add one more and see if you want to do this one.
Okay.
Because I don't want to skydive, but I also don't want to bungee jump.
Ooh.
How do you feel about bungee jumping?
It's weird. I feel kind of hypocritical because bungee jumping, I think I could be convinced. I'm not going to seek it out, but I feel like I could be convinced. Yeah. Skydiving, I'm not getting convinced. I'm not getting on that plane. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, you got to go through a whole class too.
Exactly.
You know, and
it's a lot of work.
That's time out of my life. You know, like that's gonna be difficult.
I don't have time.
I've never wanted to skydive for a couple of different reasons. I have a real specific reason. I guess my father told me, and this has actually turned out to be true. Not one of those that like your dad's telling you just to scare you, or your mom's telling you just to scare you. One of his friends went skydiving, landed in a body of water. The parachute filled up with water and pulled him down underwater.
No.
And he was unable. So that was like, for me, that was always kind of a, oh my gosh.
That's so sad.
I don't want a bungee jump. Like, that's just not in my, I don't like roller coasters. Like, I'm not one of those people either. So those are all things. But the bucket list thing that I just don't think I can get myself to do is drink snake venom. Like if I was to go,
snake
you
venom?
ever seen this? Whenever these guys are like chugging, knocking down shots of snake venom, and you're like, "What are you doing right now?" And they're like, "It's crazy," and that's just not something I think I would be into.
No, I do not.
I'll tell you what I do though is you want to get some beef roll-ups from Taco Bueno.
Dude.
That's what I'm into, man. I love these things, Kevin. This is perfect for you. Tortilla, beef, cheese. That's it.
That's it.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah,
and it's grilled, so you get a little bit of the grill marks. Yes, it's amazing. I was telling Corey that my mom would always surprise me, like on Fridays growing up. She would run to Taco Bueno and put those roll-ups in my lunchbox Thursday night. So on Friday, I would open up my lunchbox in like third grade or whatever and see one of those, and I would be like, yes, best day of my life every Friday. That's one of my favorite things on the menu. 877-881-1053, the bucket list items that you just refuse to do in life, because mine is skydiving for National Airborne Day. From the 214, skydiving is exhilarating. Didn't think I would do it, but ended up doing it, and it was awesome. And yes, I've heard that story plenty of times where, people are like, no, I'm not going to do it. They do it, and they're like, oh my God, I want to do it a million times over. No, I'm still not doing that. From the 903, hot air balloon. Yes,
dude,
that's another one.
That's weird because I kind of really do want to do a hot air balloon, and like I kind of want to. I hate heights, I really do.
And you want to do that?
But there's something that seems so peaceful about it, but it also is terrifying. Like it feels like I'm just like, what's keeping me up there? Heat? That's scary, you know?
I guess I don't understand the concept of the hot air balloon ride for fun. Like if you're announcing something or you're going to propose, I get it. But people are just like, let's just go up in a hot air balloon.
Fly across the sunset.
Yeah, in a little basket. I just don't know if I get that.
There's no like, it doesn't feel like there's any true steering, right? Like you
yeah, because you're in a balloon.
It just kind of goes where the wind tells you to.
A balloon obeys its own laws.
I like this from the 337. Any bucket list item that you have to take a class for, just too much time to think.
Yeah, it's too much.
I like that. Like that's my kind of person right there. Because if I need a full like certification or education to do said activity, what's the point? Like,
is it just because the time?
Then I think like the more time I have to think about how crazy the activity is, I'm gonna regret it more and more. You know, like if I'm gonna commit to doing something stupid, I need to do it right then. I need to just go for it. If I have time to contemplate, then I'm going to get nervous, the butterflies start kicking in, and I'm not doing it. From the 214, squirrel suit jumping, even though it looks incredible, it looks incredible. Like visually, it's awesome. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Because again, a lot of work.
I don't know if people consider this. I don't want my obituary to say like he died in a squirrel suit or something like that. They're gonna be like, here's video from his GoPro. Oh, he missed.
Yeah, he died doing what he loves.
Story. I feel like I have to now. I just told it to our friend Kyle Frazier just a moment ago. when I was at a Stars game, my kid came over to me and he goes, "Hey, Dad, do you want to see my friend's nuts?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, what did you just say?"
We might have to dump.
And I turned around and there was a kid in a squirrel suit and it actually had acorns on it. And I was like, oh my gosh. But that's the moment, Kevin, that I realized I raised the right kid. You know, I did a pretty good job with this one because he was like, I'm playing a prank on Dad. And it was, so he was wearing, it was a different kind of squirrel suit, Kevin. But yeah, definitely flying around on that would be fun.
How much could you have rocked your son's world if you're like, yep?
No, man, I don't know. He's one of those. He's kind of like me. He doesn't get shaken too much.
Oh, that's somebody terrifying. Said skinny dipping. They wouldn't want to do that.
What? Huh. Why not?
Yeah, Corey's very much intrigued by that. Yeah.
If I get home and nobody's at the house, that's the way it needs to be done. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, you got those privacy fences, man. You are just.
What's the
free
point
to
of wearing
whatever.
a suit?
All right, I have a follow-up question, and I know I'm going to regret.
Oh no.
Every situation of skinny dipping ever, do you think you're going to hook up with somebody?
Not if I'm by myself.
Why
like
are you skinny dipping by yourself?
Why do I? Because I like vitamin D. Yeah, vitamin D is important.
Did you say
and freedom? Yeah, freedom, dude. That is exactly, Kevin. That is exactly why I fished like that once. Because I was standing there and I was looking and I was like, "There's nobody at least 20 miles that way, 20 miles that way, 20." And I was like, "Might as well. Why not? It's America." So I enjoyed all of America in all of its glory.
So if you're in another country, you might not have had that opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have had that freedom.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
This might
Somebody
be
said run with the Bulls.
Yeah, and I like how they worded it from the 210, run with the Bulls, F that, Bull big solid, me small squishy. That's exactly
True.
how they wrote it. I like that.
This might make me a bad person. I could see watching Running with the Bulls and seeing someone get clipped and being like, yeah, good job, Bull.
You're rooting for the Bulls?
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you?
The answer's not no.
This morning, because I needed a little extra motivation, Bulls on Parade was definitely on.
That's
Is that
damn
if
good
you
song.
were there? Because Kevin likes to pull up his phone and play music that goes with the moment. Like you went on didn't you go on a ship recently and you played?
Yes, we were on the top of an aircraft carrier, and I played the intro song from Top Gun, and this one guy walked by me, and he just nodded his head, and it just felt right.
Man.
Like, Jess thought I was an idiot, but that guy was like, respect.
He gets it, yeah. And so I feel like if you went to go see Running with the Bulls, that's the first thing you do is be like, Bulls on Parade.
That's just going to make them matter.
Probably.
They know that song.
But again, that's for the people that have to deal with the
That's
Bulls,
true.
not you.
I hope they get gored.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Rhino.
Wow. That got dark.
We're going to go to the Bussin' with the Boys. We're going to go to the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Howie Roseman, the GM of the Philadelphia Eagles. Gross, I know. But it's really cool to hear the story of one of the most surprising trades in recent memory. A.J. Brown on draft night to the Philadelphia Eagles. He details how it went down.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, John Robinson, heck of GM, you know, I understood where he was and financially what he was trying to do and really trying to figure out a way to make a win-win situation because we had a quarterback at the time on a rookie deal. The interesting thing was that we had the trade done, the terms agreed to in the morning. We had to get a contract done with him. And at the time, we started with 3 first-round picks in that draft. We traded one for a future pick with New Orleans. We still had 2. And basically, I said, John, like, if we can't get a contract done, like, we can't do this trade. Like, we can't trade you a 1 and a 3 for 1 year of a player. You know, we got to get a contract done first. And so we trade up and we get Jordan Davis. Our contract's still not done. And John's like, well, what are we doing? You know, what's going on here? And so after we picked Jordan 12th, I think the pick we ended up trading was 18th. Between 12 and 18, I'm trying to finish the contract. And so nobody knew except a couple of people that we were even doing it because I said, imagine this falls apart. Like, I'm going to be the GM who can't get a deal done with AJ. And so at that point, when we finished it was about pick 14 and the deal was done. And I turned to Jeffrey and Nick and I said, we're going to surprise our room when we're on the clock. They don't know anything about it. And so when we get ready to pick, I'm just going to say, hey guys, you know, we're picking AJ Brown. And they're all going to look at me like, what the f- is going on? But they're going to be excited. And so it was really fun. It was great energy. It was really like, I can't even get to 5. I can't even on the amount of people who knew in our building because of the contract.
So my computer decided to act up at the end there. But he said he couldn't even count to 5 people inside the building that actually knew that he was working on that trade because, again, they needed to get a contract done with him. So he was like, I'm keeping this on the hush. And his entire war room, except for 2 people, did not know that he was working on that trade the entire time. So he surprised his own team with the move, which I just think is awesome that you can surprise your entire staff and say, hey, yeah, you guys did all this hard work scouting and stuff.
Just like Nico, you know?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fortune favors the bold, baby.
Yep, that's true.
As I've been told.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys sideline reporter and the woman who knows all of the inside info, Christy Scales, next right here on The Fan.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jill. My name's Jill. Right, but I just mean like this is your, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What were it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Taco Bueno for the Friday Football Feast, 7940 North Central Expressway. We'll be here until 2 o'clock. That party box for $6 will be happening all day today. You can mix and match with the party quesadilla, grilled roll-up beef or chicken, party taco, party burrito. 4 of those, that's happening for $6. We've also got some Echo Pops to be given away. And most importantly right now, we have Christy Scales live and in person. How are you?
I'm doing well, especially after I get my grilled roll-ups.
See?
I love Taco Bueno.
Are you more of a beef or chicken?
Beef.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know I should do more chicken because it's like healthier, I guess. I don't know.
Combo it up. Get all of them.
But see, they're local, right? So we love our sponsors that are local. I think they're based out of Farmers Branch, their headquarters, actually.
I believe so.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm learning stuff all the
There
time.
we go.
You
That's because
look like
Christy
you
teaches
might.
us.
That's true. You look like you might be nervous if you didn't have your notebook with you.
Well, I brought it just in case you guys throw a curveball that's like, you know.
If we go really
I know
deep
you've
on the
already
depth
talked
chart.
with Mickey today, and so now, you know, you're ready to dig deep on Cowboys.
Yeah, we
and
are.
so that's the great thing about being the sideline reporter on the radio is you can carry your little notebook, or you don't have to brush
That's
your
not
hair
little,
or wear a
Chrissy.
lot of makeup
That
or
is a
something. You know, nobody can see.
gigantic
No, it's a
notebook.
little.
As
It's almost season ready.
You have something
it's
that
almost
says
season ready.
decibel levels? Is that for all
Yeah,
of
it's
the
for
stadiums?
decibel
Oh,
levels.
my God.
Well, no, this is just regular decibel levels, but so when we're in Seattle, I've used this at games in Seattle and in Kansas City, so they'll put up the thing for the crowd, and it'll be like, like to pump up the crowd, and they'll have the decibel meter, and so let's say that it hits 120. Well, I can turn to my little notebook here and say, 120, that's the equivalent of an ambulance siren or a shotgun, or if it'll get up to 130, and that would be really unusual, but that's the equivalent of an air raid siren.
There we go.
So, on the radio, you have to describe things, right? Because
Yeah.
you can't show the meter. You have to talk about it.
Well, here's the scary
yeah.
part. If it gets to 121, her notebook says you should only experience that for 7 seconds in an 8-hour time period.
Okay.
or else
Exactly.
you would
All right.
risk hearing loss.
So, maybe some of the little ear sound stoppers. I know I'm
Earplugs.
Yeah,
He's
Yeah.
got it. He's
Yeah.
got it.
But if you're so the loudest on record, Seattle and Kansas City have battled back and forth for
Okay.
Guinness World Record for the loudest crowd. But right now, Lumen Field in Seattle holds the record of 137.6. But there was a thing where Marshawn Lynch had that
Yeah,
beast run
yeah.
in the playoff
The
game,
Beastquake.
and it caused the earthquake.
Yeah.
there. So yeah.
That's so cool.
So, but also, so there's always little things that may come up in a game, and I may not use 99.9% of the information in this notebook we won't use.
Right.
But
Yeah.
there may be something that comes up,
You never know.
and you can turn to it. So Little cliff notes.
A little bit, Corey. Do you think it looks like some of these notes are potential ransom notes? There's a couple in there that look like
just because I cut out the letters from the magazines.
Your son show up to the Star at 2 p.m.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case.
How many? I know we've talked about this quite a bit. The appeal of preseason football and seeing the depth for your team and everything. How many more years do you think we have left of the 3 games of preseason football? Because it feels like it's a 20-game package. Jerry said that a million times, and we're getting closer
maybe 3
towards,
seasons.
Yeah,
2 or 3 seasons.
Okay.
It's going to be an 18-game schedule,
and then it's just 2.
And it shouldn't be. I am so against that. 18 regular season games, horrible idea. You can't get these guys through a 16-game regular season schedule health-wise. I'm thinking from the perspective of sideline reporter, where 90% of what I do is injury-related, right? Or you see during the week what these guys go through to try and get ready. And by the way, what a tough schedule the Cowboys have this year. I mean, this is the worst schedule I can remember in a long time. And I don't mean the gauntlet of the tough teams at the end of the season, but which is bad enough. But these Thursday night games, give me a break. So don't talk about player safety. And
That's true.
and then do a schedule like this.
And the
Kansas
flex
City,
on some of these games now.
Yeah, horrible. So, I am against the 18-game regular season just from a health standpoint, but there's too much money.
Yeah.
And as they negotiate the new broadcasting contracts, that's what it's going to be. So, and the players, I think what the players should do, certainly the revenue will increase, so the salary cap will increase. The player share of the pie will, the share will be the same, but the pie will be bigger.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what they really need to go for is not only the guaranteed salaries, but the expanded rosters. So if you expanded the roster from 53 to maybe 56 or 58, and that's not a small, little blip for the owners. I mean, there's a lot that goes to that because it's not just a base salary.
But if you introduce a second bye that I think naturally expands the TV contract and ups the money, that feels like a decent way to offset some of that.
Well, and that would help with expanding to Europe and Australia and all these other games that they want to do internationally. That would certainly help scheduling with that. But it would also put the Super Bowl into the MLK weekend, right? Which is what they want.
Yeah.
Is the holiday weekend. So
so they can have
make it like a real
interesting,
an actual,
because the Super Bowl is like an unofficial national holiday, right?
Yeah,
and so and so many people
want Monday off.
Yeah, they take it off anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Since you were just talking about international, that part makes a lot of sense to me. Just when you end the season, the mechanics of getting there, I'm with you, don't make a lot of sense. What do you think about the idea that the NFL's goal is to have 16 international games per season? That way, every single team will be in an international game one way or another.
Oh, it's happening. It's going to happen. I have no doubt about that. There's going to be a game in Australia next year, and fingers are crossed that it's going to be the Cowboys. I'm really, really hoping that it is.
Hey,
Can't believe
you
we
get them
haven't
to
done
send
Brazil
us
yet.
too? Yeah.
See that? Wouldn't that be great?
Out of
We
all the
get sponsors, and you guys do a whole week from there. And that's what's fun about the international games is you generally go 2 or 3 days ahead of time. And when they were preseason games, we would go like 4 days ahead of time. So I've done games in Japan. Did a regular season game in London, but 2 other preseason games there. Monterrey, Mexico, a couple in Mexico City, Toronto. That was before the Bills, did some of their games there. So that was a lot of fun. I mean, I couldn't tell you what happened in the games, but I do remember having a great time at the baseball game.
That's
the
not helping
Yomiuri
our case to
Giants.
go out there. I don't remember what happened.
No. I just remember the hard-hitting talk radio that we had leading into the game. That's what I really remember.
That, and Kevin, think of all the content, the wallabies and the kangaroos and the koala bears. We're going to go find them all, and we're going to have fun.
What about Germany? Would you guys be up if we have one of the games in Germany? Because you just got back.
Yeah, I know.
You could be Hoagland.
That's right. And I could give my motivational speech again that I have. See, here, Corey, I just wanted to show you real quick.
Ich bin ein Berliner?
Yeah, no, okay, I'm not
okay.
JFK. This is the capital B that's not closed off.
Oh,
It's supposed to be, the first time I saw it, and they're like, it's not a B, and I panicked. And I was like, I don't know what letter that is. We don't have that in America. But I learned a lot about it. Yes, this was
This is very good.
This is my
Catch the
motivational
ball.
speech for the kids.
Fungden. Oh, no, that sounds bad.
Den Ball Schlagen.
Do not make a drop of that.
Yes, you definitely should. Now, is there anybody who stock most raised, maybe stock that fell the most in Oxnard? I know this is just part of the process. We still got the second game that we're going to move to Frisco. So it's not a done deal, but who have you seen that's maybe like risen and
Probably
fallen?
Zion Childress, who was, kind of I won't say afterthought, but an undrafted guy. Is it going to get the same kind of attention? Of course, he started his career at Texas State before finishing at Kentucky, but the fact that he was getting first-team snaps there in the slot as the nickel cornerback is really cool.
And
I mean, I think
Keemon
Hall is still, if you're stacking it up right now, but talking about who's going to get a lot of playing time and has a real chance in this second and third preseason game to continue. You got to manifest in the game what you've been showing on the practice field at training camp.
Yes.
So I think he has a guy like out of nowhere, so to speak, who's lost some, I would say. I mean, he's still going to be on the 53-man roster would be my prediction, but Awesome Richards got leapfrogged by Nate Thomas.
I'm so glad
as
you
the
said
backup
that.
left tackle.
Because it felt like last year, anytime there was any question about the offensive line, they're like, well, we got Awesome Richards ready
and
to go.
They love Awesome. They do. But this is a thing where the position flex could actually kind of hurt you a little bit because they were working Nate Thomas this offseason. Once in I guess it was May, they moved him to tackle full time, whereas Awesome is still splitting between, he can play guard and tackle. Now that's going to help with sticking on the 53-man roster because if you have 8 linemen active, which you do on game day, he can be one of those guys. I think this is the reason why TJ Bass is getting work as your backup center, right? I mean, they know that he's the reliable guard and stuff. But that's kind of unfair to Awesome to say that his stock has fallen because they still really like him. But, I mean, Nate Thomas has been working in place of Guyton.
On a team where you can see multiple positions where you're like, I'm really worried about some of the injuries, so I want depth there. Is it going to be tough for the Cowboys to have to carry 3 quarterbacks, or is that not the way you see it?
No, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that when Mickey was on with you guys earlier, he was, and I totally agree with this, is you come out of 26 days in Oxnard, and you still have Mickey said the same questions, at cornerback and offensive line, and I would argue that it's even worse because of the injuries at those 2 positions. So not only are there still question marks, they're bigger question marks because some of the guys have gone down to injury.
And that defensive line rotation that Eberflus is going to want, he's going to need a stockade of guys too. So he's going to have to. They're going to figure the numbers game's really going to be fine after this next one.
See, and you guys are spot on. And again, I know this is somebody who we know will be part of the team. But the time that Tyler Guyton is missing, not in terms of, he won't be ready for Philly, but in terms of he won't be there with the rest of the guys that are on the offensive line, like practicing and playing and everything like that, that feels so detrimental.
It does. And, there were, towards the end of last season, he was dressed and part of the 48, but DNP didn't play. Once Chuma Edoga came back from that toe injury, Guyton lost playing time and starts to Edoga. So, and of course, Edoga got injured in preseason, and he might have been your starter on the first game. I'm not sure about that.
No such concerns about Tyler Booker not being the real starter.
No, but I am excited that I love preseason. Well, I won't say I love preseason games, but I appreciate the preseason games just for not only the evaluation, but from the perspective of the radio broadcast, they're always great Rowdy stories, right?
Yeah.
And
except they're
real.
Can tell,
except they're real.
Right.
Yes. And I know we talked about this a little bit in Oxnard, but a guy like Tyler Neville, who ended up with 2 catches last week, and Fairweather actually had 3 catches, I think, to lead the team, or 4. And so, but this is a guy who, when he was 14 years old, had the syndrome, his chest collapsed. They had to put a steel wall in there beneath his ribs. He couldn't play football because he couldn't have any contact, Wow. And so it has overcome cancer. as a child, surgery because of deaf, hearing impaired.
Yeah.
So what does this young man overcome, not only to play college football, but to sign with an NFL team and make catches in preseason games? I mean, these are wonderful stories to tell. And the people who are listening to preseason games, especially in the second half, are the truest of true blue fans.
That's true.
And they care.
Yeah.
They care about who the backup or third string guys are. And this matters. A guy like Phil Maffa has to show that he can do coverage on teams if he is going to be on the 53-man roster, because I don't think Miles Sanders is going to play teams.
Yeah.
Are you going to send him down on punt coverage?
Yeah, that's his
Probably
leg
not.
up. That's if he gets that, that's his way
Exactly.
in.
So every one of these snaps, especially on special teams, because you can't control that. You don't get that many in the preseason games. So you could argue that every single snap could be do or die for some of these bubble guys.
Well, I appreciate you being here, but I know we're just stalling for you to eat. So we're pushing. She's
I'm
here.
getting this $6
It's
party.
lunchtime.
That's right.
Let's see. I got $20 cash, so that's 3
Oh,
party
my gosh.
boxes.
That's good, yeah.
3 party
That'll
boxes.
do
She's
you.
factored in the tax.
Yeah,
I like it.
and maybe a
Christy,
drink.
thank you very,
Yeah.
very much.
Thanks for having me on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Coming up next, we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, so Rachel, is that your name? No, let me know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your I'm not saying this is your
Fit page at 1053thefan.com to see where we're going to be this week. That's 1053thefan.com to see where we'll be this week.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 1053 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Audacy Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 1053 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry if people are upset we're off the clock because they're like, you need to be back. I'm ready at noon. You're right. And I apologize for that. Late Forgiveness Friday. I also apologize to Ralph from Germany for having bad attitude at one day. But we've just had people stop by.
That's clever.
Bobby Belt has been here. Christy Scales stopped by. We had CW30. Yeah,
Daniel
not
E-Steve.
E-Steve.
I mean, I don't know what he expects now. Like, that's how he's.
Every time I see him, I'm really like, Steve. That's how I'm going to save him on my phone.
Yeah.
And so we've just had a cavalcade of guests stop by. But let's get to some NFL overreaction or reality. Alec, I'm going to throw this to you first.
Oh, no.
Because we've made your job a nightmare probably for a good chunk of the day. NFL overreaction or reality. You wish your fantasy football commissioner would just pick a date for the draft already.
Yeah, in every league that I'm in, we have not discussed anything. Like, I'm so sick. We have not even brought it up. I probably have the power to do that. I'm not the commissioner in any league, but I should probably say something. So I think I'm going to do that today because I kind of want to know what my team's going to look like. It's a reality.
Kevin, overreaction for the simple reason that that my commissioner's already found the place. And for years, we were at Fox and the Hound in Richardson, and they closed down recently. And we were like, what are we going to do? And my friends over at Jake stepped up. They stepped up and said, hey, we'll host this thing. So we are going to be doing ours at Jake's. If you want to do a fantasy football draft, go check in with Jake's and see what they got to offer for you right there. So that's available. So he did that. That being said, they were bringing it up on the show the other day on the morning show.
Yeah.
And they were like, Corey basically is every other year interested in being in this league. So should we even keep him in the league? And I was like, oh man, that is a good point. Because I'll draft a team and then just be like, that's a good team. And then I'll leave it alone. And then I have like 8 wins. And I'm pretty happy with everything.
Okay. All right. I like how we're really helping people kind of plan their life along the way.
Eat at Taco Bueno.
Yes.
Do your fantasy drafts over at Jake's.
And go play pickleball at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, where the GBAG Nation will be doing their show today.
And then get your roof done with Kyle Frazier and Frazier Roofing.
Yes. Kyle
Frazier.
I'm going to be calling you. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Jackson Dart will start at least 3 games for the Giants this season.
Oh, reality. I'll say more.
Okay.
Jackson Dart has all the ability. I've been, and Kevin, I've been on him for a while now. He has all the ability. He understands this offense. He talked to Josh Allen about playing in a Dable offense and what he can learn from that. So that's another benefit for him. Yeah, dude, I think that Jackson Dart is ready for it. He might benefit a lot from watching and observing and being part of it, but that dude has the arm to do it, and I think he has the swagger to go along with it as well.
Alec?
Mr. Unlimited.
No, Russ, go away, go away. It's not your time. It's Jackson's time, and it's my time to talk, not yours. Yeah, I think that's a reality. I'm kind of with Corey just because I want to watch him. I don't want to watch him win games because he's in the division, but I want to watch him play. So I kind of hope he plays more than 3, and I'm kind of expecting that.
What would you set that number at? Sorry, Alec. What do you think is a realistic? Do you think he can play 5 games?
7.
I was thinking 5. I think 5 would be a comfortable number to where you could say, look, we're not in it this year. We want to see what you've got in real game action against real starters. I think 5 would kind of tell them everything they need to know going into next year.
Okay. All right. Now, this next one I'm interested to see how y'all fall on this. NFL overreaction or reality. Somehow, some way, you will eventually watch or listen to all of the Cowboys preseason game.
Well, this week.
Yes.
Because last week I did bail a little early on it, Kevin. I had to. It was just killing me. But yeah, somehow, some way I will. And it's probably gonna be Sunday.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be live.
Because tomorrow, from 5 to 8, I'm at the Derbyshire in Frisco for an FC Dallas watch party. So I'll be kind of, keep it up the best way I can, but I definitely will on Sunday be wrapping it all up, trying to figure out, what did we see from the players that we've been questioning.
So, Alec, before you answer, for all the people listening who said how much they love Christy Scales, of course, you can hear her on the Cowboys-Ravens broadcast with Brad and Babe tomorrow. Kickoff 6:07, pregame 3 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, Alec, overreaction or reality, somehow, some way, you will watch or listen to all of the Cowboys-Ravens preseason game.
Yeah, it's a reality, and, part of it is because of the job, and I want to stay informed and sound like I know what I'm talking about with some of these guys that are on the roster bubble, but I feel like even if I didn't do this, I probably still would, just because we talked about it a lot yesterday. I still have so many questions about this team. And this is the 1 year out of the Schottenheimer experience that I'm probably going to have this many questions. So I feel like you can get some of them answered in the preseason. Not many, but you can get some. So I feel like either way, I still would.
NFL overreaction or reality, though. There's a lot of projection involved with this one. Cam Ward will be named a Pro Bowler multiple times.
This year?
Man, that would be amazing. Man, I want to see a season.
Everybody's like, hold on. Travis Hunter was supposed to be the Pro Bowler on both sides of the ball, and now it's Cam Ward?
And, you're so good. We're giving you 2 spots in the Pro Bowl.
You're on each side. Actually, you're so good. You're on the NFC and the AFC.
And by the way, as a side note, I have not seen any official announcement for people who think Travis Hunter really is already getting divorced. I saw that.
Yeah, my buddy texted me yesterday. And he was like, "You
across
didn't know?"
social media. I don't
know either.
I do not know that to be factually accurate. So
Cam Ward, I think it's unfortunate he's on the Titans because they just bore me. Them and Indianapolis have always been boring.
Do you think that's reflected in how much attention he's gotten? Because Shedeur Sanders has gotten a crazy amount of attention. You would have thought Cam Ward was drafted in the middle of the 3rd round.
He's in the middle of Nashville, right? And
it ain't a bachelor party, so
exactly. Or bachelorette party.
Right, you're right.
But yeah, no, he's a good player, and I think he does things the right way. Now, I'm hearing things from afar, obviously, but everything I watched on film and the person that I hear he is, the kind of leader he's desiring to be, at least, are setting up very well. It's just a matter of if he can get the team to go along with him. Ultimately, that's going to be the biggest factor for him. But, yeah, I think he's got the talent to be able to do that. I also think Shedeur Sanders is going to be a Pro Bowler multiple times.
See, and I like that. I think we're just at the point where, it feels like the casual public is expecting that, where, there's no way you would think, if you just didn't know anything about this past draft, that you would think Cam Ward was the guy who went first and Shedeur Sanders was the guy who slipped.
Exactly.
There is no way. So, Alex,
and that Dylan Gabriel went before Shedeur.
Oh, my God, and is on the same team. There's no way people would know that if you weren't, into football. Alex, same question for you. I know I don't play the game anymore, but Cam Ward will be a multi-time Pro Bowler in his career.
I'll go reality. I like a lot of what Corey was saying because we know the player on the field. We've seen plenty of things that make you just scratch your head and say, how can a human do that? And that's really good for a number 1 overall pick. But at the same time, you kind of heard he's kind of just there, coming out of the draft. It was like he isn't really the vocal kind of guy that's really rallying the troops and not flashy or any of that. And then he steps in day 1. He's already winning over everybody's hearts in the press conferences and stuff, talking about, hey, I better step up and be a leader because I'm doing what I love. I get to wake up and play a game every day for fun and for a lot of money, and he's saying all the right things. I think they really got the right guy, and I think he has the right mindset to be a multi-time Pro Bowler.
Let me toss one more out for you guys. NFL overreaction or reality. Terry McLaurin and or Micah Parsons will miss the first game of the season.
Reality.
Okay. I admit I'm surprised by that because Kingsbury said, like, hey, Terry McLaurin, we're to the point where we need to get him out there. And I know how the Cowboys operate. And Mickey is right about padded practices and everything. Just in my mind, I have a hard time believing Micah signs on Monday and they don't play him.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. But, Kevin, here's where I go with that. And I know Mickey was talking whenever I said it.
And he's right.
Rashawn Slater, though.
Yeah.
Look, he signs his deal, and they say, all right, get back out there in practice, and his leg gives out because he's not ready for it. And Kevin, the reality, you've seen this with the Cowboys. They're like, hey, we don't care. We're gonna get you. We're gonna pace you into this thing. We saw it with Brandon Carr years ago.
Yeah,
and so it's gonna take that time, and he's just not physically ready for it. Now he's doing his work.
Sure, I don't question that.
That game shape versus just being around is two completely different things. But I mean, you got Debo. I think they feel comfortable rolling Debo out there. Luke McCaffrey. I think there are some options. I'm not sure about Michael Gallup and their deal there, but I think that they feel comfortable now. But they would love to have him there because they're aspiring for bigger things, and he would be a key part to that.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Terry McLaurin and or Micah Parsons will miss at least game 1.
This is so tough. I've fluctuated on both perspectives, if we're being honest. I'm going to say reality, and I think it ends up being McLaurin who misses week 1.
Yeah, I'm there too.
I'm starting to shift my perspective on the Micah thing, where I'm kind of with Kevin now, where I do think if they were to magically sign him week 1, I think he does play. I don't think he plays every snap, though. I think it'll be pretty similar to the Chris Jones situation in Kansas City, where they're going to say, hey, if you start running out of gas, take yourself out of the game. Like, we need you the rest of the stretch. So, if he gets a sack on Jalen Hurts week 1, I say it's a successful game, and they obviously got things done in time. So I do think that he plays. I don't think McLaurin does, because that seems like it's gotten pretty stale pretty quick.
Okay. Excellent insight from you fellas.
Kevin, there's something we forgot. Today's Shout Out Friday.
Oh, I know.
And somebody sent in a shout out that I want to get to in the next segment.
We should. Cool. We have done.
I'm so sorry.
It's
been a busy day, bro.
I'm going to blame jet lag. Mm-hmm. Does that count? Can you have jet lag from 4 days ago?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, it sticks around, man.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, I blame that. Coming up next, live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway here in Dallas. It's time for the Combo Platter Adulting Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what activity or thought do you have now that you didn't care about at all as a kid? 877-881-1053. We'll do that as part of the Expressway next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Audacy, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Tolos, we are back, baby.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
When shift happens, act fast. Choose Permapeer.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Swinging a drive down the left field line. If it's fair, this game is over. It's hooking. It is fair, and the Rangers win. Jake Berger with a walk-off hit. And Texas comes back and beats the Snakes 7-6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. And since he said beat the Snakes, I want to let you know there was a Diamondbacks team there in Germany. And I think you would love it because when they did their team chant, they finished up by going and lifting up their hand. It looked like a snake. It was awesome. Like, that was the best chant at the camp.
Why wasn't yours the best?
Because
the color red is kind of weird.
We could not get on the same page about that.
But y'all won a championship.
We did, exactly. Look, we were
not
focused
on baseball.
We were not great.
And the Lord.
Exactly. And plus, we made a deal. The kids wanted me to chant. One of the chants they do is tiki-taki, tiki-taki, oi, oi, oi.
Oh, I like that one,
and I did that, but I wanted them to yell, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And I had several of my players, they would get hits. They were like, let's go.
Oh, they love it. It's such an easy thing to say.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
It made me happy. We're going to get to the combo platter in just a second, but also we have done a negligent job of Shout Out Friday.
It's a big word.
We've done a crap job.
From the 214, Corey, can I get a shout-out for my birthday on Sunday? All right, I appreciate this. Also, you threatened my wife, Judy, last year. Can you do that again? She got my birthday wrong by 3 days on our plane tickets in June. She did get us a condo in South Padre this weekend, though, so thanks, Tolo, Steven, and Judy. And I don't really know. I mean, I love South Padre. So I don't know.
Were you about to say you don't know about the threat?
I don't know if I can threaten her because I love South Padre so much. And
your
so
threats always go like, I don't know, marriage is tough. It might not work out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that y'all are still together right now is really awesome, Judy. So if you're going to keep this man around, if you really want to keep this man around, you better get his birthday right, all right? You know what, though? Steven, did you get her birthday right? Text back in. I need to know if you're nailing that.
Hold on.
Birthday.
To be fair, does she need to get his birthday right? He just said she got it wrong. They're still married.
You don't know that. I mean, he could be.
That's what it says.
I mean, for now, if it happens again, it could be the breaker.
Right?
Exactly,
Okay,
Mike. Thank you very much. So I don't know.
Why do we have so many?
And he said, "Feel free to summarize." So I appreciate that, Steve.
All right, I like it. From the 903. Shout out to my wife for allowing me to get her pregnant the second time. We're both very excited. Shooting for a boy this go around.
How do you aim?
I don't know, man. People will tell you like you hold the leg back or something.
Choppy says he knows how. Choppy says that he has two boys, and I will confirm this. I have two boys and a girl, and I think they were different. So I'm just saying there are ways.
All right. Well, I look forward to hearing that, I guess.
Off air.
Off air. All right. So
story, yeah.
Our combo platter for today is the adulting edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what belief do you have or what do you think about that when you were a kid, you're like, I would never care about that in my life. One of the reasons this came up to me is the other day, I park out in front of our house because our older son will still park kind of like to the side of the garage, and my wife parks in the garage and everything, so I park out front. 100% I saw someone coming down the street, and I was like, damn, you driving too fast and whatnot. And so I thought...
Do you ever get mad when you see people park the wrong way on the street?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I got a ticket for that once.
And that's why.
Well, never again.
My cousin in Chicago, where they live, you have to move your car off the street by like 8 o'clock or they'll come ticket you.
Yeah, you don't want that. Nobody wants a ticket.
But like, I never would have thought that as a kid. Yes, it's the worst.
I get it.
But as a kid, I never would have been like, well, that guy's driving too fast. But now I'm like, you maniacs, there's kids who live around here.
They could be playing soccer in the front yard.
Exactly.
I get it, man.
And so there's a whole bunch of great examples already from the 214. This could be from Gavin Dawson. Rowdy Telles will get released before the end of the season. And as a kid, I never cared about grocery shopping, and now I do, and I really look forward to it. From the 469, the Dallas Wings will make it past the first round of the playoffs. Ooh. And they get excited about buying new tools. Ooh.
Dude. All right, so that was actually my grandfather. Recently, we went through their home, and we're moving things out and stuff like that. And he, I got some of his tools, and it was just really awesome, because I grew up using these.
Yeah.
He taught me how to change my oil, taught me how to change tires, flat tires, anything that I needed.
Okay.
He had a tool for it, and he showed me how to use those things. And so, and then he told me the other day, he was like, I was very particular about the types of tools I bought. I would spend the extra money for good tools, and so that made a big difference in my life on that.
Okay.
Kevin, do you mind if I hop in on this conversation, because I know we do have Ryan Spilsboro's coming up here soon.
Spilborgs. It would be weird if you didn't get involved.
I said yesterday, and I still am of this opinion, that if the Rangers don't have a good outing in this road trip, I think they're done for the year. And when I say bad outing, like a 2-5 kind of outing is bad. And if that happens, man, this team just doesn't have the life. And I don't know what could shock them back to life. Here's something interesting, though, because somebody tweeted to Evan Grant yesterday, wish the Rangers had the cojones to do what the Nationals did. Adolis Garcia should be on the top of the list to be shown the door. Evan Grant then replied, Adolis Garcia has not performed. He may have played his last game for the Rangers, but there is a mean-spirited, punitive tone to so many tweets about a guy who did so much for this team. That's the part I don't get. That line of he may have played the last game for the Rangers, I'm very shocked by it.
Me too.
And because he's very in tune with what's going on, and I don't think that's just thrown out there for no reason.
Yeah.
But the idea of, we asked Bochy if it was kind of a mental thing, a mental release for him too. But, dude, could it be his last? That would have been it, and he's done?
I would admit I'm pretty stunned if that was the case. And unfortunately for the Rangers, that would make it look all the more foolish that they didn't trade him at the deadline.
Yeah, no,
now,
absolutely.
To be fair, I do not know what, if any,
he was playing
offers.
well at the time, and it looked good, and maybe they were at a place too where they were like, no, we can, and maybe they've decided, no, it's time to start looking ahead to the future.
That would be surprising to me, just because, I kind of thought this would be a 10-day IL stint that is actually 10 days, and ready to go. So I would be surprised by that. That's an interesting...
He did say may have.
Yeah.
That's a may have, but...
Well, and I was going to say, the other part is an interesting interpretation.
Okay.
Because, you're supposed to stay neutral no matter what. When you're on the beat with teams, it can be really hard not to get to know these people.
Oh, for sure.
And care for them. And so, I get what Evan Grant is saying, but I'm sure some of those people who are like, we need to get rid of Adolis Garcia are just looking at it in terms of, I didn't love what he did last year. He struggled this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not meant as, I think he sucks as a person, or, I forgot what happened in 2023. It's just that was 2 years ago, man.
Mm-hmm. I'll never forget, though.
I agree.
You better never forget,
I
Kevin.
will never, ever forget.
One of those damn things.
But... don't you think some people would argue is that has been a hindrance to this team moving on? Is not just Adolis, but sticking with some of those players a little bit too long?
Yes, I'll stick with Adolis on that. He is a power hitter that you had in the middle of your lineup, heart of the lineup.
Yeah.
You expect something from him specifically. You aren't getting it, the lineup's failing. That you see that as a central piece to it. You could have replaced that there's a lot of things that kind of drive you in that feeling. Kevin, the thing I didn't care about as a kid that I do now, things on the floor. When I was a child, I did not care where I left stuff. If my room had stuff on the floor, I did not care. Now in my home, I don't want anything under your bed, and I don't want anything on the floor, mostly because of the Roomba. But also, it looks better. It looks cool, and I was not the tidiest kid. But I want the house to look clean because it's better to come home to that.
So not under the floor. That is not a storage place.
Under the bed?
Yeah, under the bed. That's not a storage place.
Not for me.
For you.
No, I want to be able to see under your bed just in case that monster comes out.
All right. That took a hard turn right there. From the 972, Micah legitimately won't play and will use the back injury to still collect game checks until he hits the required number of games in road trips. As a kid, I didn't care how long it was. Now, I won't do one that's longer than 3 hours. You know what's interesting? My wife hates... let's try this again. My wife
Dislikes?
Truly dislikes Cracker Barrel.
Oh, man, I get it.
Because, do you?
The entrance is overwhelming.
Okay, she dislikes it because of the road trip, because she felt like every time they went on a road trip as a kid, her parents forced them to eat at Cracker Barrel, and she doesn't see the magic of, like, you get that whistle pop in the front storeroom, or you get that old-timey looking Tootsie Roll that looks like it came straight out of the 1940s, and they make sure to charge you $5 for it or whatever it is, but somehow it's more delicious than a regular Tootsie Roll.
It's just a regular Tootsie Roll.
No, it isn't.
What?
It isn't.
I can agree with you about the Rice Krispie treat at Rudy's, but that's the only...
I don't know if they do that anymore.
Okay.
I think now they might just have the smaller ones for the kids. Maybe it's because there was some sort of unfortunate usage of that Rice Krispie treat. I can't speak to that for sure. From the 214, Garcia is overrated and will be in Frisco permanently before the end of the season. Man, that kind of goes back to what Evan was saying. And I never thought I'd care about children calling me sir or calling my wife ma'am, but now if they don't, it annoys the crap out of me.
Really? Oh, wow. Whenever they do say it, I appreciate the sign of respect. Like, I look at it as a sign of respect now, but I don't get upset if nobody does.
From the 214, the Cowboys will get past the first round in the playoffs. Hey! But then they said Dak chokes after that. And working with their planner in the shop, that is a very adult thing, is like going through your planner. And then as a kid, you're like, what?
Oh, yeah. Adrian loves her desk calendar.
I get it.
Oh, my gosh. And you know what? That's something I use a lot more, the phone calendar. Usually I'm just like fly by the seat of my pants, but now I'm just like, you want me to do what, when? Okay, I need to put this in my calendar now. Otherwise, I'll forget, man.
Alec, as we do the combo platter, adulting edition, can you give us a sports opinion and then something that you care about a lot as an adult, or a thought that you would not have given a crap about as a kid?
Yeah, so a couple of things here. First, I did just get delivered a Taco Bueno party box that I am displaying on the fan cam as we speak. So
I think with the tax, it's $6.49, maybe $6.50. If you want to just put that in an envelope for us, that'd be
Venmo,
great.
Kevin.
Well, Venmo is not an option for me. That has been told on the morning show a few times.
That's right.
7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. If you want to just mail it on down the road.
Yeah, that's actually easier than me getting a Venmo account, so we will make that happen. And I was told by Cody that my price that I had to pay for this was I had to say shout out to the 2025 OKC Thunder for winning the NBA championship.
You are kidding me.
So,
right now. Oh, yeah.
Was it worth it, Alec?
Actually,
yes.
We got 4 of them because there are some other people here that work with them. So
yeah. So there's not many things I won't do for Taco Bueno, so I consider that a small price to pay for salvation, as Thanos would say. But guys, my sports opinion, my real one, because I don't care about the Thunder and I never will, is the Evan Grant thing, Corey. Yeah. I don't think it's too crazy. I really don't. And the only reason I say that is because let's just fast forward a week in Rangers history. If they continue to skid, if it's just becoming more and more clear that they're out of it, me personally, I would like to see those at-bats going elsewhere. I would like to see the at-bats going younger. I just want to see what I've got. Kind of like we were talking about with the preseason football stuff. At that point, I'm in what can I look forward to next year mode.
Yeah.
So that's me trying to be the optimist for a future without him, because I feel like that would probably be the direction they go in the offseason, to which, Kevin, to your credit, why didn't they trade him if that was going to be the move the whole time? But since it didn't happen, I wouldn't mind seeing those at-bats going somewhere else. As much as I love El Bombi and he is the spirit of this team,
agreed.
It's a business, and they got to look forward to what's next with that outfield, and I wouldn't be too shocked by that.
You know, add another thing in that conversation is I'm not trying to hurt him here. He's pouty. And having that around sometimes is a bad thing too. And if things aren't going well for the team and things aren't going well for him at this last stretch, if that's the case, you don't want that around. So I get that too.
Now, Alec, real quick, I might need to make a correction. I thought it was planner with 2 N's. Multiple people have pointed out, since they said in the shop, it was probably a planer that they were talking about like the machinery as opposed to like a planner like your calendar. So my apologies and forgiveness Friday.
Oh,
for that.
okay. Yeah,
I
okay.
swear I thought it
My
was
apologies.
2 ends,
Yeah.
or it might have been putting my own bias of liking to plan
the
things
planer,
in
yeah,
there.
my dad loves that.
All right, Alec, back to you.
Boeing. Something I didn't care about as a kid that I care about a lot now. And it's a broad concept, but I'll explain. Time. I did not realize how important and how little time we have, just how important it is, because I'm a chronic planner now. Like, not a planner, a planner. I think about traffic, like I'll actually map it out and see what the GPS is predicting for traffic at this time on this day. So I base when I'm going to leave the house so I can be on time, like if not a little bit early to a certain event or what have you. And like planning out my day, I actually plan it out like in blocks. You know, I think about, you know, early morning, mid-morning, afternoon, and evening. Like I am super planned out. So, and I never did that as a kid. I never cared. I was told where I was going, and I was told, hey, be ready at this time, and the rest is handled for me. I got to drive myself places now. I got to dress myself now. All that stuff, like, I never realized, oh, this takes up a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how important that was going to be.
Kevin from the 469, y'all got me craving Taco Bueno. I'm in the Crandall area, so I'm going to that location right now. So, hey, look, man, I just love Taco Bueno. Find one. Love you to be here at the Dallas location with us. But if you're closer to another one, do that for right now. But keep your plan. If you're going to plan, though, we have some more coming in the future.
Yes, and we will put out, hopefully we can put out the master schedule sooner rather than later. I would love to see you here, but you're right. If you can get to any of the Taco Buenos, I still think that is a really good idea. And I've seen variations of this from the 325 and from the 972. People who are upset and not quite sure why Cody Freeman is not back up with this team at a time when you are struggling to get just about anything going offensively. He has been on fire with Round Rock. He is first in the PCL in batting average. He's sixth in OPS. In his last 55 games, he's hitting .383 with an OPS of 1.073. Look, I am curious about that as well, because it's not
he can play
like
a lot of different positions too.
That is true. Like
Josh Smith.
At least with Osuna, when he came up here, and I'm still really excited about Alejandro Osuna, but at least when he was here, like it felt like he got a decent amount of time to show what he could do, and it just wasn't working in this instance, and they sent him on back down. Now, Cody Freeman, it feels like he was here for like 2 games.
Yeah, he got here, got a hit. That was it.
Okay, well, I mean, but he didn't play
scored a
that.
couple
He only played a few games.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like a little more opportunity to be out there, and especially if he's doing it at the AAA level. Like that's significant because that's as close to real Major League Baseball as you're going to get.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. People have been asking, want to remind you again, GBAG Nation will be live from Pickler Universe in Carrollton today off of 35 if you want to go out and see them.
I do.
Okay, that is good.
And it's possible. I can still make it out there. They have a 5-hour show, Kevin.
It's only 3.5 hours today.
Then I better hurry up. I'll see you in just a little bit.
Okay, well, if you could stay here until the show is over.
I really like their show, though.
Okay, that's fine. You will make it there in like 30 minutes.
Okay.
Or if you could stay here for the rest of our show, that would be really great. All right, we're going to talk with Ryan Spielborgs from Apple TV right now on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you guys? What's he trying to run off to?
Yeah, he's trying to ditch the show for the next show.
Yeah, I really like our afternoon drive show, and they're out at Pickler's Universe, and I just wanted to go say hi to them, but I guess I have to stay around for a little bit, is what I'm told.
Yeah, just till the end of the show.
It's like leaving in the 5th inning. You came out of the game and you're trying to go to dinner early. I don't think it works that way.
So what would you say to Rangers fans who would argue that they could have left the 5th inning a couple of times this year and we still would have had the same number of runs and hits at the end of the game?
Hey, it's interesting. So I do MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM too. Cover the Rockies, so it's not like I just do Apple games on Friday night. And last week we had Chris Young on the program with us on radio, and I found it kind of interesting that his explanation of especially trade deadline, possibly looking for another bat was, hey man, like the back of these guys' baseball cards, the back of Marcus Simeon's card and the back of Adolis' card, and I know Adolis just got hurt, but you also got the return of Evan Carter. It was like these players, if they play what they're capable of doing in the next 45-ish games, like we're okay. And I totally agree with them. I was on the World Series path with them back in 2023. Watched that team get hot. I know what Boch can do. This is arguably the best pitching staff in baseball, top to bottom, even though the last week has been terrible, especially when it comes to blown saves and holds and stuff. But there's a lot of pieces there where, it's such a strange team. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why they're not hitting. I don't have an explanation for it other than, if you've been around baseball long enough, like hitting's contagious, and when good hitters get hot, they stay hot. I just haven't seen this team get hot.
Well, sticking with the Doles for just a second, I know you were just mentioning he went on the injured list. Evan Carter is back. Can you give us your personal experience or from the teams that you've covered and everything? I think we all understand the physical component of being on the injured list, but how can it help a player like mentally, just taking that time or watching it a different way or however you see it?
It's really hard to get a hit from the bench, but getting a mental breather does kind of reset things. I went through a period in my career where I was terrible. The 2009, I was really struggling, and most people didn't know I lost my mom earlier in the year, and so it was like I was dealing with far more struggles off the field that I couldn't put my finger on, and it impacted my performance. And that's why I always caution people. I was like, if you see like a player has a significant drop off and they're not injured, this is why you kind of ask them, like, everything going okay at home? Is there something, because these things weigh on players and they weigh on people, right? Like if you had somebody like a sick family member, whatever personal thing you have behind the scenes, you try not to bring that to work, but it could impact how your day to day and your overall nature. So, if there's an opportunity for a player to get off the field and maybe address those issues, if that is part of what's going on, those mental resets can be very, very valuable. But if it's not a true mental reset, if there are additional factors, which is like economics, a player has free agency coming, they're worried about an extension, they're worried about all these things that they can't control. Well, that's another conversation where you can try to talk to somebody, especially if you have like a veteran player that's been there. It's like, dude, stop thinking about that. It will happen on its own. Go out there, have fun, and play. So there's a bunch of different variables here that I can never, put my finger on it unless I'm talking to that player directly, if that's something that they're willing to share.
Ryan, you spent about 7 years with the Rockies organization there, and I'm kind of interested in the pitcher and team aspect and relationship. And whenever you're not hitting well as a hitter and as a group of hitters, how much more pressure are you putting on yourself whenever you have a guy like DeGrom and Evaldi and these guys going out there giving you those types of innings where it's all high leverage almost for every moment because you're not scoring. And then from the other side, when the pitchers are like, man, it's got to be frustrating for them, but they can't and they won't say anything about something like that because they're all part of a team. What's that relationship like whenever things are going that poorly inside?
Yeah, we call it baseball symmetry when you have everything working together. It's frustrating, no question. I mean, the team recognize it. Like you have one of your guys out there, he's shoving, and he can't score. That's really frustrating. At the same time, like let's say your offense is going and your pitching can't stop it. That part is frustrating too. But a team, you win as a team, you lose as a team. It's never about finger pointing or anything like that. Oftentimes something as simple as, team dinners, bringing guys together. Those things matter. It's, again, you need people to get hot at the right time. Usually if we're talking like an offensive unit, working as a group, it's basically saying, hey, if you don't get a pitch to hit, take your walk. The next guy, if he doesn't get a pitch to hit, take your walk. And you start, functioning as a group versus, I got to get a hit right here. I have to drive a ball in the gap. I have to, that becomes impossible. So, just a foundational baseball, like what we've seen the Rangers do in the past, which, again, using 2023 as that example, that was foundational baseball, pitching, defense, and timely hitting. And that eventually led them to the World Series. And a lot of those guys are still there. They're just older.
Speaking of a lot of those guys, one of them, how lucky are we as Rangers fans to have a Josh Smith? Like this dude, the level that he plays each position with, he plays great defense. He's on base. I don't know, do a lot of teams have a player that's that capable?
No, Josh is awesome. I love watching that guy play. I still don't get how he creates so much whip. He's such a whippy hitter.
Yes.
In a small frame. I don't get it. I've looked around to see if there's any sort of comps for that type of player. There really isn't. Maybe a Zach McKinstry, who was an all-star this year for the Tigers, kind of bounces around the infield, but not a lot of guys, and certainly not. McKinstry wasn't hitting at the top of the lineup. There really isn't. His value is really kind of unique because there's only a handful of guys like that. Maybe a Jake Cronenworth again. That's another comp, but I would take Josh over Cronenworth any day of the week. So. Yes, Ranger fans are very fortunate to have that type of player.
Talk with Ryan Spilborghs from Apple TV. They got the call tonight for the Rangers. But you also mentioned your work with the Rockies. I can't help but want to know, is there discussion or tracking of their record in terms of avoiding the White Sox record from last year, or does that not come up particularly anymore?
It's not like the Rockies have a cutout figure of an owner, like it's Major League, and they're ripping off pieces of it to avoid the White Sox. No, that's not the case. It's hard to be historically bad. Nobody wants to be there historically bad, have their name attached to it. They're aware of the record, but as far as trying not to be as bad as the White Sox, that's not in anyone's mindset. They're literally just going out to try to beat the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight and then beat the Dodgers next week. And that dubious record, if it happens, it happens, but they're not focused on not trying to lose. They're trying to win.
Give them a heads up and tell them not to pitch to Ketel Marte because he single-handedly crushed us in that last series.
Well, you guys I'm so glad he did too because
hurtful.
For it's not hurtful. I just think, Major League Baseball, we have two players that are so often overlooked, and there's Jose Ramirez in Cleveland and Ketel Marte in Arizona. Those are probably two of the best, most underrated players that get no love. People are like, oh, Ketel Marte. And then you look up and you're like, wait, he has a 940 OPS. He does it as a switch hitter. He's an elite defender. He does everything right. He keeps his teammates accountable, same as Jose Ramirez. So I personally love those players. They're some of my favorite guys to watch. But I am sorry that he beat you guys up. But yeah, the word has been out for a long time. It's just the rest of the people need to pay attention to it.
Yeah, some of those pitches that came back across the plate, you're like, oh no.
Here it goes.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. Look forward to hearing you on the call tonight, Apple TV. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Yeah, and I always point out, if you hate listening to me, there's a feature on Apple TV Plus where you can connect the radio feed so you can listen to your Rangers radio feed or the Blue Jays radio feed. So, just to give you a heads up.
I love that level of
As long as you're
self-awareness.
watching on Apple TV, he's
yeah,
happy.
now because of that joke, I really hope everyone is locked in strictly on Apple TV for Blue Jays Rangers. Thanks again, sir.
All right, bye, you guys.
There you go. Ryan Spielberg's right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was ready to turn against him when he said, I'm not sad that happened.
601 said, can y'all hang up on this guy now?
He did give a good explanation, but for half a second that really hurt my feelings.
It took a second for me to get it, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And our friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some...
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors and special guest Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle, how's it going, man?
It's great, guys. How are you?
Did you hear how spot on my recreation of that drop was?
I actually thought for a split second it was the drop. So, yes, you're right. I thought it was just great timing, and you guys are firing on all cylinders. It's good to hear your voice again, Kev. I missed you on the last couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. I am here now that the games matter, although I guess technically they don't totally matter just yet. But so Cliff Kingsbury said something, I believe it was earlier today, if not last night, and he was asked about Terry McLaurin a few times, talking about on-field work, and he said it needs to happen soon. I think we're kind of at the point where we need to start getting those guys when they're available out there, see them gel with our offense. So I'm curious your thoughts about that, but the same fundamental question when it comes to Micah and the Cowboys. And I understand all of the logic about why he would not play in the season opener. But what I've continued to say is it is hard for my mind to process him signing, whether it's even Monday or Tuesday, and not playing against the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think if it's going to happen, it's got to happen within the next couple of weeks in order to avoid any sort of ramp-up period or something like that. Now, I've had this conversation previously with a couple guys that have played in the league, like Isaiah Stanback, who will be on the call tomorrow. And I said, is it different from an edge rusher to ramp up and to be ready for gameplay as opposed to a wide receiver? Because we saw this with CeeDee Lamb last year when he missed all of camp. And it took him a little bit to maybe get his feet underneath him. And then, of course, Dak Prescott wasn't healthy the entire year, and it didn't turn into the record-breaking year that he had back in 2023. With Terry McLaurin, maybe that's what Cliff Kingsbury's thinking, is we need a couple weeks to get the timing right with Jaden Daniels. Maybe we need to get his conditioning up enough to where he can go through an entire game and make an impact late like McLaurin has throughout his career. When it comes to Micah, at least he's been in the walkthroughs. At least he's been in the team meetings. When it comes to the scheme and the X's and O's from Matt Eberflus, he's got all that down. It's just really a plain and simple question of, does he have enough conditioning left to get ready for that week one match? And I think now as we sit here on August 15th, and there's still 3 weeks, or just under 3 weeks, until the opener on September 4th, I think there's time to get him there. It's just a question of whether or not the signing's going to happen quick enough for him to get there and play against the Eagles, because I still see him playing. I really do. He's in a tough spot where he doesn't want to be fined. He doesn't want to lose money, and he's under contract not only this year, but with those 2 franchise tags looming, the Cowboys have complete control. So I still think he'll play, but it just depends on how well he's going to play, depending on where he comes up and is able to get back in practice.
Kyle, we watched Joe Milton in the first game, and I think selfishly, Kevin and I are probably pulling for him a lot because we had a great interview with him. He's a good dude. We really enjoyed our time, and so we really hope a lot for him. But I think Sean this morning was saying slow down and check down. Like those were the 2 things that he wants to see from him this week. What are the things that you've heard Joe say that he wants to see from himself that he thinks he needs to improve on?
Yeah, well, I asked him after practice last week, what are some of the things you're working on? And he said he wants to tie his timing with his footwork. And I thought that was really interesting because you hear about footwork and you hear about timing separately a lot. And with Joe Milton, it seems like it's separated a lot, which is not necessarily a great thing.
Right,
he wants
yeah.
to tie those two things together. He wants to be able to push himself to stay in the pocket, but to have the timing correct and the footwork correct to where he's able to put the right touch on a pass or the right velocity on the pass. Because we saw it in that first preseason game where he was a little out of sorts and he was in front of things and he was trying too hard to throw the ball hard.
Yeah.
I mean, the one instance that I had was Jalen Brooks on the sideline. It was just an out route as Milton kind of rolled out, and he's only like 8 yards off the line of scrimmage. I mean, he's not very far from Milton, and Milton kind of double clutches and then throws a laser right at Brooks. It put him in a tough spot. Brooks ended up taking a hit. He didn't end up he tried to come back in a couple plays later, then checked himself out, walked back to the sideline, and, of course, he was out of practice this week in Oxnard. So it's not only about the timing and about the delivery, it's putting your receivers in a position to be successful or to at least not get hurt. And that was one thing that, of course, Milton's not trying to get Jalen Brooks ran over by a safety, but he did put him in a tough situation there just because the timing and maybe the accuracy wasn't necessarily on point. And he feels like if he can tie the footwork to his timing, that could maybe help things accelerate his progress in the preseason.
Now, Kyle, I'm going to need to ask Corey for permission on this question first.
Oh, gosh.
This is a question that could be deemed by some as a hater question.
Okay.
But I think it's
Is this
fair.
football related?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as it's football
Okay.
related.
All right.
Because I have a non-football related
All right.
question.
This is a football question, and I'm not trying to troll. I'm being totally serious.
Okay.
For people who are excited about George Pickens, I get it. For the discussions that we have two number one wide receivers for CeeDee Lamb and somebody who's never even been named to a Pro Bowl, do you feel like that's putting the cart ahead of the horse a little bit?
Maybe so. But I would argue George Pickens has been as electrifying of a receiver to not make the Pro Bowl in his 3 years. Because you look at the numbers. I'm gonna tell you his numbers from
the second year. I know was really top notch, right?
I mean, his 23 year, he had 63 receptions for 1,100 yards and 5 touchdowns. The fact that he didn't make a Pro Bowl that year was pretty wild, in my opinion. The fact that he was not named to at least maybe even like a second team All-Pro sort of scenario. And then last year, I mean, he still finished with 900 yards, even with all the surrounding conversation with him and his fallout with Pittsburgh. He had 900 yards in 14 games. So I get the excitement of a 1A, 1B scenario, but it's pretty clear. I mean, CeeDee Lamb he's an elite wide receiver.
Agreed.
He is by far the better wide receiver in the room. So if that's the case, then it's a wide receiver 1 and a wide receiver 2. And I get the conversation that you're trying to push him as a wide receiver 1, but it's okay, and there's nothing wrong with having a really good wide receiver 2, and that's exactly what I think Dallas has at the moment. We'll see what the production ends up being in the middle of the year, but I like what we've seen so far in practice. I like what we've seen off the field as well from Pickens. It's a chance for him to really shine in Dallas, and we'll see if he can take over that title at some point.
See, in that description you gave, that's 100% how I feel. And I think it's okay to say you have a top-notch number 1 and a top-notch number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that's okay to say that. There's no problem with having a 1 and a 2. That's just how it should work. Not everybody has a 1A, 1B. Even if you look at some of the teams that claim to have a 1A, 1B, let's say Philadelphia, right? Who's their 1 and who's their 1B? Somebody's still a 1 and a 2 there, with A.J. Brown being the 1 and Devontae Smith being the 2. Same thing in Miami with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Depending on who you ask, I think they'll have a different answer one way or the other. But there's nothing wrong with that overall.
Cincinnati's a good example, too.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Jamar Chase is the number 1 receiver there. That's not even a question. But you still feel really good about Higgins. He's a great receiver and a great wide receiver, too. There's nothing wrong with that, and I think Pickens understands that. I think this offense understands it. We'll see, especially when we get close to week 1.
What do you say, and this is from the 214, too, to the people who say CeeDee Lamb is not a legit elite number 1?
That is insane.
What I say to those people are, what games are you watching?
They said the 49ers shut down CeeDee Lamb, and I'm like, okay.
Number one wide receivers have been shut down in the history of football.
Yeah, they're allowed to have an off game. They're allowed to have a down game. But when you've had 4 straight years of 1,100 yards and now 3 straight years of at least 100 receptions, that means that you've had 3 years at least where teams have game planned to take you out of the fold, and you're still putting up incredible numbers. That makes you an elite wide receiver. I don't know what games they're watching.
And then lastly, Kyle, this is not a football question. That drop of your name that Sean uses, it gets dropped in weird predicaments sometimes. And the other day, Kevin was like, "Man, is he okay that we sometimes throw in these weird situations?" I feel like as long as your name's being mentioned, it's all right.
I honestly, it's funny because I'll get a text message every once in a while, and like, dude, they're really they're making fun of you, and I'm like, I don't think they are. If they are, that's fine, whatever. But I'm like, this is a thing they've done for years now. It's just a part of it. If it's all in good fun, then I don't care. It's no big deal. I love you guys up there, and I mean, you guys know I've been a Tolo since I got up here to Dallas. So, I mean, I really appreciate you guys and the friendship that we have across the station. So, if my name gets thrown around as a drop, I'm not in a bad spot. I really don't care.
I always thought it was partially at least a little bit of a dig against Sean, too, for saying it's so robotic. Kyle.
No, man, it is all love, Kyle. It definitely is. Thank you very much for your time, man. We will talk with you next week, dude.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Talk to you then.
There goes Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kevin, if you don't mind, a couple of things real quick. What's wrong?
It's not sports.
Is there a bad thing happening right now, Kevin?
We would have Mickey yelling out.
Do you know who Cam Jurgens is?
Yeah, he invented the lotion.
No. Cam Jurgens is the Pro Bowl center for the Eagles, and he practiced this summer pass blocking against bulls on his farm in Nebraska.
What?
Yeah, so like he was saying, "Come at me, bull," and then the bull would run at him, and then he'd work on his footwork. And I don't know if he pushed the bull back or anything like that, but good luck to some people that are out there going at him.
Is there any concern that drops your urgency on the football field?
Because it's not a bull?
Yeah, because against the bull, you slip up, you get gored, you could die.
Well,
if you get beat by a defensive lineman, you might feel like death, but you'll be able to get back up.
I think he was probably just mostly preparing for his defensive tackles up in Philadelphia.
Okay.
He was like,
they are good.
Practice
they
these
are
bulls.
really good.
And then lastly, Kevin, drinking is out, evidently. Alcohol consumption in the United States is dropped 54%. No matter how hard I try, it has dropped 54%, the lowest in America since 1939. And you know what happened then, Kevin?
The Great Depression.
Exactly. Actually, that was 29, wasn't it?
Well, I know, but it was still going.
Did it last 10 years?
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
needed
gosh,
it.
no
We
wonder it
needed
was so
to. We needed to get into World War II to really end the Great Depression. Let me ask you this: do you think drinking is really down, or do you think it was just Gavin Dawson stopped drinking? And that's what dropped the statistics that far.
Well, and Fred's sober as well.
Oh yeah, that's
so,
right.
From what I hear, they could take it to the town.
Could it be possible that 105.3 The Fan
is responsible for
for at least like a 0.2 in this drop of alcohol use?
I think that's very possible.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got a couple different options we could go with. We could talk about gambling and sports because I've got some amazing stories for you there, or even do a little gridiron. Before we get into Masterpiece of the Week, we got options live from Taco Bueno next on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cook in motion. Allen in the pocket. Allen will run it himself. He pumps. Got some daylight. Hurdles to the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. It's been a great day. You still have an opportunity to swing by, enter to win an Echo Pop, as well as the $6 party box. But right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Kevin, can I add something to the gridiron
Only
gravy?
if you say dip and rip it.
Dip it and rip it.
Okay.
My brain was so locked in on this thing that I want to talk about.
Tell me.
Do you know who Jim Harbaugh is?
Yes.
You ever heard of him before? At his post-game press conference after the national championship, someone asked him what it means to be a Michigan man. And his answer was, you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal.
Oh.
And is there a ruling coming down on this guy?
So, the NFL and the Chargers, by the way, have no comment about Jim Harbaugh's NCAA sanctions. So, Michigan has been hit with a plethora of penalties today, including fines that will be at least $20 million, but by the time it's all said and done, could eclipse $30 million.
Good gosh.
So,
and he can't go back to college football for like 10 years?
For like 10 years.
Okay, which he's like, that's why he's like, I'm in the NFL. I'm fine. I'll be all right. And just go back to retirement afterwards.
And if the Chargers have any semblance of success, given what he'd done in the NFL before, some other team will pick him up.
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm sure he gives a crap. Like, it really reminds me of the Pete Carroll situation where, where he got out when he was like, hey, we were able to win a lot, and now it's all about to come crumbling down.
Dude, you're dead on with that comparison right there.
And I remember Pete Carroll at the time was like, I had no idea this was going to happen. I was like, yep, okay. Now, Travis Hunter was limited in practice today. Keep an eye out on this. He may not play on Sunday. I don't know, especially for rookies.
This guy can't do it.
Okay.
Is that where we are here?
That was not necessarily
okay.
what I was going to say, but that's quite the snap decision.
You know what? He's going to be an all-pro. Is what I meant to say.
Look, or if you were to believe the false internet rumors, maybe he just needed a minute for his personal life.
Yeah.
If it's true, that sucks. I just have not seen any reputable source out there who has said this. Now, I was intrigued.
And you're always big on that.
Yes.
And I think it's a really good quality about, hey, we're not trying to report anything that's not real. I mean, sometimes we get bamboozled, like it happens, but we always, and you definitely do a really good job of saying, let's go check and see how many different sources I can get first.
Did I tell you that happened in the airport on the way to Germany?
You were reporting news?
No. I was fact-checking news.
Oh, okay.
So several people from our group, by the way, shout out to Crossroads Church in Rowlett, several people in our group were like, Adolis just got traded.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so they go, I saw it at this one guy, and now it started to pop up everywhere. And I looked at every single report, and I was like, hey, I don't think so. Like, all of these are all off of that one guy's report. So I know when it shows up in Bleacher Report, Sporting News, you're like, it's everywhere. But it was all off of that one person's report.
Guess what we didn't do? We didn't
You
report it. You know why?
Because you know better.
Damn right.
Are the Bills, Fox Sports put forth the idea that the Bills are the anti-Cowboys. Now, both teams don't win, but I'm just kidding. The Bills have been far more successful in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But they said in terms of they have been very proactive, with the latest being James Cook, of re-signing players before they even get close to hitting the deadline, and they have re-signed, whether it's Rousseau, Cook, obviously going back to Josh Allen. They have been very proactive with re-signing their players. Do you feel like that's the anti-Dallas Cowboy way right there?
I think the Cowboys are proactive whenever you give them the deal they want.
Okay.
Like
Jalen Smith or
how
Tyron
friendly
Smith.
are we? I think they're very proactive with that. But when it comes to negotiating top-tier things, those are Jerry's.
Yeah.
Jerry said that. He was
Yeah.
like, look, I work on these deals because they're special. The rest of the players aren't.
Right.
And that's where it's a little weird. You're like, hold on, Why? Because you want to be involved in something, so you told everybody, I'll work on these. But that's the feeling I get is we were discussing, I don't want to do all these other ones, but on these big ones, I want to talk face-to-face with these guys because I know I can close them. So maybe they are.
I know this is not the way it works, but I would really, Micah was like, hey, I wanted to get the deal done last summer. I really wish we could get the leaked actual figures that were thrown out there,
Yes.
Just so you can get a better idea of oh, wow, the Cowboys are right to take a stand. That's absurd.
Absolutely.
Or God, the Cowboys are so bad at this. I would love to know the answer
now,
to that.
I obviously, Steven doesn't want to do that
For
because
sure. Nor
he doesn't
should
want
he.
to kill a relationship
Absolutely.
for one. But
Absolutely.
the other thing, though, is Kevin, will NFL teams and players ever agree to not start renegotiating contracts before contracts are up?
I think yes. I think they would once contracts are fully guaranteed.
Okay.
And so I guess my answer is no.
Because they know better,
Yeah, look, I think this is the perfect time to take a stand because if the NFL is angling for 18 games, I guarantee you they're angling for another bye. Guess what that means? That means 2 extra weeks on the broadcast contract. And don't think that the NFL hasn't thought that through going forth to the end of the decade when they can negotiate. That is so much extra money. That is where I would draw my line in the sand.
Yep.
And I was like, we're by far the most popular sport in North America, yet the only league that doesn't have essentially guaranteed contracts. That's ridiculous.
William B. Travis didn't actually draw a line in the sand. That's a myth.
He didn't?
Yeah. And also, Adrian's dad is related to William B. Travis down the line somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff.
I did not know that. All right, a couple other quick things for you. Justin Herbert said he requested to play in the preseason. Jordan Love said he had his surgery early, so he'd be ready for week 1. And Isaiah Bond, who went undrafted after the sexual assault accusations, he is not going to face charges now, and he is going to sign with the Browns. It sounds
play
like.
with Shador.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Or Dylan.
But also, I'm fascinated by the story. I need to look more into why those charges weren't being filed. We've talked about how this is complicated. If a woman doesn't want to go forward and talk about it, we have discussed the issues with that. If you just straight up lied about it or made it up, that is a whole different scenario. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, how about we do some Masterpiece of the Week?
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, long time no see.
Hey, Alec.
How are we doing today?
Did you get your munch on? You got some Taco Bueno brought up there?
Dude,
Was it good?
I'm feeling amazing. I was already in a good mood today. I was already feeling great. Now I feel like a new breath of fresh air. I've got some new life after taking down that $6 party box, man. I'm feeling amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great
Gold,
place.
are you trying to get him to be nicer to you in Masterpiece of the Week?
No. I just wanted to, enjoy some great food. It's really the first thing, but also. I forgot we're back on the road doing this.
Yeah.
Masterpiece of the Week on the road is always very awkward for me.
Listen up, people in public.
But I don't see a bunch of children, so I feel a lot more confident right now.
That means I can play this one that I'm looking at right now.
No.
Masterpiece of the Week is where we revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. And we have a tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. And this time you are here, so that means you won't go first, Kevin. But we do have 2 people that are not here to defend themselves. We have Fred Davis and we have Mickey Spagnola. Who do we pick on first?
I mean, Mickey usually ends up winning. Like, that's the way this thing goes.
I want to hear Fred.
Okay.
I missed Fred.
Okay, you know what? Since Kevin hasn't been here in a while, we will defer to him. And sometimes with Fred, the things he says aren't actually as wild or concerning as they sound. This one is just as weird as you imagine.
I've been drinking it for 44 years. I'm as human as it gets.
What did he say?
Said I've been drinking it for 44 years.
Okay.
What was he talking about?
I'm as
hold
human
on.
As
it gets.
Play it
no,
one more
I know
time.
what I thought I
it
heard
sounds like he said something else.
I've been drinking it for 44 years. I'm as human as it gets.
And I can tell you the exact context to save anybody from getting in trouble. He was talking about milk.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He loves milk, dude.
Yeah.
He loves
Him and Jim Harbaugh.
You remember that time we went to Arizona and Mike found the milk and he was like, oh, my gosh, it's in glass bottles. This is going to be amazing. And then it was terrible. And he was like, what did I do?
And it cost $9 or whatever. Yeah. I do remember that.
I'm as human as it gets.
It sounds like he said something else, though.
He was trying to shut down the people that say that milk is only for cows and it's not for humans. And he's like, I've been drinking this for 44 years. I'm as human as it gets.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about breast milk, too, because of the ice cream that's come out
That's
that
right.
everybody's losing their minds about.
No, I'll pass on that ice cream and doing the other thing.
I feel like you would
Drinking
probably pass on this to Mickey Spagnola.
If he would have called me sir one more time, I think I was going to slap him.
That was about Des Bryant. I remember that. That was about Des Bryant. The only thing better than that Mickey said all week was the text he sent us after his hit yesterday talking about how loud the music was. And it was a good thing that we got out when we did because ensuing songs had lots of curse words in them.
Well, you don't have to quote his displeasure with the music. You could hear it instead.
Oh, my God. I can't believe this music's that loud.
That's that man, dude. Mickey, he actually cracks me up, man.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
He's one of one, man.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, now I get to pick on the people who are here. And Kevin?
Surely I'm not too bad. I've only been here a few days.
Yeah, but you haven't been here in a while, so you had some time to make up for. So I feel like you have a couple of solid additions to this week's rendition of Masterpiece of the Week, starting with this.
Having Kevin back is like putting on a fresh diaper. It feels so good, man. That was a text. I believe I followed up by saying I understood the spirit of the message they were going for. So, yeah, I feel like I'm pretty stuck on this one.
I remember during Peace-a-thon one year, Frank offered to like pay you $200 to wear a diaper.
No, pay the charity, not pay
right.
me. Pay the charity. He's like, I brought some Depends.
An adult diaper.
Yeah.
And you chose not to.
That's true. But I was going to say I donated the same amount of money. It probably wasn't exactly the same amount of money.
Let's see. Corey, you said this.
I think it's fair that we're going to last that long. All right? Not me.
Because you've been drinking it for too long.
That was the warm-up. It was the drinking it.
Jeez.
Look, is that what we're going to start using now?
I know it didn't
He's over
turn
there
out
drinking
well for Ben Stiller and Something About Mary because of what happened, but I still think that logic is sound.
Mm-hmm.
Beforehand?
Yeah.
All right. I can see that.
Well, Kevin, you said this.
I feel like I could do one of those prison programs. That was supposed to be as like a speaker to get your life straight, but I really just didn't. I just left it there.
How are you getting their attention at the prison, Kevin, when you're scaring them straight? How are you getting the
walking in with my bandana and a suit saying, I'm Prison Mike? That's from The Office.
I have a favorite subcategory that has been adopted by you two ever since Mike left, which is the overreactions and sounds category. And Corey, you had an entrant in this week's version.
Who, Pee-wee? Oh. He's like, I can do anything you can do. And she's like, clap. And he only had one arm.
I am so ashamed
You
of
know
myself.
exactly what that's from,
I
don't
do
you?
know exactly what that's from. That is from the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie with Pee Wee Herman. And Alec, these are the moments in my life where I could have been a doctor, or I could have contributed something real to society. But no, I can remember a movie that came out 30 years ago, and I knew exactly that reference. That's why I couldn't achieve more.
Because of that. That's the reason.
Ooh,
And and what happened in the credits later, he was still doing it, and then he finally died.
Yeah, I think also didn't his career hit the skids after he pulled a Fred? Do you remember that?
Did he really do that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Fred did that?
I mean, I'm sure he has.
All right.
Actually, you know what? It's better than the other way. Maybe I don't want to put Fred's business out there, so I'll say yes.
Okay, all right.
We have public service announcements. How about a Corey service announcement? He felt like he had to say this.
Well, I mean, I've seen people in pants before.
All right.
This is one of the things, like, Reggie used to say declarative statements of, like, nothing. I've seen people in pants.
Corey,
I once saw a seagull.
Yeah, the seagull, or you had a friend who sat on a toilet, or you've seen people wear pants. It's these, like, you know what I really want with these statements going forward? We need to be like, well, like Sean and RJ, and act like that's fancy.
I once saw a seagull.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's those declarative statements that really crack me up.
Let's see. We got time for another. This is actually a bit of a combo platter here. You guys did some good work on this. I still don't know what it means.
Where do you start to eat Texas?
You know, I think I'm going to eat Texas on the Panhandle.
Okay.
I don't understand what you don't understand.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
If you were a giant or were eating a Texas cookie and you were picking up Texas, where would you start to eat it?
What do you think, if you were a giant and you were going to pick up Texas, what do you think that it would taste like? Would it be like a cookie dough cookie, or would it be like more like a cake?
See, only people who are from Texas know what it would taste like. You know what it would taste like? Texas.
That's right.
That's like, if you're not from here, I don't know how to explain it.
Combination of brisket and leather, you know?
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, we did a lot of stereotypes in Germany, and I definitely got asked how many horses I had. And I was like, none. I was like, we have a couple of cars. I don't have a horse.
There's horsepower.
Yeah, that's true.
We know that this is a fabled reality for me, right, Corey? I'll never be a giant. There, I did the joke for you. All right, it's time to vote, guys.
I'm voting for Mickey, though, when he wanted to slap Des Bryant, I guess, or any human out there that calls him sir.
If he would have called me sir one more time, I think I was going to slap him.
Slap him.
I love it.
Obviously, I'm going to vote for one of my favorite subcategories is Corey tells you what's up about something that everybody else has experienced. Give me Corey has seen people in pants.
Well, I mean, I've seen people in pants before. Okay, and I remember now. Somebody texted it in. That was from we were out at the game, and Fred asked about baseball pants.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, he was like, "What if you saw people in baseball?" And I was like, "I've seen people in pants." It was baseball pants.
Because if you could play it one more time, it sounds like you're thinking of something really prophetic to say.
Well, I mean, I've seen people in pants before.
Well.
That's good. That is valid.
And we will not send it to the fans, to the Tolos, because the greatness that is Mickey Spagnola is our winner.
If he would have called me sir one more time, I think I was going to slap him.
And Rowdy was dead.
Oh.
From the 214, you got to start with the Panhandle. I'm saying.
Hey, I'm starting at South Padre and working my way up to El Paso.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's throw it out to the fellas from the GBAG Nation. They'll be live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We'll chop it up with them next right here on The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Finland Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan at Taco Bueno in Dallas. It is a Shout-Out Friday. Forever shout out to our sweet, beautiful dachshund best friend, Abby McLeod. Abby, for 11 years, you gave us the best possible life. Thank you for the endless cuddles. Now, there's more to it, but unfortunately, we ran long with Masterpiece of the Week.
We definitely did.
So I apologize for that. It is a lovely note. Also lovely, that's how I will describe them, at Pickler Universe. It is, in fact, the GBAG Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hagee, how are you?
I am doing great, and
how do you feel about being called lovely?
Yeah.
I think it's lovely.
Okay, all right then. All right.
Good dog.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I've been called worse this week.
Couldn't possibly be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Unless maybe you were in prison.
Yeah, just don't call me fat.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah.
Shut up, you earthquake.
No,
I accept that.
Oh, the best.
Would you guys take pride in that?
Yes.
If you were called the Girthquake, wouldn't you be like, hell yeah? Hell yeah.
Oh, I'd say that guy was rude as hell, but I'd still take pride in it.
Yeah, in public, I would take pride in it. In private, I would cry to myself. So that would be
probably a good way to put it, Corey.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. It was a bad interview, but that's
That's what I love.
You got to lean into it and embrace it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm all about
Rodis will tell you whatever, but he'll always cut right to the chase about the truth of the situation. So I appreciate that. Also appreciate D&M Leasing for bringing us this crosstalk. All right, gentlemen, can you tell everybody again, where are you and what's happening out there today? today?
We are at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, and we're inviting everybody to come on by, play some pickleball, enjoy some happy hour festivities, including 12-ounce Stella Artois samples. So you can get some samples while you're here. Stella Artois, crack a couple of coldies on a Friday. I mean, it's quitting time here pretty quick for most of you, so just get over here and play some pickleball, crack some coldies with us.
It's amazing how these people play pickleball and hydrate with the beer. I'm for the sport right now. Yeah.
Now, Corey mentioned this earlier. There has been a shocking decline in overall alcohol intake in our country, and I put forth the idea that it was mainly Gavin Dawson and Fred Davis stopping drinking that has led to this drop. Are you guys surprised? That's okay. Hey, that's fine. Are you surprised to see it drop so much, though? Because it's now like 39% or something.
I guess, I think there's a couple of things going on. Number one, the internet has made people a lot more informed about how toxic it is. And then number two, I think this is economic as well. And maybe post-COVID, where people just got used to staying at home and living a little bit more wholesome. So that'd be my three thoughts on it.
Didn't people get drunker during COVID?
Oh,
Drunks did. Wasn't like West Virginia up like 85% alcoholism or something like that?
Yeah, they were day drinking.
Yeah, a lot of day drinking going on. You walk by trash cans and stuff. There are bottles of wine and booze and beer bottles, all that. I think people were boozing. I think they got tired of drinking during COVID.
That's probably it. That's probably it. They got worn out.
I blame Aaron Rodgers, man. I think everybody just wants to trip balls.
So if we looked up some of the other drug usage or ayahuasca usage,
that's up.
Way
a
up.
lot more weed and a lot more shrooms.
Yeah, I mean, just ask Dan Patrick. He thinks that THC is the thing that's killing his alcohol lobby.
DWI is no joke either, by the way.
Yeah,
that'll get you.
Yeah, that's like, hey, go to jail for that stuff.
Drink at home.
That is true. If you guys had a pickleball tournament, who do you think would be victorious? Like just your show?
Eric. Eric's the only. Eric or Lucius would win. They're the only ones who are in reasonable shape and still athletic enough.
Yeah,
I would feel it unless Ramon played. Ramon's here.
Ramon's here.
Ramon versus Portillo. I think that'd probably be if we could use those guys.
I don't think Zach and I, if we were teammates, would get to a ball.
You know what? I think I'd actually kick ass, and I'm really disrespected that nobody is even vouching for me here. Just because I'm fat doesn't mean I can't play pickleball.
Why don't you take on Eric
guys.
then? Why don't you have an opportunity right now to shut us all down?
Go on out there and play. I played some tennis back in the day.
Yeah, you did.
Were you better than Sean Sharif?
Absolutely not.
Okay. He won a state title.
No. Absolutely.
Thanks to that girl. That gal carried his ass. Let's not be.
It was mixed doubles.
She played okay. I was the best.
Ruben's here, and he said that Ramon wouldn't even touch the ball. He would just kill him the entire time. So this is some trash talking that I'm really in for.
Here we go.
I'm looking forward to this.
I mean, if it was station-wide, it would probably be Sharif against Bossman Spittle, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would want to see that.
Imagine that fight, too.
I don't know, dude. I think Medford, he's young and spry.
Yeah.
Alec, do you care about pickleball?
I want to try it. My hand-eye coordination is terrible, but it's something that I can learn.
That's why we didn't talk about you.
Exactly. See, Broadus knows everything. He's got the scouting
I'm a scout.
report.
I've seen you back there. You kind of don't know what you're doing.
He's got the scouting
I
report.
didn't want to bring it up, but you did. So
He knew better. He knew better.
You're kind of like Mozzie Smith right now. I need to play better. I'm a first-round pick.
Holy moly.
Track guy.
Yeah. Fred might be sneaky good.
Hey, Hagee, by the way, you're wearing a shirt that women hate. The Batman shirt?
Yeah. Oh, why?
Yeah, we found that out
yesterday. If you're wearing like a superhero shirt, women hate you.
Well, I'm already married. I don't need to.
It's okay. I just thought I'd let you know. Yeah.
I think you look hot.
Hey, he's a man, so you
plan on cheating anytime soon with that.
You hear that, Jess?
Well, if you're going to keep wearing that Batman shirt, don't cheat. If you change it up, maybe you could.
Yeah. What a telltale sign right there.
What do you guys got coming up on the? What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. We do have a pretty busy show here today, and I'll tell you about it here in just a second. But I would like to draw your attention to Brian Billick at 3:20.
I love it.
Oh, he's back.
Former Ravens coach.
He's back. We got our time zones figured out this time.
Eric Nadell, 4:20. Short show, 5:30. We're off here as the Rangers go for the sweep this weekend in Toronto. We need it.
I love it. Roll home Yes, please do. Roll home with the GBAG Nation. Go see them at Pickler Universe. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night in German, Kevin.
Guten Nagen?
No, close.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live today once again at the best pickleball location in DFW, Pickler Universe in Carrollton. It's time for a pickleball happy hour. We got Stella Artois along with us, handing out those Stella Artois samples. So join us. As soon as you get off work, we'll crack them and have ourselves a time talking sports here over the next 3.5 hours. Rangers Blue Jays tonight here on The Fan with the pregame at 5:30 live from Toronto. Sam's will join us coming up in just over an hour. General at your service. If you see me, bear me NA, and Stella does make an incredible non-alcoholic concoction. I do appreciate those. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion, is along with us here for the ride. Of course, you got Lucius Alexander back home with the Pimp Cup Master Control 75 fits you. Fixing to go 3.5 flawless. You will have LA Live coming up at 4:40 today. 4:40. A little bit early there because the Rangers pregame. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Ramon Cruz is remote engineering. He'll have a steady hand over the broadcast over the next 3.5 hours. And, we're looking forward to talking sports here with you. We got a little bit of news out of Washington as Kingsbury, our old buddy, the offensive coordinator, is basically saying it's time to get these guys in. So I think it's going to come to a head here with McLaurin. And fingers are crossed that they end up trading him? Is that what we're doing here? You trade McLaurin, you're heading for second place in the division.
Man, it'd be awesome if they traded Terry McLaurin. I don't think that they're probably going to get a deal done. I saw some report yesterday they'll probably go $28 million or more. They'll do something for him. But I'd love it. If they could get a trade done, that'd be ideal. It made me feel more optimistic. Nick Eatman this morning with Sean and RJ saying he's still going to say within a week Micah gets done. So that'd be great. But we had a Love of the Stars special today that's out with Baldinger. Baldy was like, look, I don't think it matters for Micah. He used the Nick Bosa example where Bosa held out and then he ended up just going out and getting a sack against the Steelers.
Well, I hope you're right about that.
He was poo-pooing the whole ramp-up stuff. He's like, he doesn't need a ramp-up for Micah. So I hope he is right. And hopefully we can just get this thing done so that we can get him in practice and we don't have to stress about, is he ready to go? How many snaps can he play? Because this is now just starting to get freaking annoying. But, yeah, in a perfect world, trade Terry McLaurin, sign Micah.
It is notable that people just aren't buying the Micah holdout. The bigger debate is, will he play week 1 after getting the deal done at some point in the next couple of weeks? Are you hearing the same thing as Nick Eatman, that maybe in the next week or so, this pen to paper here with Micah Parsons?
Not at all. Not at all. No, I'm not. And it's going to be about, somebody is going to have to break ranks, and either Mike is going to have to step up and tell David Mulugeta, hey, you go get this thing done. And I don't want to wait anymore. What are they offering? These are what Jerry and I talked about initially. See if you can work from there. I'm sure that David has all that information already, but I haven't heard anything. It sounded like to me that Jerry's pretty much dug in, So, Mulugeta's side is saying, well, Jerry needs to come to us.
And I feel like Jerry's saying back, we had a deal, so you let us know when you're actually willing to sign the deal that
Sure.
we had. And if you're Micah and his agent, you're like, we're not going to sign this deal, So I think it's going to be a standoff, and I think he'll play with the fifth-year option this year, because of those reasons. And it's too much money to not play for. And I think what the Cowboys are probably offering in a long-term extension is so far below what Watt and Garrett have that I don't think, Micah, after everything's been said and done, could come in at 38 or 39. I think so. This thing is probably headed for another off-season of discussion. That's at least what my gut's telling me here with 20 days now to go till Cowboys-Eagles.
Yeah, it's right around the corner, man. And I know Bobby's saying, if you get to the season and he ends up just playing on the fifth-year deal here, then the likelihood of him just not being a Cowboy after the season skyrockets. And maybe you slap the tag on him and another team comes in, says we're willing to give you those 2 1s to go ahead and take them off your hands.
Yeah, and at that point, maybe a trade request becomes a trade demand, becomes I'm leaving. I've moved out of DFW. I'm never playing football for you again. So if you want to get something for the asset. But I do believe Steven when he says we're not going to trade him. I don't think it would ever be their idea to trade him. This is just kind of normal life that you deal with from an ownership perspective with a lot of your best players. There was no more traction on the trade deal with Green Bay. That just kind of fizzled there.
I saw a report that possibly what they were offering was 2 1s, a 2, and a player. Don't know what player it was. It would have been a player on the defensive side of the ball, but there's been no deal made, according to Jane, and the Cowboys are not negotiating and initiating any trade talks. So it stands with the Cowboys have no interest, which Stephen Jones told us when I asked him at the media party, would you trade Micah? No, without hesitation. What Jerry's told the media, no, we're not trading him. That seems to be the Cowboys' stance right now.
I wonder how many teams are calling, and I wonder what that looks like. Pick up the phone, hey, we're so-and-so, we'd like to talk about an offer for Micah. They just hang the phone up, or do they sit there and soak it in and actually have some discussion?
I mean, Brian used to do that job, right? You used to fish for trades with different teams. What would those initial conversations be like for you?
What my responsibility was to get on a level like that, general managers talking to general manager. My indication, what things I used to have to do was I would talk to director of pro personnel and we'd say, hey, listen, Jerry and Steven have called me to ask if you would be interested. A trade that would involve multiple ones, that's going to be GM to GM. That might even be owner to owner is what that one might even be.
So if I called you and I said, hey, we'll give you 2 1s, a 2, and Lucas Van Ness for Micah, what do you think?
Lucas Van Ness, he's the edge on that.
Yep, that's another end.
You know what? I don't need another, I don't feel like I need the end. I feel like, but we've talked about the corner. I think it's a doable deal. I wouldn't hang up the phone on you if you told me 2 1s, a 2, and another player. But if it was somebody that, is it somebody like
Bullard?
Is it a corner that can help me? A corner that could start? Sure, absolutely. But I'm not hanging up the phone on you because you've brought up. Now, I will say this, though. If you're going to offer me 2 1s, I know it's Green Bay. Maybe, you're really looking at 2 2s, a 2 2s, a 3, and a player is really what you're looking at. So that's why I'm going to hold you up on the player, because I'm really on the back end of this. I'm kind of taking 2 2s and a 3. So give me a better player that I can play with right now to help me bridge to those picks.
I don't know if Jerry and Steven would have the time to even want to go over that phone conversation, but if they got a good businessman on the phone, there's no way he's going to hang up without knowing what the options are. You never know when someone's going to offer 3 1s and a 2. They're just like, we're in go for it mode. Our owner is, wanting one last ride into the sunset, and Micah's the way that we can do this right now. So I always want to know what the guy on the other end says. But I think the most relevant thing with the Joneses and this Micah trade story or possibility or long shot or whatever it is, just for me, Jerry builds long-term storylines and relationships with his players, and the players are stars on the most popular TV show in America. You don't just take players from another team and plug them into your TV show. You have built a relationship where the fans love this guy. They have this guy's jersey, right? And to be a one jersey guy, there's extra value in that. So, and I do think that's another way that the Jones family putting business first prevents them from making the best football decision at the time.
Where you're going to have to also think about is whoever you deal with is going to ask permission to talk to Micah's agent. They're going to want to be able to make a deal. They don't want to make a trade if they won't make a trade if they don't feel like that they can get a deal done with that.
And we saw Howie Roseman, I think Medford played this clip earlier.
So you got to give them permission to do that.
Howie was talking about the A.J. Brown deal that they made.
Yeah.
And they had the deal in place with Tennessee in the morning. But they didn't want anything to go through until they negotiated with A.J. Brown and his agent to ensure that they could get him signed. Because he didn't want to be the GM, the trades for A.J. Brown, and now I can't get a deal done, and I look like a dummy.
Yeah.
So you're 100% right on that.
And, Brian, you said yesterday your guys and your sources or whatever were telling you that the Packers would be willing to do 40.
I think the Packers would be totally in on a player that has youth, one of the best players in the National Football League. And so those elements, and it would help their defense tremendously. They've been kind of chasing that position a little bit.
Yeah, it's a player that might change the dynamic for Green Bay. Preseason game 2, if we wanted to keep the conversation going in a positive direction, like what do you want to see on Saturday night? I think that offensive line and their ability to create a clean pocket for Joe Milton was very impressive, and I feel like this might be the best offensive line depth we've had. Can you continue to do it against Baltimore? Bass and Hoffman, and I guess Awesome Richards. And then Nate Thomas, it's like, hey, your backup line might actually be pretty dang good. Yeah. So hopefully we see a continuation of that. And obviously you're looking for better performance from Joe Milton. I'm looking for 1 or 2 reads and go Joe Milton. I'm not believing that I'm going to be a pocket quarterback anytime soon. Maybe I'll figure that out over the next 5 years, but I think the Cowboys should today try to figure out if Shoddy said last week was evaluating. Your evaluation is not a pocket quarterback, period, point blank, end of story. If you want to continue for that, Joe, we'll find another team to trade you to. Can you do 1 read and run Joe Milton? Because that, I think not only would it be exciting, but would be a much better winning game plan than 3 and out with, consecutive passes again. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, that's not like the most sustainable long-term way to win. But, yes, if you're talking about, hey, we do need you for a couple of games, Joe, we're going to go ahead and need you to play to your strengths, and your strength is absolutely running the football and then throwing bomb skis.
Okay, a massive Texas Rangers weekend, isn't it? They're in Toronto.
It's big.
Will they be 500 at the end of the weekend? Will they be 500 again this season? Those are all relevant questions here. They are not favored to win this series. They've been a bad road team all year. They're really bad. This would be a perfect place for it to turn around. Obviously, the 2023 Rangers were in a horrible spot. There was a magical plane ride, from one side of the country to the other that apparently transformed them by the time they arrived to take on Tampa.
Mm-hmm. When they flew over Texas, they knew they effed up.
I said, gosh,
right?
What the hell?
Yeah, we should be getting off right here, guys. Let's lock in.
Yeah.
Maybe a trip north of the border does that. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking here and grasping at straws, but really unbelievable. The Astros have withstood all the injuries they have, and they're still 7.5 games better, and the Rangers are now 3.5 back in the wild card. So you could be looking at 5.5 games with 37 to play by the time we get here on Monday. And I think if it does go, 5 over, when does, hey, DeGrom's coming back, hasn't done much since 23. We got to look at innings, When does next year start to come into focus? When does, hey, maybe, we should be shutting down Evaldi as well? He's a super long shot for the Cy Young. I don't want to be having those conversations, but I think those might be within a couple of weeks here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Big weekend for Matt Stafford. Hasn't practiced during camp because of that aggravated disc in his back. He's gonna practice tomorrow or work out tomorrow, but the Rams are pushing him to do a little bit something tomorrow just to test and see where it is. That's a big factor. This is one of the few teams that I think has a chance to be really good, along with Philly and Detroit. Although you're down on Detroit, aren't you, Wolchuk? I don't know who's good in the NFC. I don't know who's going to win the NFC West, but I think right now, if you tell me Stafford healthy, I'd say Rams.
Yeah, I mean, I've been leaning with the Rams. I think the Rams, to me, are the team that is best equipped right now to win this AFC. I just think you're going to get natural regression, as I've said, from the Eagles. I don't think they'll be healthy this year. And then the Lions, we're seeing it already with just the offense is not what it was. And I think you're going to you had a dominant play caller in Ben Johnson, and you lose that center. They still have great players, don't get me wrong. The Lions probably will end up being good, right? That was a bold prediction for a reason. I was expecting that to be wrong. I hope I end up being right. I'll look smart for it. But I think the Lions will still have something to say about it. If Stafford's healthy, I'm picking the Rams, but the big reason is their defensive line. Yeah. I think their defensive line is outstanding, and I think that they're being slept on, and by the end of the year, they're going to be looked at as one of the best units in all of football.
Yeah, I think a team that's being slept on is Tampa.
Yeah,
I think Tampa.
That's what Baldy told us this morning.
Yeah, I think Tampa's a team that kind of people are kind of not really paying much attention because it's the NFC South. We think, New Orleans is bad, Carolina is bad. Who knows what's going to happen in Atlanta? They have capabilities of being good and bad. But I think Tampa's a team that might be, maybe not the 1 seed, but probably 2 or 3 when it's all said and done. They'll find a way to dominate that division, and then they'll find a way to win. The key to Dallas this season, and I was talking to somebody in the league about this. They were saying Dallas has got to find a way to win these games like these divisional games. It's going to be tough, but they got to find a way just not to get swept like in the West or swept in the North. You know, you got to, if you could split those games and then find a way, you got, you know, you played well against Washington last year. You know, maybe you could do the same thing again. But man, they just can't go and be just swept by the NFC North or swept by the AFC West.
Boy, that'd get ugly if you lose to the Bears and Raiders.
Yeah.
Then that really comes into reality. And I don't know. I guess I'm giving him credit for at least 6 or 7 wins, but that would be worst case scenario. Dale Hansen teasing in a story today in the morning news, he might want back in.
What?
Yes. Said he's got a podcast going, but quote, I'm a big man. I need a little more to eat.
There you go, Dale.
76 years old, still got his fastball, writing commentaries.
Sure.
And he's got the itch.
He's running out of money.
Seems like it from the interview. Yeah, he did mention money within the first paragraph of the story once again.
He's running out of money.
Taking L's on the poker table?
He said he'd be rich if he didn't love animals so much. Apparently he's got like a ranch and a bunch of animals and stuff out there. Maybe it is time for a re-entry into the game. I think he might still have it. Dog's here. Speaking of animals, salute to you.
Did he change his hair color?
He did, dude. Man, that's rock and roll right there.
I think he dyed his soul patch.
Yes.
Look at that.
We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Come say hi. It is a pickleball happy hour. Stella Artois is here with the samples, and you know, you're going to be playing pickle. There's a lot of athletic ladies here. Let's just be honest. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. You know, some very talented ladies,
very milfy.
Who, you know, I don't know if it's that or it's the other end of the spectrum,
Gilfy,
or maybe even before that. You know, there's some eligible young ladies out here that love playing pickleball. So if that is your game, I would say, you know, hightail it here and you know, check out the fastest rising adult sport in America. Pickleball at the best pickleball spot, Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We got our GBAG of the Day champion. Then Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up next year at 2:20. Where are you taking us, buddy?
It's a Football Friday, the top 10 training camp standouts for your Dallas Cowboys. That's next in the nation.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 and a replay of the GBAG of the Day champion. If you ever missed the GBAG of the Day, it's every night 5:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. You can check that out with the Audacy app or YouTube, instant rewind functionality and all that. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And back into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, here we go. G-Back of the Day, like my man just said, we do it every day, 5:30. Replay the champ. Right about here, you're lucky you caught it. Yeah!
You did it.
You did it, man. If you see anything popping over the weekend, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. This is day number 4 for this champion audio. Texas Rangers Rowdy Telles was not a fan of his interview with the G-Bags, so he jumped on the Foul Territory podcast to tell his story.
Why do you let Jock Peterson, of all people, go like this to you? And I heard him call you fat. Like, what are we doing? Like, you're bigger than him. Squash him.
Well, it's a little inside joke. You're a big guy, too, so you get it. But, we have bigger stomachs. And, we're just a couple of, the Bash Bros or something. I don't know. The Belly Bandits. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. Somebody else called me something. I did a radio show when I first got here, and they basically told me I was fat. And, they were like, hey, if you could eat anything here, what would it be? And I was like, oh, I don't know, whatever. And they were like, yeah, have you ever had food here? And I was like, yeah, believe it or not, I have. I live here. And they were like, oh, so you've eaten. And I was like, yeah. And they called me the Girthquake or something stupid. And,
Rowdy, did you feel like they took it too far there when they were on with you? Like, was it?
No,
I mean, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but what was the deal?
They tried to be funny, and they're not. They're just not funny. So I went full just emotionless person and was like, hey, guys, that was pretty stupid. So we'll leave it at that.
Yep, little shock jock stuff.
Great follow-up, Scott.
Little shock jock stuff.
Man, him recapping that interview in paraphrase style is actually the funniest thing he's ever said. So I'm glad we could make that happen for Rowdy.
The Belly Bandits is pretty strong.
You like that? You like that better than Girthquake?
Yeah, if like Bash Bros, Belly Bandits, yeah. Like if I found a fellow fat person, I wouldn't mind being the Belly Bandits. I think that's cool.
Yeah. Well, it is
the
cool.
offensive line.
I'm hoping that Rowdy can find that swing again. Tonight, hit you another home run or two.
Hey, out of all the hate little situations that I've been tagged in, on all the different platforms, it's overwhelmingly people love the Girthquake.
Oh, yeah,
they do.
It's a great
even if there's mad hate out there, be like, yeah, those guys suck, but that Girthquake was pretty good. You know what I mean? Chef's kiss.
I mean, he is a couple home runs away from jumping into my top 10 favorite fat athletes of all time. A list that I keep near and dear to my heart. Has the likes of John Daly, George Foreman, Babe Ruth, Kirby Puckett.
Do you want to take the top 10 today?
Well, I mean, I could.
We can
but,
combo platter if you
but he's
want.
not in it yet.
Okay.
He's not in it. I need some more Bombskis. I need him to, put on a show.
Y'all
which he's
should do fat
of.
athletes, bro. Y'all should do fat athletes right now while it's hot.
All right.
Tell you what,
hot, bro.
That's a tease for Monday. I'm going to do some homework over the weekend.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Here's in the meantime, here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220. The Wooly Bully.
Wolchuk's whole weekend is just going to be scouting out the fattest athletes of all time.
There's some legends, dude. Don't forget Fat Ronaldo or Fat Maradona.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I don't Fat Ronaldo, Fat Maradona. Put that in the memory bank. I'm going to get to the stadium early tomorrow.
Cecil and Prince Fielder. Cecil and Prince.
Cecil and Prince?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Cecil and Prince. We got that. Trying to rack my brain on some more. We're going to get to that.
Late career Sean Kemp. Cavs Sean Kemp.
Shaq.
Yeah,
this is going to be good. I can't wait to get to this on Monday. All right, today's list is going to be an 877-881-1053. I know we got a lot of Tolos that went out to camp this year, watch some practices. Or we do an awesome job on the beat, whether it's John Machota, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, Calvin Watkins, whoever it is, Joseph Hoyt, putting out clips. And you can kind of judge for yourself. Then we, of course, are recapping practice ourselves. We've got all the platforms, Love of the Star. Of course, Vach and Brian are doing their thing. We got a lot. We got a lot going on. So, who texted you?
Bobby wants to make sure that Jake Berger and Jock Peterson are on the list as well.
Okay. They might be honorable mentions because I don't know if they can make the top 10 just yet.
Bobby said this list is just half the Rangers' current roster.
Oh, boy.
You don't want to forget Mavs Raymond Felton. Luka. Maybe Luka.
Raymond Felton.
Luka might be number one on the list.
I saw him in a Legends game. I was like, what the hell? That is not Raymond Felton. Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
C.J. Anderson.
Darren Williams.
C.J. Anderson's a good one.
Biscuit away from an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that'd be a good callback. But top 10 performances out in Oxnard. Who do you think had the best camps? The camp standouts, courtesy of DallasCowboys.com. How about this football stat of the day? Dak haters, go ahead and put the earmuffs on. Best quarterbacks versus the blitz over the past 3 years. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott.
Oh.
Ooh,
Lamar
terrific.
Jackson.
What is the category for this? Like, what are they using to determine? Is it just
versus the blitz?
Yeah, that's
all I got.
Okay,
this is PFF.
So it's not like they're
take it with
the
a grain
ball.
of salt.
The ball gets out.
No, fair. Okay, so it's the PFF grade.
It's the Pro Football Focus grade.
Okay.
Josh Allen got a 91.5, Burrow 91.3, Dak at an 89.6, and Lamar Jackson at an 89. But I think every year we have kind of looked at this, and Dak's numbers are usually pretty good once blitzed.
Yeah, I think it's the mark of a really good veteran quarterback is, how do you do against the blitz? The problem is when they get home with 4 against anybody, your quarterback is going to be toast, and the Cowboys fail to acknowledge that. They've put him out there to get beat because, the line can't handle 4. That's what happened against the Niners. You couldn't run against them, and they were pressuring the hell out of you without sending extra guys. You're dead in the water, Joneses, and they still haven't fixed it. That was 2021.
Well, and it's when post-snap.
Make them blitz, and they're toast.
He thinks maybe somebody is blitzing, and it's whenever you get the drop. Like, I think the drop linebackers cause him problems, man. That's when we've seen the Fred Warners have success.
Maybe a pre-snap misread. Maybe kind of thinking like, okay, that guy is going to be there, so I have to work around it, but actually the guy's not. It's somewhere where else he's going. So, yeah, it's some pre-snap stuff might give him some problems there.
All right, 877-881-1053. We've got the camp standouts for our Dallas Cowboys as we wrap up in Oxnard. Boys come home. We got pregame tomorrow. Eric and Brian will have that. We'll have the postgame until 11 p.m. 2-hour post in the preseason. We'll get back to your 3-hour post once the regular season starts. So looking forward to that. And the Ravens, this is going to be a good test because I think the Ravens are going to be playing quite a few good players. But watching them last week, man, that defense is pretty deep. Like David Ajobo, having him as a guy that is a third-string bubble player. I mean, if the Ravens don't keep him on the roster, the Cowboys better go out and claim his ass. Go and get him.
I kind of hope they claim his whole body.
I just like the rear.
Yeah.
That's an all-rear team member right there.
Low man wins.
Man, I shouldn't care. That's a bad carryover from the white pants stuff yesterday, man.
You're on a roll.
I am. Holden made it as an honorable mention. I was surprised he didn't make top 10 on this thing. Kenneth Murray was an honorable mention player.
He's gone a long time.
He was.
He did a lot in a short period of time.
I think I saw him practice one time.
Sanborn was honorable mention. Blue, and they do note if he was not hurt, probably would have made the top 10 on this list.
Sure.
Zion Childress. Man, I would advocate Zion Childress should be a top 5 standout for me.
Well, certainly if you were doing the surprise standouts, I think
hell.
he would have to be him and Holden would be fighting for 1 and 2.
But this is a guy that was 6th on the depth chart, and I think now if I had to play a game today, and this is me, the Cowboys don't care what I think, and they're going to do what they want to do, but he has getting run with the ones right now. I think if with the health situation, if you don't want to kick Bland inside, I'm going Bland, Elam, and I'm saying Zion. Let's see. Let's see what you can do.
Here's my question then to you gentlemen. Is Childress playing because Hall has been poor?
He's been better than Hall.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hall has been pretty poor.
Has Hall's demise elevated a guy that's been okay?
I think you could say that his demise is. I think Childress has played well. I don't view it like that. Yeah. I don't think he's just.
I'm not saying. To me, I'm just kind of looking at it as. When I was at practice, I was like, they've got to do something for Hall.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that there were a couple of practices where Childress looked okay. And then, in the game the other day, he didn't look very good in zone coverage, I didn't think.
No, I agree with that.
So to me, I wonder if this is more about Childress being okay, Hall being below okay, whatever that is.
I mean, for sure. Like, don't get me wrong. If you go into the game on Thursday night versus the Eagles and Childress is the starting nickel, we can all say, "Hey, good for him. He he earned it. He played well." But he's going to get picked on, and that is going to be a giant area of concern for the game.
This is where I think this game is important this week. If they struggle at nickel this week with say the guys that they run through, this might be the game that the front office says we got to go get a corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this is the game.
Wouldn't you wait until cut downs though? Because
I probably wouldn't. Because I'm thinking about if I could get a guy in now, and I might play the game with a cut down. I might go get a veteran guy now and get him ready for 10 days or how many days you have to get ready for Philadelphia.
I need to go back and look at what was the week the last 2 years they've made those trades, like the swaps.
I'm just saying
because it might be right around now.
I just feel like this is the game where you're going to either look at your secondary and say, man, we have got to go get a guy, or no, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Kendall Fuller's still out there, and he can play inside, outside.
Yeah.
He's a veteran, obviously. He's maybe average or a little bit below average, but that is a massive jump from where you are with your depth chart right now.
Number 10 on the Cowboys camp standouts, courtesy of DallasCowboys.com, Javonte Williams came in at 10. If there was any doubt as to whom would win the running back competition, Williams is doing his best to end the debate. Started camp as the number one back, leaving camp as the number one back. Number 9, Osa Digizua, comes in at 9. Looked leaner, quicker, stronger in the middle.
Man.
Shut down several of the inside runs.
Isn't that frustrating when you pay a guy like, don't you want him to be a no-brainer top fiver?
I kind of felt like that Winfrey and then also, though, Solomon Thomas were better.
Yeah, Solomon Thomas was 11. Solomon Thomas just missed the top 10. I thought Solomon Thomas had a really good camp.
Wow.
Winfrey, I think.
Those guys at .com miss me being over there.
Yeah.
Used to argue these things.
8, Donovan Ezeraku. I thought Ezeraku would be higher.
I thought he'd be in the top 5.
Preseason game might have hurt him.
7 is Malik Hooker.
Yeah, he was getting his hands
I
on
thought
some
Hooker
footballs.
did have a good camp.
Yeah, when we were there, he definitely made some plays in the run game as well.
6, Maris Leofau.
Been good.
Certainly looked great. I mean, out of everyone else that was on the field in the opening couple series the other night. Kyler Elam at number 5.
I saw all his cut-ups, though. I saw the non-highlight plays that you were talking about, Brian.
Where
somebody
overran.
clipped up the all-22. There's about 3 minutes worth of it. I think actually Marcus Mosher did it. And I saw what you were talking about. Like, oh, man, there's some really good plays, but then there's some plays where he just kind of gets, washed out or he's taking two risks.
He'll guess.
Yeah.
And when he starts to guess, that's when things can get wonky.
Yeah, he will do his best to undercut a block or two, but sometimes he'll hit it just right.
Number 4, Kevontae Turpin. I would argue Kevontae Turpin should be number 1.
Yeah, there's going to be so much space available for him, too. I mean, that applies to everybody with Pickens and Lamb now. I mean, if you could get a run game going on top of that, just the idea that you could get Turpin the ball in space and get him up to speed before anybody can really rally to the football. I think that's the biggest opportunity right now for changing what last year was, along with George Pickens, and getting a lot more speed and house call ability onto the field.
I mean, I witnessed Eric have to change his pants on the field watching Kevontae Turpin.
I'm so glad I brought that backup pair that day.
You needed them.
Oh, my gosh.
You didn't have the white pair, huh?
No, well, not when I got there.
Yeah.
But they were making a concerted effort to get him involved.
They were.
And you saw some big plays down the field, but especially that quick action stuff. Just boom, space, a guy who's so fast he can't help but go get roughly a first down every time he touches the ball.
Top 3 Cowboys standouts: Pickens at 3, Dak at 2, and CeeDee Lamb at 1.
Yeah, those 3 were crushing most of the days.
There's
Terrific
your
stuff,
top 10.
Wolchuk. There it is. Zach with an H every weekday, 2:20 here on The Fan, gives you his top 10. Chief, it's a Friday. What are we doing?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Very 1980s of you. Tell me, forget about me. And then you kind of stop.
All right, we are live Pickler Universe here. We got Friday vibes going, okay? And even though the show is off at 5:30, we do have some LA Live here coming up for you at 4:40, so you're 2 hours from Lucius. Hold it down, LA Live on a Friday afternoon. It's time now to recap some of the best things we've experienced here recently, Chief. Live from Pickler Universe in Carrollton, here's Eric.
That's right. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
How about the 817 biggest dub? My new twin baby boy and girl, Seeger and Hazel.
Oh,
very
that's
nice.
awesome.
Seeger's a good name.
Seeger, that's a sick first name.
Yeah.
I like that quite a bit, man.
Last name?
Not sure about the last name.
We can't say that on air, right?
Nah, we could, but he didn't put it.
Okay.
You know, I would have read it if he put it.
I'd go middle name Simeon, Seeger, Simeon, Dawson.
Simeon.
Yeah.
I like
Dawson.
that.
Yeah.
What about Seeger Rowdy? Or Rowdy Seeger Dawson?
Well, I think Rowdy be the nickname I give him if, some childhood obesity comes on board.
Wow. Okay, fantastic. We're going to get into some of the mean comments.
And there's a chance of that if you're one of my kids.
We all took some L's this week in the comments.
Bennett's not been
No,
bad.
he's not at all.
He's a lean machine despite all that beer drinking.
He works out.
He must work out.
No, it's funny. He calls me the other day. He calls me can I tell a real quick story? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
He calls me last night, and I'm like, hey, son, how was the trip? Hey, Dad, doing great. Yeah. A Crown and Coke. Yeah, everything was cool, you know. And he was like ordering while he was talking to me.
Double Crown and Coke.
He goes, yeah, Dad, everything's cool. Got it unpacked. Double Crown and Coke. Yeah. Okay, yeah, everything was unloaded. I'm like, I'll catch you later.
That's a good order.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much is that? Oh, Dad, can you send me like $72?
Exactly.
I'm going to need about 6 of these.
Exactly.
Well, at least he's over 21 when he's making these calls now.
How about another one? He called me FaceTime in the parking lot when Dawson was driving by, so I kind of saw Dawson, and so he calls me FaceTime. He's driving the Cannon, the Texas Cannon,
Oh, that's
Smokey.
sweet.
He's
Fire 'em.
driving it to go to do some maintenance on it.
This was right after the
He
Double
almost
Crown.
caused a wreck.
No way.
It's like, oh, Dad, whoa, got to get off the phone now, sorry. And he was on 35 with the Cannon, and I'm like, Bennett, just go. Just go and just
10 and 2.
Pay attention. Don't be calling me and all that stuff.
So he's got the Cannon on a trailer?
He's got the Cannon, Smokey the Cannon in the trailer. Yeah, he was.
So he can back up a trailer, put it in this.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Special set of skills.
Yeah.
Well, he would have been good for biggest L of the week had he wrecked that thing.
He would have been a big L.
He stayed 10 and 2.
Smokey rolling around on 35 somewhere.
Well, that would have prolonged your retirement plans by another handful of years. I would imagine
geez,
you would have
yeah.
been stuck with that bill.
Yeah.
All right, our buddy Woody here, Big L, lost 2 of his homies to foolish acts, and they are on their way to the big house. So,
dang,
Godspeed to those
Said
fellas.
Michigan football.
Oh, gee.
Now, biggest W says
Whoa. Say again what happened?
Foolish acts.
lost 2 of the homies to foolish acts, and they are on their way to the big house.
Okay. Sorry about that, Woody.
So not Michigan football.
Dang, thoughts and prayers.
Big Dub, though, he says he's still going strong off the opiates and the benzos, and he notes 2 more weeks to football season. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. 214, biggest dub, we picked a wedding venue. Biggest L, we got the invoice to the venue. That's Tolo Allen. Allen's a beast, and his lovely fiance. I know that there's going to be a wedding for the ages, but these wedding venues are just cleaning up.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Hand over fist.
Might be a good venture for us. Maybe we just find a place and
Me and you
start our own.
I like that. Our one caveat is we get to crash the reception every time. We have carte blanche here.
Yes.
Okay, so you will be seeing us again. Go ahead and sign on that dotted line there, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you for the finger foods.
On the marriage. 214 biggest dub. I retired on Wednesday. He says biggest L, though. My wife did, too.
Oh, no.
Well, they're synchronized on the retirements there.
Sounds like a good time to pick up golf.
Couldn't get a free year.
Pickleball.
With the buddies. Or pickleball.
Or pickleball. Absolutely.
Good husband and wife sport.
No question about it. 615, my L is my mother-in-law still spells my name Zach with a K, and it's spelled Zach with an H.
I know that issue.
Zachs with an H are scholars. Zachs with a K are crackheads.
Amen.
According to the 615.
Hey, I co-sign that.
Okay, so into the comment section we go, because we, like Lucius mentioned, I mean, every platform has taken this Rowdy thing, aggregated it, just so that they can get feasted in the comments. Mike Leslie included. Okay, just engagement farming.
Well
and
played,
WFAA.
Leslie. I mean, I've gone upside Leslie's head on the show a number of times over the years, so turnabout's fair play. You know, I figured this is broadcast gentleman to broadcast gentleman fair play, Leslie. No harm, no foul.
Just don't hit me in the face, right? Isn't that what Anchorman?
Yeah.
The rules of engagement.
Just
don't hit me in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh no, 682 biggest L. I messaged my ex this week. The B word. He calls her. That's a bummer. He fell into that trap.
Beautiful.
That's a you need to put the ringtone. You ever heard Elton John has a song called "The Bitch Is Back"? That's a good ringtone for you if you ever have to go that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look it up. It's a real Elton John song.
You just make it just for when she calls.
Yeah,
I like that.
Bitch is back.
All right, here we go into the comments section.
Did I say that? Did I mess
on
up?
a couple of different platforms?
I think we're good.
Darn it.
Kids haven't been picked up from school yet. You know. So
yeah, you're right about that.
Before they're picked up or after they go to bed, you're good.
Sorry about that, kids.
All right, mean comments?
Mean comments start as such. That's GBAG for you. The only one I thoroughly enjoy is Broadus.
Hell yeah.
Well done. Thank you, Brian.
Yep, thank you.
Someone said Eric is unbearable. Can't stand either of the nosebleeds guys.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Eric.
Wolchuk. You got lumped in.
Eric. These guys stink.
Another guy says Chiafalo has zero comedic chops. Have
you heard his Dick Fangio stuff?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I feel like the Dick Fangio stuff was pretty good. That went over well.
Super Bowl loved that.
Incredible.
I figure, you know, it's a good time to acknowledge that while we're super popular and, like, so many people love our show, like, even an amazing show, the majority of people aren't listening to you, right? So they're like, oh, not my thing, not my thing, not my thing. And then they see you on their feed and they're like, oh, I'm going to take shots at these dudes, right? Because they're not my guys. So we get it, you know? We're a lot of people's guys. If we're not your guys, you're probably not even listening. We have seen how our Tolos have had our backs. I would like to go through our Tolos crushing these idiots who have, you know, chosen to so thoroughly get their weight behind such a sensitive man.
All right, Dawson, enough of that. More mean tweets.
Yeah, because there is a lot of good. I did
Fuel
have to
the
sift through
fire,
good.
baby.
The
Fuel it.
Tolo G-Bag Army was loud and proud, and we appreciate that. But it's funnier to read the hate, like Marcus Hughes saying, I liked them when they were the nosebleed seats. I'd listen to them in the car during COVID all the time. Zach has actually put real effort into being knowledgeable, especially when it comes to breaking down Cowboys film. So I got respect for him. But Eric is just so out of place, it's cringeworthy.
Wow.
And then Zach Wolchuk commented on that and said, yeah, those guys are the worst. Let's see. We have used to be a diehard Tolo. Now I only listen to Sean and RJ and just the Lucius segments for G-Bag. LA Live
That's
is
good.
so
Thank
good.
Thank you very much,
That's
man.
probably true.
20 minutes a day, we'll take it.
Great. We love you.
Eddie Frazier, hate that show. Lucius is the only tolerable voice on that show.
There you go, man. They got
God bless you, Lucius.
Hey,
Way to go, Lucius.
Bring us the listeners, LA.
A lot of, is it G-Bag or D-Bag? You know, that was going around quite a bit.
Brad been hearing that one for 15 years. Good one.
Brad Shear says, how does anyone on G-Bag still have a job after this? Any other job, that's a fireable offense. Did they all suck bleep the big wigs at Audacy?
I wish. You can check our paychecks.
Not all of us.
How about this guy, Patrick McLeod?
Hi, Patrick.
He looks like Santa Claus.
McLeod.
He says, Broadus is the only reason to listen to that station.
No.
The rest of them have been sniffing their farts for so long that they think they're perfume. Nope. just farts.
Dang. How did they know
Is
that?
dude my age?
I know.
Is he my age?
Yeah, he looks like Santa Claus.
Okay, he's my age, yeah.
All right, we got to turn this webcam
off. Let's see. There was some good. Oh, yeah. Chia Follow is so tasteless. Please leave Rowdy alone, you dumb bleeps. I'd rather listen to.
You're not even going to know who Rowdy is in 4 months.
And someone said
4 weeks.
I'd rather listen to Kavanaugh just fart into the microphone for 4 hours than those other two schmoes they added to the program.
Fair.
So that's pretty much where we're at here. That's just a handful. But I think that was our biggest L of the week.
Yes, indeed. Well done.
In the sense that it was a huge victory and Rowdy can go bleep himself.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo.
We love fat people. That's the thing that pisses me off so much. Like, we love them.
We embrace it ourselves.
This was taken totally out of context.
We love them. We should do our own Fat People Colts remix.
You know what? Let's do this.
I mean, it's so impressive that you could have so much extra weight and still move so explosively to hit bombs. You know, here I am just rail thin, you know, trying to be quick in any way. Dude's packing on an extra 50, 60 pounds and exploding through the strike zone.
He's putting it on Hall of Fame mode.
Thank you. Okay.
And still finds a way to get one hit a week.
Yes.
We love our team.
Okay, we
They're
got
fat and we love you.
We got the top stories of the day coming up next. Preseason football. It's a proper football Friday, and we'll talk about what we're hoping to see. And how about Cowboys with the most pressure on them going into 2025? That's coming up next. We're live at Pickler Universe here. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, free.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady? What are you? Cinnamon sisters? Laser babes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. We are live at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, home of the best pickleball courts in the entire world, actually. And thanks to them for having us out once again, and Stella Artois for bringing the cold beers. There's cold Stella Artois samples. There's also an energy drink right behind Chief that I just tapped into there at the break, and a turn up here as we're going till 5:30. Rangers Blue Jays. That's Rainstorm Clean Energy, zero sugar energy drinks. Really appreciated that. So cheers to those guys.
Mad tasty, dude. I've never tried one of these.
Yeah.
That was it. We got the tropical one.
Yep.
How about that, bro? All the delicious fruits in there.
Yeah, you have one of those, you'll be playing the best pickleball of your life. I think that's basically the sales pitch. Okay, former NFL players, let me get your thoughts on text 877-881-1053. Cowboys with the most pressure on them going into the 2025 season. I think, to me, the answer is quite clear, but I want to get your thoughts on it. Yeah, but a study here published by ESPN, NFL players entering retirement age now, former players, more likely to be living with chronic pain or disability and are more depressed and anxious, and are far more likely to report having some type of cognitive decline than the average American man.
Believe it.
This is, they tried to contact everybody that played in the NFL in 1988 and sort of track how they went through adulthood and, as they approach retirement age. In spite of this data that is very interesting, the vast majority say they would do it all over again and that playing football had a positive effect on their lives. So maybe the science says has not had a positive impact on your life as far as being happier and better off by the time you hit retirement age, but they still say that the trade was worth it. About 1/3 say the risks of tackle football before high school outweighs the benefits. 1 in 4 said they'd support a ban on tackle football for children below the high school level. And this, keep in mind, about half the players say they felt depressed in the past 12 months, 50% depression rate, compared to a quarter of men aged 55 to 75, and 15% said a doctor had diagnosed them with dementia. 15%.
Wow.
And another study found that just under 4% of men aged 65 and older have been diagnosed with dementia. So that is a pretty, see, that's over triple as many. 6 in 10 reported living with some type of disability, including having a tough time walking upstairs or bathing or dressing. That's about 3 times the rate of men in that age. So definitely a toll to be taken on your body, no doubt about it. Is you just. I think it's further context for holdouts, and why a player would want to make sure they're extracting maximum value because of everything they're sacrificing. And,
Right.
that's one of the first studies I've ever seen of, what happens to a group of players as a collection 30, 40 years later. Preseason football coming up on Saturday night. Was this a 6 o'clock kickoff? 3 o'clock with you
Yes,
guys?
6 o'clock, yeah.
Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40 with Broadus, a proper Football Friday edition. The thing that is a little bit frustrating, I think, for fans right now is you want to get optimistic about what is going on. Nick Harris joined us yesterday, and he said every question he had going into Oxnard, he still has. We know that Dak, Pickens, and Lamb is something that you can be optimistic about, like, holy cow, but what's the run scheme going to look like? Shoddy has been very, very generic. So you kind of have a path on offense, but then on defense, we're not going to get to see it either. We don't have Micah Parsons. How much is Osa playing? How much are Sanborn and Murray playing? We need to see evidence, and you're just not going to be able to get that. The rubber's going to hit the road week 1, and I don't feel like we've had a single good chance to evaluate what they're really all about. Just trying to take pieces of incomplete information and extrapolate it out. Obviously the defense has not looked good, but what happens when you really turn that pass rush loose and they can really hit the quarterback? And you have Mike and all these guys and Osa doing what they do. So I hope there is hope to be had here, but I don't expect to be any more optimistic Saturday night after this game, I guess is what I'm saying. It's just getting through, punching a ticket, and looking for depth pieces that might be able to help you at some point in the near future.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a couple of things that you're hoping. I mean, Booker getting to play. Be nice to see him move some people a little bit. Maffa, of course, just a couple of those guys. Do you see any type of progression from game 1 to game 2 for Joe Milton? You know, you're looking at little things, but yeah, you're not getting the full picture at all, and that is really frustrating.
Yeah, it is, and you know, I would ask Joe Milton to look at the Jameis Winston advice. Do you see what he said, what he learned from Drew Brees? He said, be Bruce Wayne until you have to be Batman.
Yeah.
You can't be Batman all the time.
I like that.
And Winston now with the New York Giants, after having a chance to be in New Orleans and chatted with Drew Brees, he said, man, and different quarterbacks down in the comments are like, dude, I wish somebody had told me that much earlier in my career, because every time I drop back, I felt like I need to make a big play. That's my job. That's why I'm back here. And if the defense isn't giving you that, but you keep forcing it because the idea of, I got to run this play the way that it's drawn up, or we want to get the chunk plays, it's not only unrealistic, but it would be very stressful as an experience to try to do something that's just not doable. So hopefully Joe Milton can take something like that to heart, and we see a progression. Because, I mean, even the greats, like, it gets Mahomes. Once the defense has decided we're not going to give up chunk plays, they're really good at denying that stuff. And if you keep trying to force it, then you're going to be hustling backwards, that's for sure. All right, at 877-881-1053, am I getting anything here on players with the most pressure on them? I like the idea of Pickens. You know, you're making $3 million, and this is your one chance.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely wants to get paid. I mean, I think Schoonmaker. I mean, I was advocating Monday after that game, like, give me Rivaldo Fairweather over Scooney. You were drafted because of your blocking ability.
Sure.
And if you're not sustaining blocks, what is your role? What can you do for me? So you brought him up yesterday. I mean, I don't know if he's on the bubble in the Cowboys' mind, but he certainly would be for me.
I'll tell you what, kind of players, and maybe it leads into with this game, and maybe, I don't know about the third game. I need to see somebody rush the passer. And I say that because if I don't have Micah Parsons, I need to feel better. Is Donovan Ezeraku, is he really going to be able to rush the passer? Who is Sam Williams? Whoever plays, I'd like to feel a little bit better, like, okay, ball got out quick last week. Stetson Bennett did a nice job. Protection was good at times. But I'd like to see a little bit more pressure. And because if, in fact, that there's no Micah Parsons, somebody's going to have to step up, and it might be somebody that will play in that game tomorrow night. If I could say, if it's a Sam Williams, Ezeraku, somebody has got to make a play or two for you to at least make me feel good about, my gosh, if they had to play without Micah, right now they look dead. They look dead as far as the pass rush stuff goes.
Yeah. You don't believe in Fowler, Williams, Ezeraku?
I believe in him, but I need to see Ezeraku play in a game. I saw him in practice. And I was positive about that, but I need to see him in these, like the scrimmage. He wasn't a factor. In the game, he really wasn't a factor. But maybe it's one of those things where they're trying to, maybe he needs guys playing inside. Maybe he doesn't need backup guys playing. Maybe he actually having a Solomon Thomas or having Oso Digizua playing inside. I just like, I think Tyrus Wheat was your best pass rusher last week. He was your best defensive edge, How
about Houston?
Yeah.
Showing anything?
Houston was okay. And
his get-off's impressive.
But does Houston make the team? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And, I mean, to me, Wheat seems like just him playing the run and rushing gave me like, okay, I didn't expect to see that. But I was expecting to see Ezeraku with a couple of nifty pressures and some moves and stuff like that. But if there's no Micah Parsons, you better figure this thing out real fast.
Yeah, go ahead. And you're not playing the Giants week one. If you were able to come out of the gates with an offensive line that can be had to some extent, feel like, okay, get your feet underneath you. But you're coming out of the gates versus the Eagles.
Yeah.
So I don't expect without Micah you're going to be able to get much pressure at all. It's like the best offensive line in the league.
So reading between the lines here, do we think it's possible that Ezeraku's amazing camp was just because he was rushing against bums?
No, I don't think so, because those bums played pretty well in pass protection against the Rams, and we've kind of talked about the Rams. I mean, the one thing that I kind of came away from it was there was some pretty decent balance. The ability to run, maybe not early, but without some of their guys, they were able to run the football. The Phil Maffa running the ball, they were able to get some push, and the protection for Milton, the passes he missed, it wasn't because he was under pressure. I just feel like, though, that to me with Ezeraku, maybe I put so much on him because of the practices. Maybe I put on that, like, man, this guy, he's got this. I'd love to see him tomorrow go out there and in the plays he gets, get a couple of pressures, maybe even get a sack if he's fortunate enough.
Especially against a stationary target and our old buddy Cooper Rush, who's going to be starting tomorrow for the Ravens.
Yeah, and that's an interesting story. I think Cooper Rush would make you more capable of winning than Milton or Greer, but didn't last year just become so damn boring watching Cooper Rush play that if you're Jerry Jones, you're like, hey, we might not win if Dak is out, but I'll be damned if we're that freaking boring ever again. I don't care if we're winning football games like that. That was a snooze fest. Watching Cooper Rush try to not turn the ball over to victory, and it's a tough strategy. But the schedule was, fortuitous, and they got enough takeaways last year to make him a winning quarterback once again. I think maybe that's some insight into what's making Patrick Mahomes so good. Cooper Rush is elite at avoiding mistakes and giving you a chance to win. I think that was Jason Garrett's approach for about a decade. And there's gold in those hills to harvest if you want to. I just find it incredibly boring.
Yeah, the most boring for sure. In regards to like guys with pressure, especially if he doesn't get a deal done before the season, I would say Deron Bland.
Oh, yeah.
Like
he could make himself a lot of money. He could lose himself a lot of money.
Yeah,
that's spot on.
I was thinking about it like if I don't play well, I won't get more money from the NFL, or I'm looking at backup money, and I think that applies to Tolbert. I think that applies to Schoonmaker. I think it's probably still too early for Guyton, but if I'm Guyton, I'm feeling quite a bit of pressure. Like, they probably will still give me another off season, but if it's really bad and we're in the top half of the first round, they might go left tackle.
Yeah, because it's too important of a position.
Yeah.
You want these guys to be able to grow and have time, but if you're absolutely awful, like, you're going to get my quarterback killed. I don't have the time. Now you're just going to have to be a backup here.
Obviously, Mozzie Smith would feel quite a bit of it, but I feel like he's already felt that pressure, and now he's on the other side of it just waiting for the dismissal.
Well, did you mention Nate Thomas? Because Nate Thomas could lose himself a starting spot possibly.
Yeah.
Like, if Guyton's not ready to go week one, if Nate Thomas just looks god-awful.
I think Nate Thomas playing with house money. 7th-round pick in 2024. I
agree.
Skipped last year. Now they're like, holy cow. He's actually playing more like a 3rd or 4th rounder than a freaking 7th rounder. I do think the biggest pressure is on Dak Prescott, though, because of how aggressive that the Cowboys have been looking for Lance, looking for Milton. The fact that they did put the clause in his contract where they have the option sitting there for next March. The fact that last year he led the NFL in turnover-worthy play. The fact that Zach Martin and Tyron Smith are gone. And now, things that he could rely on with the protection put him on such a sped-up schedule, play-to-play last year. Did that lead to it? Can I prove that I can be a low-turnover, high-touchdown guy in the NFL like I was when Tyron Smith was pretty healthy and All-Pro 2 in 2023? Can I show everybody I've learned enough and that the Joneses should continue to, be happy with me as the top-paid quarterback in the NFL? Because, a couple of ways. And then injury. Are we sure that Dak has come back from the avulsion fracture in a way that makes him mobile in the pocket, able to set his feet, and consistently deliver a football?
The practice reps where things broke down and he had to push forward and have, it's not game. It's not a game situation, but it's drop back. It's, okay, nobody's blocking. Now I got to escape forward and move.
Yeah.
That part of it I thought was encouraging.
Heading in the right direction. I would say
that it didn't look like he was kind of laboring or huffing and puffing to try and get.
Good.
Yeah, he was trying to. He found the gap and he hit the gap and and then it play over. But it wasn't like he was back there and just like the blacksmith quarterback that just muscle and not doing anything. I mean,
yeah, about the same athlete as last year. But last year, I think what we saw from Dak is The pressure is coming too quick. The play is breaking down the puck. My eyes are down. Where am I going? Oh, I'm in trouble here. It's not a completion. Maybe it's a turnover.
That part of it is, you're right about that. But the question about him being able to move.
He can move.
I think he can move.
Well, he's shredded.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely looks like he can move.
Yeah. It's been his ability to escape.
Female Tolo, there she is. The 2%er. Bang, bang.
Right there.
And she's playing a hell of a pickleball there with her girlfriend here. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3. The Fan. We'll have to catch up with Sands a little bit later on. Rangers and Blue Jays tonight. Toronto atop the AL standings. They could win it all. This is a hell of a team right here. And I think most of us hate Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
We're stepping aside. We got to step aside because Brian Billick, the coach, joins us next here. It's the GBAG Nation live from Pickler Universe here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's talk Prize Picks. Oh, it is football season. Glorious, glorious.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great. I love it.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, home of the best pickleball courts in the world. And Stella Artois had us out. Come out and get a Stella beer sample and play yourself some pickleball here. Happy hour this afternoon on the fan. We're about to talk with Coach Brian Billick. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And Coach Billick is brought to you by the X-Tech shoulder pads. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing great. Great to be with you.
It's always good to chat football with you, man. So how are the Ravens looking, and what kind of a fight should we plan on John Harbaugh bringing into AT&T on Saturday?
Well, the Ravens obviously look very good as long as you got Lamar Jackson and a good defense, and you know how much they played, we'll see. And the Ravens have traditionally played well in the preseason, and so yeah, it's going to be a heck of a game, all but going into AT&T. And the Cowboys are going to get a chance to see a lot of the young players and tested across the board. That's the other thing about the Ravens. They're kind of good across the board, so they're going to get good matchups no matter where they are.
Now, Coach Schottenheimer has been adamant about being generic and vanilla going into all the preseason games, and even said this week he feels like they get one opportunity to have an advantage with the league not knowing exactly what they're going to bring to the table. How much of an advantage, can be harvested from that, Coach?
Oh, I don't think as much as you probably think. Obviously, everybody in the preseason, job one is looking at your young players. So you don't bring a lot, and nor do you really prepare for the opponent, because you don't know what the opponent's going to do. They can have tendencies in what they do in the regular season, but they may come in the preseason and say, you know what, we're going to work on our zone coverages this week, or we've got a new pressure package we want to try out. So you really don't know what you're going to get. So everything is generic in that regard, because you just want to see what the players can do straight up.
You talk about wanting to see what the players can do, and you bring in a new offensive staff, Clayton Adams, Connor Riley on the offensive line, and I feel like a lot of what they wanted to do throughout training camp was figure out what these offensive linemen can do so they know how to approach the run game in particular. How much does it throw things off when you have a guy like Guyton, who you expect to be a starter for you, but he's missing all of camp?
Yeah, that's tough, because obviously, like I said, job one is evaluating the young talent and the new talents you have on the team so that you have a real idea. I mean, the last thing you want to do is let good young talent walk out the door when it comes time to cut down to the 53 because you haven't seen them enough, or they haven't had a chance to really to assimilate offensively or defensively what you're doing. The other thing is obviously, particularly with the offensive line, you want to look at different combinations, whether it's the defensive line, the offensive line, whether it's receivers with a quarterback, that ability to work together. And with the offensive line, when you're missing a component like that, that is missed time that's hard to get back for the opener.
Coach, we've heard a lot about physicality, making this team tougher from Coach Shoddy over the course of this offseason. What are the keys to doing that and kind of changing the culture of a football team when you take over as a coach?
Well, I mean, everybody comes in and says they want to be smarter, they want to be tougher. I guess compared to the others that go, you know what, I want to be stupid and lazy. It's kind of the mantra that everybody brings into it. Part of it has to do with just the mindset. It sounds, when I hear a coach say that, it makes me think, okay, they want to run the ball more, that maybe they want to pressure more. And certainly you can try to set a tone with that during training camp, because in terms of the amount of hitting that you do, and show that you're going to be a physical team. But even with that, you do it within certain parameters because you don't want to get anybody hurt. So it's just the mindset. To me, that means, okay, we're going to run the ball more, and maybe we're going to pressure a little bit more than we did the previous year.
Coach, with Micah Parsons being a hold-in, I guess is what they're calling it, how as a staff and as a head coach do you guys manage, say, a holdout like that and of a player of his magnitude?
Well, you hear coaches say it all the time. I can only coach who's here, or I can only coach who's practicing. And that's the mindset you have. You wish the other guys were there. Yeah, every team has this. Every team has somebody that's holding out. Your bigger concern, particularly when you're talking about a veteran player, and you know he's a good player, and he knows what he's going to be doing, is this missed time is and he'll get signed eventually, and it'll probably be right at the beginning of the season. It's, okay, how much can we play him? How much can he have any snaps? He's going to be on a pitch count or not. You've got to decide, and you worry about that, because then a player who comes in and just figures, okay, I'm in good enough shape, I didn't have training camp, but I can go in and play, then you get injured. So those are the things that you think about a little bit more, as opposed to what you're really missing, particularly with a player that has such quantifiable abilities, and you know what he's going to give your defense.
Coach Brian Billick with us here on the fan. Now, what do you think about the Brian Schottenheimer hire? What kind of interactions did you have with Marty? And just go ahead and take it from there.
Yeah, Marty was a long time. Marty Schottenheimer, one of the great coaches in this league. Brian, growing up, obviously, sitting and talking football with his dad, since he was a kid. So obviously he's football through and through. He's proven abilities. And he understands what he's coming into Dallas. He understands that, Jerry Jones is the head coach. And that's how this works. And I'll orchestrate it with the players as best I can. But that's the move. That's what the way it is in Dallas. He understands that. Is there pressure with it? Sure, because of the nature of the hire and the fact, strictly the fact that it's Dallas. There's not going to be any honeymoon. You're expected to win right now, and so that's a given. You understand it, and you go to work and have at it.
As an offensive guru like yourself, what do you make of putting two number one wide receivers together, the questions, the difficulties you can present to the defense, and how much better of a quarterback that could make Dak Prescott this year?
Well, anytime you can present that kind of multiple threat. When we, way back with the Vikings, the challenges the defense has had, when they, on one side I got Randy Moss, on the other side I had Chris Carter. And, oh, by the way, I've got a heck of a running back in there in case you want to double up on both those guys. So, yeah, you can kind of dictate to the defense what they can do, waiting for those one-on-one matchups. So, particularly if those are going to perform at that level, that's going to give Dak Prescott a lot of opportunities that when they do want to go one-on-one, he knows where he can go with the ball.
Super Bowl champion Brian Billick with us here in the GBAG Nation. You brought up your 98 Vikings. We've just seen all these quarter-century teams, like the best team of the last 25 years. All these lists are coming out. The 07 Patriots were number one on most lists that we saw. But I look at your 1998 Vikings as the best team that never won a Super Bowl, Coach. How do you think that 98 Viking squad would have fared against the 07 Patriots?
Well, I'm biased. But, yeah, that was a pretty talented group. You just talked about it. it was a team, particularly offensively, that we had an answer for whatever you wanted to do. You know, when you have a Randy Moss and that Chris Carter, we had Jake Reed was the other receiver, Andrew Glover at tight end. We had a running back with Robert Smith and Leroy Horde. We had an outstanding offensive line led by Hall of Famer Randall McDaniel. Dynamic play at the quarterback position. Whatever it is you want to do and come in and do defensively, we had an answer for it. And that was a very, very special group, as it was obviously with the Patriots and Tom Brady leading that group and what they were able to do. But that 98 Viking team, that was probably one of the most talented offenses that we've seen in the league.
You coach Ray Lewis. We know him for being one of the greatest players in NFL history, but also probably the one seed for team speeches, pregame, in-game, post-game. Was there ever a close second in your career for a guy that could really get the guys fired up and ready to run through a wall?
No, Ray was pretty good. You know, Ray just had, and the reason he was good, it was not just the speech and the rah-rah and who let the dogs out and all that stuff. It was because Ray, what you saw on Sunday, you got from Ray every single day, every single meeting, every single workout. So that really challenges the players to keep up with him. And so what you saw on Sunday, and that was just the culmination of this is what we've done all week. Now it's time to perform. And what an asset as a coach it is to have a player that can lead that way, and not so much lead, but that the players will follow and want to live up to that lead and follow what he has to say. So yeah, pretty special. I remember when I originally got to Baltimore, they used to have the introductions, and Ray would do his thing, and then they'd introduce me, and I go, no, we're not doing that anymore. I mean, there's kind of you don't follow kids, you don't follow dog acts, and you don't follow Ray Lewis out of the time.
Would he do? Did he do the baby oil thing? Would he be? It seemed like he was always just lathered up, man, and just shining before the game even started, or maybe he had already just worked up a crazy sweat.
No, there was an intensity about him that was very, very genuine. You know, and you see a lot of guys do it, and it's kind of manufactured. You got to understand with Ray, that was to the marrow. I mean, that was him down to the marrow, and that's what made him so special.
Cowboys talking about better leadership, better culture, more toughness, three things that Ray really epitomized. Can you develop that, or do you have to draft it, or to what extent can you coach it?
No, I don't know that you can coach it. You can certainly give it a platform, and that's the key. I mean, and guys lead in different ways. Some of them are very, very outward and very vocal, like a Ray Lewis. Others, like, say, a Jonathan Ogden, who I was gifted to have, and very quiet, much more subdued, but a tremendous competitor, and led in a different way, but clearly led. So clearly, as a coach, all you can really do when you're fortunate to have someone like that is to provide a platform for them to exhibit that leadership so that the other players will take that lead.
Hey, Coach, nobody wore the sweater vest better than you. Do you miss seeing it on the sidelines?
I don't know about that. It was more about that straw hat in training camp. I wish I had gotten the patent on that, because
you were the first ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw more people with that hat. I thought, boy, I should have trademarked that, and I could have retired a whole lot earlier without a trademarked that. But certainly this time of year, you draw back on the memories, and as you get closer to the season. I don't miss training camp. I was out on the golf course today. I'd much prefer to be there than in training camp. But as you get closer to the season, just the energy of it, the relationships, the players, you begin to start to feel those juices and look forward to the beginning of the season.
Come on, you don't miss blowing the whistle during some Oklahoma drills with those Ravens teams. I mean, good night, bro. Jamal Lewis, Ray Lewis, let's go.
Yeah, I'd much rather be sitting in a room with no windows watching film right now than on the golf course. No,
touche.
Life's pretty good.
I know coaches just live and breathe it, and you can't get away from it, especially when you're in it. Your mind's always racing. Did you ever come up with a play while you were sleeping in your dreams? What's the craziest place that you ever like, oh, snap, I got to play, I got to write this down?
Oh, well, you do. There's certain things that occur to you until, and then the light of day, you wake up and you go, that's stupid. What the hell was I thinking,
Throw that away.
Yeah, but it is amazing. My wife would always, when we'd be sitting there watching TV or whatever, and she knew that I was not engaged with what we were doing. It's like you're thinking about a play right now, aren't you? Yeah, because you tend to. And when you're on the offensive side in particular, that's kind of the creative side that you love to tap into, and you're always trying to push the envelope about, is there a little something I can do here? The fact of the matter is that it's already all been done, and everybody's doing the same thing, but you sure like to tinker with it if you can.
Well, speaking of great football ideas, what can you tell us about the X-Tech shoulder pads?
Well, I'm so proud to be a part of X-Tech's 14th year. And, football, pads hadn't changed in 40 years until X-Tech pads came along. It's the number one pad in all of football right now. All the top players like Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, Fred Warner, top colleges, whether it's Oregon, USC, Penn State, and even in the high schools now. It's really gratifying to me to see that the high schools and the parents are vesting themselves in. They're going to xtechpads.com. They're seeing what these pads are about, the next iteration of technology that protects the players in this great game, but it is a very violent game. And we now have 14 years of data that these pads are basically custom fitted, because your pads are based on your height, your weight, your playing position, your injury history, the level that you play at. So it's almost like a custom-made pad, 100% American-made. These are the pads that our young people need to be in.
Great stuff. Coach Brian Billick, X-Tech, thank you so much, sir. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the season.
All right, you too. Thank you.
There he goes, Brian Billick. Maybe we'll see him at the Super Bowl once again. Always love talking football with him and getting his football stories. And salute. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's Friday. It's a staple. It's the name game. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Stella Artois brought by some Coley's if you want to sample, including the 0.0. I think it's one of the finest 0.0 ales out there. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of that. I know we've talked about tomorrow. Eric and I will be on the Cowboys pregame show from the Brad Sham studio in the press box there. We'll be going off at 3 o'clock Central, and then Zach and I will have the postgame. And that's a 2-hour postgame, so make sure you line it up. Come in and call in. We'll take some calls and kind of work through what happened, what we saw, kind of get our opinion, get your opinion, and then I'll have the film watched on Sunday, so we will circle back on Krusty's Corner on Monday. We could talk about some particulars of who played particularly well and maybe who is in danger of maybe not being on this football team anymore. And by the way, too, after our show today, give the Love of the Star a listen. Did a podcast, Eric and Zach, and it was with Brian Baldinger was working with you guys today. So
I love Baldy's breakdowns.
Yeah, give that a
He's
give
the
that
man.
After our show's over, give that a listen. We'd sure appreciate that.
Do it.
All right, since we're at Pickler Universe, we're going to play a little name game today.
Crap.
And what I've selected for you guys are all-time best pickleball players. Pickleball player names.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Pickle.
You just found my strike zone.
Like,
look at him.
Are you excited about this?
I love this.
He's wielding around confidence.
I've been playing pickleball in the driveway. Abby's into it.
So you know these names. If I say...
I know some names.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going... For the first time, we're doing men and women.
Okay, equal opportunity.
Equal opportunity for pickleball here today. Equal opportunity.
Just like the NFL cheerleaders.
Here we go.
Get them on the court together.
The Vikings.
All right. We'll start with you,
The hell.
Dawson.
Yep.
Jack Sock.
Oh, jeez.
The old Jack Sock, eh?
Brian.
Jack Sock.
That's inappropriate, Brian.
That
Come
is
on,
dump
dude.
that, Lucius. That is clearly a made-up name. And a little vulgar.
Just nasty.
Thank God for those new Proud Brian socks.
We're in
all right?
pickup line right now, Brian.
You're saying
Not a name.
Not a name.
Not a pickleballer.
I'll go with you, Chief. Jack Sock.
Yeah, Jack Sock. I think that guy is. I think there's a lateral.
He's dripping in talent.
There's a lateral agility factor with that guy.
Explosive.
I think he knows how to put bat to ball.
How about you there, Wooly?
Take you to the climax of the sport.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is a real person because if it's not, then you are just a dirty, crusty man, Brian Broaddus.
No, that's the sock.
So you're saying real pickleball man.
Yes, not trusty sock.
We go into the Pimp Cup with the great Lucius Alexander, Jack Sock. Lucius.
Man, that's definitely a real guy right there, Mr. Broadus.
Jack Sock.
Yeah.
All right.
Pickleball player, Jack Sock.
3 say yes. 1 says no. Jack Sock. Real pickleball player.
Here we go.
Dawson, you look a little disappointed over there.
Must be a new signing or something.
All right, Chief.
Yes, sir.
The First Lady makes an appearance. Sandy Morris. Sandy Morris. Is she a professional pickleball player? Sandy Morris.
I feel like she's probably more volleyball.
Beach volleyball.
Ooh.
Absolutely on the beach.
Ooh.
It's where she belongs.
Ooh. Really?
I love the name Sandy.
Sandy Morris.
Ever since Greece. Oh, Sandy.
Oh, Sandy.
So, Chieftain, you're saying
You're the one that I want.
you're saying no to pickleball.
No, she's an athlete though.
Yeah, they're all athletes.
That's right.
So,
can't argue with that.
That is a senior tour women's golfer. You know, I don't believe anybody with the name Sandy could possibly be young enough to be excelling at pickleball right now. It's a 32 and under sport for pros.
Chief, you're saying you going with him?
Yeah, she's not a pickleballer.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, that's going to be pickleball. I'm going to go with the opposite here and say pickleballer.
L.A.
I do not believe this person is even an athlete. Sandy sounds like she manages comedians or something in Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
She's an agent?
Yeah, she's an agent. Yeah, producer on the show.
Sandy Moore's agent?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that. Yeah.
She lives in a pineapple down by the sea.
But yeah, I'm going to say no.
Sandy Morris. She's a pole vaulter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Silver medalist.
Son of a gun.
Pole
In
vaulter.
72?
Nope. She's current.
Really? Okay.
Sandy Morris.
There we go,
current.
Sandy.
All right, Willie.
What up?
Tyson McGuffin.
McGuffin.
Tyson McGuffin.
That sounds like a pickleballer if I've ever heard one. The McGuffin family, they have long been pickleball Hall of Famers.
That's a serious silver spoon name, which indicates from a tennis family.
Oh.
Failed, didn't have any other options, pickleball.
I think McGuffin might be a lax guy. I think we might be talking about a lacrosse player right now.
Or water polo, maybe.
Water polo, I could see that too. Walchuk, good call.
Oh. Lucius.
McGuffin is his name?
His name is Tyson.
Tyson McGuffin.
Tyson McGuffin.
No, you made that.
Shout out to my cousin. He calls girls with big breasts. He calls those McGuffies.
You see that McGuffin?
You see the McGuffies on man? You gotta see the McGuffies on this one. Yes, definitely a pickleball player.
Tyson McGuffin. He's a pickleball player.
Crap.
He is a pickleball player.
Woo!
Oh,
Thank goodness.
The McGuffster.
All right,
Must be a different league.
here we go. We go into the Pimp Cup. We start with
All right,
Lucius
here we go,
Alexander.
here we go.
Lynn Dan.
Lynn Dan.
Lynn Dan.
B.
This,
Johnson.
Man or a woman?
Lynn Dan is a man.
Lynn Dan. Speaks Mandarin, right.
Lynn Dan.
Not a pickleball player, plays tennis. That's it.
Oh, whoa. That's going. He's going early.
Yep.
Going early. How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, but I got this guy being a golfer.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Wooly, after he yawns.
I think he's got a mean short game.
Apologize. I'm going to say no, and I'm thinking ping pong star.
Dawson.
Totally made up name, Brian. Not a pickleballer, not an athlete.
Is this another cornholer?
I've never heard of such a ridiculously made up name.
Lynn Dan.
Nobody has the last name Dan. Dansworth, maybe.
Lynn Dan. One of the greatest badminton players in history.
Man. How about it? Damn. Badminton wasn't even on the radar.
He'd probably play some mean pickleball, though. I mean, if you're good at badminton.
Yeah.
All right. My last lady. How about you, Wooly?
All right.
Ashlyn Johnson.
Johnson.
Ashlyn Johnson.
Sounds incredibly hot.
Yeah. Most Ashlands are. This is a skier. This is not a pickleballer.
How about you there, Dawson?
I'm going to say not a pickleballer. And this would be 0 for 5 for me. So fingers crossed.
You have a reason why?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds more like a model chick, like maybe an Instagram influencer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
He pulled that right off her feet.
How did you figure me? How did you figure me out there, Dawson?
Is that your OnlyFans top 10?
That's my OnlyFans top 10 right there. Chieftain?
Yeah, I think this is a gymnast. I really do.
Lucius.
Man, sounds like a high jumper, long jumper, something like that. Ashlyn Johnson?
Ashlyn Johnson.
Yeah, it sounds fast.
Yeah,
it sounds fast.
She's got speed. She's got wheels.
Ashlyn Johnson.
Great McGuffies.
You gotta see the McGuffies on them, man.
And Ashland.
Down on all fours.
Ashland. Now on it to win.
Ashland Johnson.
You are not the father.
She is a goalie. For the U.S. water polo team.
Oh, we do have water polo.
We got one.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
That was good, huh?
How about that? Gentlemen,
Thank you,
very
Brian.
much.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're coming back with, what are we doing, Chief?
We're actually going to toss things over to the Wooly Bully for the greatest, what he's alleging to be the greatest mixed bag of all time.
Man, we got liars, we got hypocrites, and what do scouts think about Arch Manning? That's next.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 3, GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Eric Nadell is going to join us here coming up in about 15 minutes to help us preview Rangers Blue Jays. Pregame for that's coming up at 5:30. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, 35 at Bush, basically right here on the service road. And salute to Stella Artois for joining us out here. They have beer samples and free pickleball. You know, it's like a pickleball happy hour. Here's Wolchuk.
The big bomb today in college football, Michigan. We now know the penalty that they're going to get for the Connor Stallions sign-stealing scandal. It's $30 million that they're going to get in fines for Michigan, and also head coach Sharon Moore is going to get an additional one-game suspension, which he's going to serve the first game of the 2026 season. The other elements of this...
They play in Hawaii or something like that?
Yeah, I got to look and see who they play week 1. Now... So 2026, their opener is expected to be Western Michigan in Germany. This year, they're at home against Central Michigan.
Okay.
So, but they'll win that game, and I don't think it's really going to be a big deal. But
they're used to playing without their head coach.
Yeah, they've had to do this frequently. Now, Jim Harbaugh also is going to get a 10-year show cause penalty from the NCAA, as will Connor Stallions. He gets an 8-year show cause penalty. That essentially just acts as a barrier so that schools can't hire them in the future. So if Harbaugh isn't successful with the Chargers, it's not like he can just bail and go back to college here anytime soon. He's got to go ahead and wait this out. Now, we had some pretty harsh words coming from our buddy Stuart Mandel of The Athletic, who we've had on the show before. And he said the NCAA let us know what we long suspected about Michigan football under Jim Harbaugh. These guys lied to people's faces over and over. While the Wolverines will still keep their national title, the reputational hit they've taken is no small thing. These days, the phrase hypocrites and liars ought to be added to the lyrics of Hail to the Victors.
It's synonymous with college football. Get off your soapbox. It's a sport that's been about lying and cheating and paying players under the table for decades. So I respect Stuart Mandel, but I think that's hyperbole.
Well, this is, it is... It's hard not to kind of respect what Connor Stallions did here. Now, is it cheating? Yes. But, gosh, this was kind of incredible. The true scope and scale of this scheme, including the competitive advantage that it afforded, will never fully be known. But they found out that the infractions, he put together a network that he called the KGB that records what they call dirty film, where the cost of doing this is in the tens of thousands of dollars over 3 seasons. Until they eventually got caught. And he had like over 50 schools that he was looking at, recording all of the practice tape, game tape, and he never went to Michigan and asked for any money. So I guess that's how, ultimately they decided we're not going to strip Michigan of a national title here. We're not going to punish those players, because you could argue Connor Stallions was somewhat acting alone, but obviously they found enough information that, yes, that they did have enough here to go with. The school knew about this. Harbaugh knew about this. They are guilty, but goodness gracious, it is. I mean, I kind of got to give a tip of the cap to Connor Stallions. What he was able to orchestrate here, pretty damn impressive, even if it was illegal.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we thought in the SEC it just means more, but for Connor Stallions,
holy crap,
it's Ann Arbor and the Wolverines, and it means a hell of a lot more. Thank God he was channeling all his passion into something like this, which is still relatively innocuous compared to any other avenue. If
he's got a little Bobby Belt in him, this guy.
Yeah, he's very serious about it. When he gets zeroed in on something or someone, look out!
Holy crap!
I made a living stealing signs. That's what I did. I'd go to football games and sit in the press box, and I would identify who the primary play. This is before the coach communication stuff.
Oh, the headset deal.
Yeah, you always had guys that you had to figure out who the live guy was and who the dead guy was, And if you could figure that out, then you matched the signals up with the film. You got back, and you took the film and you wrote down the time codes and all that stuff of certain plays and things. And they use this signal for this. They sent in this personnel for this. And I would just watch the sideline. I wouldn't even really watch the game. I would just watch the sideline to see if you could get a pattern and pick up their what certain plays were. Were they repeating signs for certain plays. Like, was their screen game a certain sign?
Right.
And you could kind of pick those things up.
And that was legal as long as the game's going on. That was.
Yeah. I mean, they sent me to other NFL games to steal signs. And anything I could do to help the coaches, I was doing.
Were you in a guise? Like, did you?
No, I showed up.
Fake mustache.
Connor did. Connor sure was using disguises.
We had a deal.
It's advanced scout.
Yeah, we had a deal. There was a guy named Larry Dixon who was working with us at the Cowboys. The Washington Commanders charged admission to come to their training camp practices.
Oh, okay.
We went to every single Washington Commander practice except one. We missed the first one. And then we figured out that by league rule, by them charging admission, that we could go and scout. And we played them early this season and had every one of their practices, every one of their, everything that we knew everything about the Commanders before the season even started, because they just charged people to watch practice.
And so you couldn't send a guy to Oxnard because it's free?
Yeah.
You get in trouble for that?
Yeah, if they charge admission to the practice,
got it,
then you're allowed to go and pay and watch the practice. So, yeah. I guarantee you there are people that sit in the stands that are probably NFL scouts, or maybe they're not directly, maybe they're like Connor Stallions. They're kind of not directly with the Seattle Seahawks, but they have a connection with the Seahawks.
I mean, it's real easy to imagine it getting greenlit, even going beyond that, because your jobs are on the line. Everybody's job's on the line. It's millions of dollars, or maybe we're not making any money next year. I think most people would actually do it.
Yeah,
I would think that $20 million or $30 million to win a national championship was well worth it to them.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the report says he spent $40,000 and never asked for reimbursement from Michigan, but it could have been way more. I mean, it might have ended up being.
He made money on the side.
That dude's never buying a drink in Ann Arbor ever again. He's a freaking hero.
Probably not buying a house in Ann Arbor.
Yeah,
ever
probably
again.
not. Probably not. Now, this was incredible. We had the preseason watch list for the 2025 Manning Award was named yesterday. Now, this is named after the three elder Mannings, and it's given to the nation's top quarterback. So it comes out yesterday. What was noteworthy was Arch Manning. Not one of the names mentioned. There were 27 quarterbacks listed. No Arch Manning. Now, maybe this is, hey, you got to earn this thing. Maybe that's what they're trying to play here. But I did think it was somewhat hilarious that Arch Manning, it's the Manning Award watch list, and he is not part of it.
It's probably them Razin Cooper's kid.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, lead him off.
Come on, dude.
Look what we
You haven't
did.
even started a full year. Come on.
I like him. They're just trying to give him the normal experience, to make him earn everything. I think everybody should have the background and the resources to, let your kid or your nephew, your grandkid or whatever, just have this sort of hands-off approach to college football.
Do you have the last three players? You have player 25, 26, 27? No. Who?
Oh, on the list, I can find it.
Yeah, who the last guys are on that list.
And I think all of them had considerable amount of starting experience last year, which was also something that they kind of looked at and said, okay, well, it makes a little bit of sense that Arch wasn't on it.
Is it like every returning starter?
Like Drew Aller, yeah, most of them were returning
Drew
starters.
Aller, I guess the Clemson guy
Aller's on it.
would be number one. Guy at LSU would be on
Illinois' quarterback, C.J. Bailey at NC State, Beck at Iowa State, Josh Hoover at TCU's on here, Avery Johnson Jr. at K-State, Haynes King at Georgia Tech, Cade Klubnik at Clemson, Sam Levitt at Arizona State, Nussmeier's on here. You got Lenora Sellers who's on here.
These are all good quarterbacks.
Yeah, Baron Morton at Texas Tech. You got Cincinnati's quarterback Brendan Sorsby is on here.
Wow.
Marcel Reed at Texas A&M. Diego Pavia at Vandy, just to name a few. Hell, UTSA's quarterback Owen McCown, son of Josh McCown, on here as well. Kevin Jennings at SMU. So all these guys, like they played last year. They all started for the most part. Got some.
So they're all there, but they're basically the.
But there's some guys on
the
here.
The committee's saying that the quarterback at Vanderbilt is better than
He's just not on the watch list. Yeah, he's just not on the watch list. He's got to earn it, all right? That's what the Mannings want you to do. They want you to earn it. Now, ESPN had a great piece out today, like what are scouts and what's the league saying about Arch Manning going into the season? And also, like, hey, is he going to come out and play? One NFC West scout said people in the league want him to come out. Fans want him to come out, but I really feel like he's in no rush.
Yeah.
Given his support system, the family's going to care, doesn't care where he goes with the first pick when he goes into the draft. Now, somebody else who's an NFC scouting director said the Mannings are going to want to see which team has the number one pick.
There you go.
And if they fired their coach, which is pretty common, and who the replacement is before they just jump into the draft.
I mean, if it's a really quality organization, we're coming out. You know, if we have a good coach and they need a quarterback, then there's no doubt about it. Because if you wait 1 year, you might be looking at Cleveland or the Jets or something.
Sure.
And I think you would have to take advantage of it. But in lieu of that happening, or if that does not happen, then there's no experience that's going to be better for Arch Manning than being in Austin, being the starter, not being around a bunch of crusty old veterans and coaches. You know, you're around co-eds your own age. Like, life is not going to get any better in pro football for Arch Manning now that you can get $10 million to be a celebrity college quarterback.
One scout said Manning was a fish out of water too often when thrust into action last year on film. There were a lot of one read and go situations when he would take off as a runner if the fast throwing option wasn't there, which was referenced by several scouts. Texas coach Steve Sarkisian will develop his eyes and his pocket patience, but that's the jump that scouts need to see this season for him to live up to the generational quarterback level. So a lot of improvement.
Yeah, it's no guarantee. I mean, Arch could very easily, in 5 months be looking at a deal, or maybe even 2 months, where I need the experience to try to prepare myself for the NFL. I don't think there's a lot of people are believing like he's a lock star at this point. It's an intriguing story and a guy with obviously tremendous pedigree.
Last thing here as we go into the mixed bag, they have one player each team should cut, courtesy of Bleacher Report for the Cowboys. It is Damone Clark. Damone Clark is the player that was listed. And look, we'll see how that's a big game for him tomorrow.
Huge game.
He needs to show that it's not just like camp practices.
Yeah.
He needs to translate that to games. It's been like my biggest issue with Damone Clark. But there's a lot of running backs on here that possibly could end up being interesting. A'Shawn Robinson's also a big-body defensive tackle with the Panthers that was listed. So, I mean, kind of monitor what's going on here. Jaleel McLaughlin with the Broncos, that's a speedy, small running back that could possibly come in and help you. Khalil Herbert with the Colts was a guy we were kind of monitoring. We've had him on the show at the Super Bowl before. So you could end up getting quite a few running backs that end up being cut, and they might be upgrades over what the Cowboys have. So just something to look at as we head into preseason cut time.
Appreciate that look. I would also ask you guys, have we said Donovan Wilson's name one time since training camp started? Like, isn't he the veteran? I think you save $7 million if you cut him.
Yeah.
Is he a necessary part of this safety room?
But you need Bell. I mean, Bell has been given opportunity. You need Bell or Thomas, and Thomas was banged up, in practice. So he's just now starting. He played last week in the game.
I didn't think he had a good game.
I didn't think he was very good either. So, until somebody takes Donovan Wilson out, Dawson, I can't do that right now.
And for a defense that is going to be desperate for turnovers, he's one of your best turnover enforcers.
And he's not scared to hit.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Or scared to miss.
I mean, he can turn the game around. It's exciting. You get him this pass rush with Overshown healthy. There's fun to be had. You get Diggs and Bland out there. It'll at least be a good takeaway defense. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. It's the GBAG Nation, brought to you by Stella Artois. Come get a cold beer sample. It's Friday, and it's a pickleball happy hour here off of 35 at Bush, Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We're coming back with the Hall of Fame announcer for your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, talking Rangers, Blue Jays with you next on The Fan. I have to chat Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, though, because this is the place to go to get your edge back here in 2025. Do you know what your numbers are? There's a lot of important man numbers out there, and your doctor can talk to you about them, but another really important one.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, sorry.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Ford?
We are live at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, and it's time for our weekly conversation with the Hall of Fame announcer of your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, joining us here in just a second. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Eric is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by PlayScore. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful. You know, it's Friday. We got the pregame coming up in an hour. Let me ask you this. We asked CY about this on Monday, and I know he's taken several questions on this. Looking back at the deadline now, do you think that they should have overpaid or done more to try to get a bat?
No, I don't think so. I don't know that they could have made enough difference to go ahead and get a bat for the price they would have had to pay. You know, based on everything I'm hearing, you know, for them to get a significant bat or for them to get a closer, you know, they probably would have had to give up Sebastian Walcott. And, you know, clearly he's in the untouchable range and needed to be in the untouchable range. You know, they're not in the situation that they were in 2 years ago where, you know, you get a guy or two like that and now you're the favorite. They weren't in that situation. You know, they could get one back or even get a closer, and they're still not favored, you know, to pass Seattle and Houston. Still not necessarily favored to pass the Yankees for a wild card spot. You know, I would rather they had gotten a closer if they were going to do something costly. I would rather they would have gotten a closer, and I think that's become evident in the last couple of weeks as Robert Garcia, you know, couldn't hold the job, and Phil Maton has had his troubles, and Danny Coulomb, the one game they used him, gave up a home run that lost the game. So their inability to fill those two big holes, I think, was probably due to just unreasonable asks on the part of the other teams.
That's a tremendous perspective here from Eric. Is there still a chance this team gets hot? And if they don't, how much of a rebuild do you think we'll be looking at? How much is appropriate when we get to winter?
That's a really good question. Yeah, there's a chance they could get hot. I think so. You know, the offense has the capability of getting hot, and whether it's a month or 2 months or 2 weeks, it's a question of how long, it's going to get hot. But, yeah, the possibility's there. They're not facing an insurmountable deficit right now, but it's not looking great. Honestly, I don't think they're going to catch Seattle. I don't think there's a chance they're going to catch Seattle. Houston, I don't know. Houston gets Alvarez back, and all of a sudden they're a completely different team. The odds are against that, too. The Yankees, I think, are their best shot. And with a hot streak, yeah, maybe they can catch the Yankees. But, the Yankees have been going through their downturn. It's not going to last forever. You could ask that question about the Yankees. Is there a chance they're going to get hot again? And, yeah, as soon as Aaron Judge has his timing back, I think you're going to see the Yankees get hot. He's been back for, 8 days or something like that, and he only has one extra base hit. That's going to change. And when that changes, they're going to get hot. As far as the rebuild is concerned, well, that's a major, major question, where they've got to make some decisions on a lot of guys going forward. Adolis being number one, Jonah Heim being another one who's not having a good year. How serious are they about Berger being their first baseman of the future? Josh Young, do they still believe in Josh Young? At this point, he's not a tremendously above average player based on what he's done this year. And I would expect he'd be one of the guys who will get hot between now and the end of the season and change that. But if he doesn't, is that a guy you want to build around? Do you want to keep Marcus Semien, given the below average production you've been getting out of him? Or can you unload his contract or part of his contract? These are some really tough decisions, and I don't think we can really anticipate what the answers are until you see how the rest of the season plays out.
I guess in correlation to that question, when it comes to the future, I stumbled upon an article today, Eric, predicting the face of each franchise in the next 3 years. If I were to say, hey, who do you think the Rangers' face of the franchise will be in 3 years, do you have a name that comes to mind?
Well, the guy you hope it'll be is Walcott. Langford and Walcott are the two guys. I would say Evan Carter, but given Carter's propensity for, going on the injured list with back problems, I don't know that that's a reasonable ask, a reasonable expectation. So I think you're probably looking more at Langford and hopefully at Walcott. If the Rangers do say goodbye to Adolis in the offseason, then I think Walcott's the guy who probably replaces him. He's going to have to learn to play the outfield, but that's really not a big ask when you consider what guys like Tatis have done and Mookie Betts going back and forth between shortstop and the outfield. For an athlete like Walcott, I don't think that's a bad ask at all.
Hey, Eric, was Exhibition Stadium a miserable place?
Oh, God. Brian, it was horrible. It was so windy, and in contrast to Arlington Stadium, which was windy, it was a cold wind.
Yeah.
And it was a football stadium, so it had it had a temporary fence that created the dimensions in right field and center field. We hated it because it had these windows in the booth that slid side to side, and it was an all or nothing deal. So the guy who was doing the color would be behind 2 panes of glass. And then in the middle innings, when Mark Holtz would hand it off to me, we'd slide the 2 windows over so he was behind 2 panes of glass, which made it really difficult to enjoy the game, looking through 2 really thick panes of glass. Then we figured out, well, if you slide the whole thing into the middle, we each have like a sliver of air to look through without looking through glass at the same time. But we both would have to be all the way to the edge of the booth along the wall to be able to see. Oh, it was terrible. And the Rangers always played horribly there. Doug Rader called it the Voodoo Palace because of all the weird things that would happen to cost the Rangers games there. We had a game there that was called due to wind.
Yeah.
It actually started, and the second batter of the game was up, and the wind just blew a huge cloud of dust into his eyes. And the umpire said, "No more. We can't take this."
Not anymore. Hey, it was weird, Eric, because I'd watch highlights from there, and there was always like trucks and cars out in center field, just kind of parked out there and stuff. It was, I was always thought, man, this is strange. Just outside the center field wall, it's like cars were just kind of driving around out on the field over there and stuff.
Yeah, there is so much room between the fence and the stands.
Yeah.
That those people who were in the outfield stands out there were miles from home plate.
Yeah.
And lots of room for cars out there.
Do you think the Rangers have to score a bunch of runs this weekend? Toronto top offense in at least the AL, right? Can the Rangers pitching staff hold them down, contain them?
Well, you would hope so. With DeGrom and Eovaldi pitching 2 of the 3 games, you would expect that they can. Good pitching's supposed to beat good hitting. And the way the Blue Jays have done it, though, is really interesting because they have done it in an old-school way. They don't strike out much. They've really emphasized putting the bat on the ball as opposed to this whole launch angle thing. They all change their approach with 2 strikes. They go into contact mode, things that players used to do all the time and went out of favor with the analytics launch angle revolution. Well, the Blue Jays are doing it the old-fashioned way. They also use a lot of different players. They'll use 12 or 13 position players in every game as they platoon at a few different positions. So they're a very versatile team. They're a really interesting team. And, I don't think they're a fluke at all. And it's going to be a tough weekend. The Rangers don't generally play that well in that ballpark, as fans, I'm sure, remember from the playoffs in 2015, 2016. And the crowds are back into it now in Toronto. It's now a very hostile place to play. So it's a major challenge this weekend.
Okay, speaking of challenges, what do you think happens next with Adolis Garcia? How rare is it that a guy essentially gets sat down twice within the space of a couple of months? I guess it just doesn't bode well for the long-term future, but I also wonder about the next 40 games.
Yeah, it's hopefully this will be some form of shock treatment. What I wonder is at the end of this, IL stint, will he be willing to go and do a short rehab assignment somewhere? If Frisco's playing at home, for example, is he willing to go to Frisco for a few games, and see if he can get his timing back, make some good swing decisions, and just get into a better mindset? I don't know if they've talked about that yet. I don't know what the chances are that he would go along with that. But I hope he does. I think that would add to the possibility that he gets it back together when he comes back off the injured list.
What you drinking? What you thinking?
What I am thinking is, this road trip, and I always hesitate to say this with lots of games left, but this is a really crucial road trip, and maybe it's goes without saying, but the Rangers, they can't wait any longer. It really is go time now. They've got to come back with a winning record on this road trip. And Kansas City's as good as they are now. You look at the standings and they're right there. Kansas City swept the Rangers in Texas, although it was a couple of months ago. And they've got to find a way to win on this road trip. They have not done well against teams that are in contention, and they've got to show that they can beat some good teams. What I've been drinking is iced green tea. And supposedly it's very good for you. It's extremely refreshing. And it's available at all your neighborhood Starbucks. And they seem to be everywhere.
Sounds lovely. Yes, indeed, sir. Appreciate you as always. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat with you next Friday.
Thanks so much, guys.
Salute. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by PlayScore. Rangers back to 500. I can't even believe it. I mean, how many games were they over at the deadline? 4 or 5?
Yeah, I think at one point it was like 56 and 50. I think
My
they got
goodness.
up to like
They
six
got
games
to
over.
6, yeah.
Going backwards since then. Mayton and Coulombe giving it up. And thanks to Eric for joining us anyway. Always appreciate his Ranger perspective, especially as they approach significant crossroads like this. LA Live's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, G, it's a feel-good Friday, and I've got the best news bloopers of summer 2025 on deck next.
All right, let's chat stress-free auto care, though, shall we? And, hey, I've been there. You're driving around, all of a sudden you start
1,000 kids helped. Be a part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the GBAG Nation here on The Fan. Just spoke with Eric Nadel. Huge series this weekend in Toronto. The Rangers have to. We've been saying it all year. Now it's 100% for real. If you don't pick up, start playing better ball now, this thing is going to be down the tubes in a hurry. Wolchuk's got a proper round tripper coming up at 5 o'clock. It's time now for an early game day edition of LA Live.
Jupiter booty, let me twerk something. Jupiter booty, can you twerk something? All right, man, it's a feel-good Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
You put a booty.
Everybody get high.
Shorty got that hair like Rapunzel. Hey. Making looking all the love like dominoes. Jupiter the booty, can you twerk some? Jupiter the booty, can you twerk some? Shorty got that hair like Rapunzel. Making looking all the love like dominoes. Jupiter the booty, can you twerk some? Jupiter the booty, can you twerk some?
Freaks like you and I could never fuck on that.
That song's been staying in my head, man. This is LA Live for Friday, August 17th. No, August 15th. Excuse me. Damn, where am I? Hold on. Woo! There we go. August 15th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books, and it seems like it gets wilder every single week because we are living in a particular time here, people. We are living in a particular time right here. But let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you will not see the judge until Monday. Mind your speeds out here. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Shout out to Sha'Carri Richardson.
Yeah, man.
Crash out.
Crash out, man. She tried to throw that whole boy under the bus, too. Did you see the body cam footage?
Did not.
She tried to throw that boy under the bus, man. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanning this weekend, Tolos. So please, please keep it together and do not crash out like this shirtless gentleman did in downtown Atlanta. Peace up, A-Town down. Shout out to ATL. Yeah. On the club and the homies. Yeah, this shirtless gentleman right here in downtown Atlanta, I suspect he was recreating with a drug called Sherm. Now, I don't have any real proof about that in the story or whatnot, because they didn't say it, but just watching his mannerisms, looks like Sherm to me. Looked like the man was wet. He was on that rocket fuel, that angel dust, that PCP. He was swimming underwater and not getting wet.
That drug's just a little different than all the others.
It really does, because it makes them think that they're like the Hulk all of a sudden.
Dang.
Yeah.
They get naked and they get strong.
Stronger than hell.
Get stronger as hell, man. Yeah, you can see the body cam footage of this particular sheriff down there in Atlanta. The crash out victim, he wanted to test how invincible he was. That's what I think the drug does to you. He even said this in the audio. I want to test how invincible I am. So he agitates a very, very patient sheriff down there in Atlanta until the sheriff gave him something he could feel. So let's go through this audio here. We'll dissect it and just listen to this man's crash out.
Walk away.
I just need to make sure. I need to ask a question.
Did you hear? Okay, starts off by saying the cop is saying, walk away.
Walk away.
He's giving him so many chances in this audio, bro. Walk away.
Walk away.
I just need to make sure. I need to ask a question to these people.
Back the up. I'm gonna tase you. You waiting on it. I'm gonna tase you. Back up. You asking for it. I'm trying to save you, brother.
So you saying you got this?
Yeah, I got this. You good?
Saying you got it?
I got it. Put your shirt on, go about your business. That's all I'm asking you to do. It's over there, brother. Put your shirt on, go on.
Put your shirt on, go on about your business, brother.
Have a nice day. You can't come back in here no more.
I really want him to shoot me because I really got to find out that I'm invincible.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I really want you to shoot me because I got to find out if I'm invincible.
I think you're gonna find out you're not.
Yeah.
It looks like
I'm invincible.
What you say, bro?
Looks like you're invincible to punches and grappling, but probably not 40 caliber bullets.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it about that drug that makes you say, you know what? I'm strong now all of a sudden.
Did it start as like
kill me. I ain't scared no guns. I know you was trying to kill me.
I want you to go about your business.
I need to promote. I need to advertise my skill set.
Well, do what somebody else doing dangerous, not me. No, somebody else.
Yeah, he's advertising skill set. Jeez, bro.
I'm not trying to kill you.
Hey, man, let's hear, bro.
You gonna make me tase you.
This is Cheryl. God.
That was people from the side of the street telling him, hey, man, don't mess with that guy. He's a sheriff. And that's when you hear the crash out victim say, he cusses a little bit right there because he realizes he's going to crash out with a sheriff.
Hey, man, let's hear, bro.
You gonna make me tase you.
This is Cheryl. God.
Brother, I'm trying to give you the opportunity.
Oh no! Oh, that was a long tase. Oh gee.
Hey,
you feel that?
Get her. Don't worry about it.
I didn't feel that.
Whoa! You didn't even feel that?
Yeah, he said he didn't even feel it.
Wow.
Lit him up on the first round. Didn't even feel it.
Maybe he is invincible.
He might be.
I guess that PCP started as like a surgery anesthetic.
Oh.
So it's like
you don't
built,
feel the pain.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you should technically be unconscious being operated on.
Answer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Hey, feel that? Don't worry about it.
Feel that.
Don't worry about it. Come here.
Oh.
Nah, come here. I'm gonna get your ass again. Come on. Come on with it.
Now you want to try mine?
You ready for it?
Oh,
Don't worry about it. Come here. I'm gonna get you out real good. Nope.
PCT's wearing off.
Okay, Rick.
Hit me one more time, boss. Never felt so alive.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, that second round lit his behind up, man. Woo! Is how he ended there.
Turned into Ric Flair. Rolex wearing.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah, don't crash out like that fool right there, man, in Atlanta. Made some great video, but it's embarrassing to everybody involved, for sure. Okay? All right, what we got right here? Here's a weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish a home in the newspaper.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I want you to enjoy your weekend.
You always about money. Money revolve around money.
It's payday weekend.
Cha-ching.
Hey, finally. We got the best news bloopers of summer 2025. I'll give you a few of them right here. Maybe the rest on Monday if I can fill them in. How about this BBC reporter tripped over her words?
Now, with a warming climate, rainfall is expected to become heavier and more persistent in the future, which is why people here have taken matters into their own hands to basically protect their homes and their businesses.
Take matters in my own hose.
My own hose, yeah.
My own hose.
Yeah. One time for my LA ladies.
Yeah. All right, here's one for you, Eric. Let's go to WDIV in Detroit. Detroit, what up, though? Here's a traffic report.
That includes areas around West 7 Mile, McNipples, Wyoming.
McNipples, bro.
Yeah.
Up there
by this region.
McGuffey's.
Yeah. You guys see Oh, she walked by me. She had the McGuffey, son.
Hey! All right. Let's go to THV11 Little Rock. It's just like Compton, fool. How to protect your lungs from this heat.
If you need help or have questions, you can always call 1-800-LUNGUZA.
Lung USA.
Lung USA!
Call Laguza, bro.
I need to call Beeruza. Friday night.
Let's go to Local 3, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga. Wrapping up this weather report.
Overall, a fantastic start. Goodness, fantastic start.
Fart start. New NFL true or fart intro.
Yeah, there you go. Mix that in.
Fart or sit 'em. It's a new fantasy
segment. Fart start. Or what 'em?
Are we farting or starting, boys?
Fox 51, Tyler, Texas. Tyler, stand up.
Texas.
Your girl just gave up on the tees.
And if you head to the beach this summer, you'll learn how yours. We'll be right back.
Yeah, there you
go. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. That's when I say more sports coming up.
Got more of that?
All good, broski.
All good, broski.
It's still hot out there. Let's go to Fox 29, H-Town, Houston. Remember playing this one. How to deal with the heat.
How you gonna deal with the heat next week?
I'm gonna put on some booty shorts.
Yeah.
Are they cooler?
Yes.
Yes.
Jupiter Booty.
Kidding me? Airing out that ass.
G-code, man.
Airing out that ass.
One cheek at a time.
Airing out that ass is nuts. Airing out that ass, dude. Relax, bro.
Miss Jupiter Booty?
Miss Jupiter Booty. Fox 21. What is this? Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs. Words. Again, it's words.
Craziest, cookiest, and most crazy cookie car. So what is that word? Confounding? What is it?
Confounding.
What a dumb word. Take a look at that.
Confounding had him.
Now he's lashing out at the word itself.
What is that word?
Look at this. Who put this together?
The hell?
Idiot. Believable. Oh, I got more, but I'll get to them later, man. Lord willing and the creek don't rise, I'll get to them Monday. I'll be black then. My name is Lucius Alexander. I'll holler. Y'all gotta go.
There he goes, only live most nights here in the GBAG Nation at 5:40, but an early edition today because we have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30. Wolchuk and a proper round tripper next.
Yes, let's go into this. We got a new Rangers lineup for you tonight. And who do you think is going to be the face of the Rangers in 3 years? That's next.
I know the face of roofing in the DFW is Greystone Roofing and Construction. I just love supporting local family-owned businesses that prioritize great customer service and quality over quantity.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute photo. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Audacy sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the GBAG Nation. We have Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30 as we broadcast live from Pickler Universe, the best place to play pickleball in all of DFW, actually in all of the world. It's right here in Carrollton, 35 and Bush. And salute to Stella Artois for joining us out here. They have Stella samples for you to swing on by. Got a pickleball happy hour going all the way till 7 o'clock, even though the show is going to be over at 5:30 here with Rangers pregame coming up. Here's Wolchuk with the proper round tripper.
All right, Rangers line up out, and both certainly trying some different stuff. We're mixing and matching. As
he had Will Clark.
No, he didn't have Will Clark, and there's no Josh Hamilton or Nelly Cruz or Mitch Moreland. You know, you name your former Ranger that you love. David Murphy's
Juan
not coming
Gonzalez
in
is not showing up.
No Rafi. None of that. No Pudge.
Mike Hargrove.
But we got a different look. Marcus Semien is not going to be in that 3-hole. It's the first time since June 27th. He's actually moving down to 6th in the lineup. It's his first time hitting 6th since June 5th.
Yeah.
Now, I do remember when they moved him to 6th,
Yeah.
the offense had a hell of a game. And then obviously he continued to perform. That's why he moved back up to 3rd. But it'll be Josh Smith leading off, Wyatt Langford playing in left, batting 2nd. Corey Seager takes up that 3-hole spot, playing short. Jock Peterson DHing, hitting cleanup. Evan Carter batting 5th, playing center. Marcus Semien in that 6th spot, playing second base. Our guy, Rowdy Telles, playing 1st, batting 7th. Josh Young at 3rd, batting 8th. And then Kyle Higashioka catching and rounding out your lineup, batting 9th on a DeGrom night as they need it. And they're going up against Chris Bassett. This is not going to be easy. Chris Bassett's been pretty good this year. But for the most part, you look at his ERA, he's still got a 4.17 ERA. So he is a righty, too.
You can get him.
We know the Rangers, it's the lefties that have really been the issue there. So tonight, I mean, I'm hoping they need to. I'm calling 2 out of 3. The Rangers are going to get 2 out of 3, and they get the one tonight. If they don't get tonight, then I think we will be talking about the possibility of being swept. Because then this thing can start to snowball. But you got DeGrom on the hill. You got a righty that has an ERA over 4. Tonight's the night you got to get to Chris Bassett early, and they find a way to get it done. And it is an Apple TV game, so more reason to be listening right here on 105.3 The Fan to Hicksy and Jared.
You got Corbin going against a lefty tomorrow. You're right, Wolchuk. If they do not win tonight, I do not think they'll be above 500 for the rest of the season. It is shocking how Marcus Semien went from struggling so much, gave us a June to remember. An epic June, 324, and since then he's been right back to the disappointing version that he was in April and May.
Yeah, and they need him tonight. I mean, I'm hoping maybe this is a good move for Boch. And give Boch credit. He's doing everything he can. He's mixing and matching.
I'd bring Rugi back for this one.
Just go ahead. Call him up.
I would say, Rugi, come back. We need you for this series. Just maybe.
Yeah.
Just have him in the dugout.
Just have him
foaming at the mouth.
Have him
just growling
like
at
with
both
he always
growl.
wore like his uniform, like all the buttons unbuttoned, just standing there, sitting in the dugout. I think that would be intimidating.
Batting helmet just full of grease.
That's pine
tar, but it looks like grease.
It does, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Looked horrible. His
Did you
aesthetic
forget what it was called?
I did.
Looked like a ranch hand.
I totally didn't know. I just went with the grease there. It did look bad. But he is a ranch hand, basically.
I know.
All right, who do you think is going to be the face of your Texas Rangers in 3 years? You, me?
Yeah.
You think they're going to call me up?
I think they're.
That's a hell of a face.
I've been waiting for years to get my opportunity. If Rowdy can do it, I can do it, baby.
You should be the face and the body of the Texas Rangers, Wolchuk.
And the soul.
Heck yeah.
And the heart.
That's right.
I can be a beating heartbeat for that organization.
You have the intangibles.
Try to. Glue guy. You know, I can be an Austin Hedges. I'll wear the assless chaps.
Yes, you will.
I sure will.
You'll put that magic number right there on your cheek.
How many we got, boys?
The reality is Corey Seager will still be face of the franchise in 3 years because he will be remembered as a World Series legend. I don't think you have anybody else on the roster capable of carrying a team and commanding a marketing campaign be built around him.
Well, they're going with Wyatt. Wyatt was the selection here because I get it. I mean, 3 years from now, you'll have Corey Seager's, 35, I want to say, and it could still end up being Seager. I don't think he's going to slow down from a hitting perspective. Might move into a DH role at that point of his career or playing first base. I don't know. I mean, people have been counting Corey out at shortstop. Now 10 years of service he's been doing it, and he's doing it at a high level this year. But Wyatt's the pick, and they said don't sleep on, as Eric Nadel said earlier, Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, Walcott's the guy that we're all very, very fired up for. Cannot wait to see when he ends up getting his Ranger debut. But, I mean, the real question about Wyatt is, like, will he be an ace in 3 years?
That is a great question, and I don't have that answer for you. I'm just going to pray and hope to God that he is.
Right.
What does this have to do with 2009?
Put a freaking bat in it.
Well, I hope Corey Seager hasn't fallen off at the plate in 3 years, because in 3 years he will still have 3 more years left on his contract.
It's a hell of a contract, huh?
It is.
Baseball is crazy with
Gavin
these 10-year
Fiend.
deals.
Player friendly.
Gavin Fiend?
Fiend.
Okay.
He's always fiending for some Gavin.
You're a Fiend guy.
Yeah.
Gavin Fiend, the Rangers' first-round
Was
pick
he a high
this year.
schooler?
I
think he
was a high schooler, yes.
Yeah.
He was recent.
Yes.
Superstar ascent here,
Yeah,
age 21.
He is already, they say, quickly jumped into the top tier of the Ranger prospects. Gavin
Well, hell,
Fiend.
we got to hope that he's at least up at the big league club, but I
Winston
like that.
Santos.
Winston?
Yeah, he wouldn't be that.
Maybe. Now, Walcott would probably be the answer of guys.
It's going to be Walcott or Fiend.
What about Cody Freeman? Who's just – they didn't call Cody Freeman back up. That dude is crushing it. He's having like a historically good year at AAA Round Rock.
Yeah, every time I turn around, I mean, at some point, if the offense is not going to really get going, then why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Josh Hader of the Astros being diagnosed with left shoulder capsule strain.
Oh.
The capsule strain, per the Astros. He won't throw for 3 weeks. He's going to rehab. Then the next steps will determine, okay, is he going to be shut down or is he going to be available for the postseason? Well, guess what, Houston? There ain't no damn postseason for you.
The Mariners passed them already,
There ain't no
by the
damn
way?
postseason for you. Yeah, the Mariners passed them. Guess what? Texas coming for your ass.
We just got a baseball bowl
Rangers
prediction.
coming for your ass, Houston. We're coming. We're coming for you. Phillies are going to a 6-man rotation. Aaron Nola set to return. That's scary because, gosh, the Phillies have been on a tear. So you've got the lefty Ranger Suarez, who's been phenomenal. You've got Zach Wheeler. You got Christopher Sanchez. You got Jesus Luzardo. You got Taijuan Walker, and now Aaron Nola. Goodness gracious. I hate everything Philadelphia, but the Phillies have a really good shot at winning the World Series this year.
They do. They do. We saw it firsthand.
Yeah, they had a couple. When the Rangers won it, they had a chance. They had a good team then. They fell apart. We'll do it again.
I'm just going to keep this. This is just us like having a conversation here. This is just guys, being dudes. You're getting wafts of just like disgusting smell.
Yes, yeah.
Is it body odor?
It's body odor. Yeah, I've walked up and down, and every single time I make a trip to the men's room, it actually smells worse when I'm like halfway there.
Okay. And hey, these guys are hustling. They're playing
they're
hard. They're
working.
sweating. They're
working.
schwitzing.
Yeah.
Competitive sports
And
environment.
it's free. I mean, it's free to come out here and play, and you're going to get pizza and Stellar Artois. So I get it. But I am getting certain sense of just what the hell did I just smell?
I got to be a little honest with
It's
you,
an
though.
athletic event, bro.
You didn't put deodorant on?
It might be the chicks, too.
No, I did wear deodorant. I was going to say it might have been a little bit worse yesterday back in our little cubby at Jake's in Grand Prairie. There were a couple of Tolos who were just ripe. Like they'd spent all day in the sun.
That was me.
There was a lot of sun.
That was Eric.
There was a
Eric
lot of
in the
sun coming
Lot
in.
of Eric.
Yeah, I might have to take ownership of that one.
A lot of
The
Eric.
sun was beaming me
Was
the
that
whole
you?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I got in my car, I was like, wow.
Wow, yeah.
It still smells
that
like
is
inside.
not good. That is not a
Maybe
good situation.
I was the problem.
And the last thing here, this is for Andrew Marchand. I think you were the problem.
That 5-patty burger. You
Yeah, you had the meat sweats.
The grease just.
It happens to the best of us, but Major League Baseball is negotiating with Netflix, ESPN, NBC, and Apple for possible broadcasting packages. Sunday Night Baseball, everyone's trying to get in on this. NBC/Peacock, Apple TV, they're considered the top contenders for Sunday Night Baseball. ESPN could add weekday games and a bigger daily digital presence, according to officials. Netflix trying to get the home run derby is what they're angling for. So we'll see what happens next year as baseball's got the new packages that they're working on. And everybody loves a fresh package.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and a pickleball happy hour is going on thanks to Stella Artois for
I don't
having
care
us
if the
out here
Astros
as
are
well.
a game and a half.
Okay,
Brian?
Dawson, my guy grabbed 2 Stellas out. Do you think he realized they were non-alcoholic ones?
He's got any Stellas going
He
over
got
there.
ball sacked by the beard.
This guy's going to be hammered.
Thanks, boys.
He pointed at the bucket. I gave him the thumbs up. He grabbed 2 non-alcohols. I bet he's thinking he's drinking the real ones.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be acting like he's
That's
stumbling.
unleaded, bro. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk, for
they're
that
good.
proper round tripper. We'll come back with more sports here. It's the GBAG Nation on the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle right now, there's no...
Best mayo has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are wrapping up from Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, 35 and Bush, the best place to play pickleball, not only in DFW, not only in the state, in the country, and in the world. So we want to thank them for having us out here once again, and it's very exciting to see all these people. I mean, you have now like 24 courts going here. Earlier in the day, it looked like the place, the time, if you wanted to have the place to yourself. When we started the show, it was there, but here at 5:30, you can easily see why it's the hottest pickleball spot in DFW, no doubt. Okay, so segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. A big Cowboys weekend coming up, and the guys will have the pregame show for you tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, and then the postgame show from 9 to 11 with Wolchuk and Broaddus. Really, I think the most interesting thing that's going to happen in the rest of this regular season, no disrespect to the preseason games, but Will McClay on cornerback depth on the roster. He joined the DLLS guys, and he says, we want to make the last corner on the practice squad better than what we had last year. We're going to comb through it. Guys are going to come back. Coaches are doing a great job. They understand the scheme. We've got to continue to try and improve that room as well as all the rooms in our building every day. We got to make it better. I need more urgency from somebody.
Yeah.
How could you not want to improve this situation? I guess Trayvon Diggs has looked about 5% better every time I've seen a video on him. Maybe, and Brian told us last week, like, Trayvon Diggs is the closest between Overshone and Revel.
Yeah.
Maybe Trayvon is going to kind of make this a moot point and give you at least a respectable group of starters. But I just don't get this. I would expect an answer of, hey, no disrespect to any of the guys that have been here. They've all tried hard. They've worked hard, but they're depth pieces. They're undrafted for a reason. And if something does not fall here to us on cut down day, we're going to have to be very opportunistic and resourceful, either in veteran free agency, what's left of it, or a trade.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is big for all these corners. Tomorrow's going to either tell them they need to go get somebody, or we're going to be able to ride with these guys. I believe that how they play as a group tomorrow is going to be that determining factor.
Have you found out is Asante Samuel just not going to get cleared medically? You think he had the neck?
I have not. It was like it's the neck, it's the hip.
He's got a hip there.
It's got a lot of things going on. So I need to find out exactly where he's at. I just haven't done it because I haven't heard anybody talk about him as, oh, he's starting to make the rounds. He's starting to get, people are starting to show interest in him.
Rasul Douglas fell off last year, but he was still close to average, which would be a big jump from guys like Andrew Booth and Kalen Carson. Kendall Fuller, age 30, wasn't he in Miami? Dolphins insider?
Yeah, and he's another guy that can kind of get a little bit banged up on you, but is he better than what you have right now? Yes, absolutely. I think the question they have to ask themselves is, do they want somebody who can play in the nickel, or do they feel like they'll move Bland inside and have a guy that plays on the boundary?
Yeah.
Like, well, how do they want to go about
Right.
that? We know Bland wants to be a boundary guy, but I think he is your best solution for the nickel if you can go get one of these veterans who, like a Rasul Douglas, who can play on the outside.
Now, James Bradbury is out there, ended up with a torn Achilles last year, and 2023 was already a downturn. Do you think he's done?
I'd say when you start to talk about Achilles and the cornerbacks, that's a tough one.
And look, hey, if they can get Bland's contract done, maybe he feels a little bit more open to playing in the slot.
Right.
Let's get the thing maybe ironed out.
Yep.
Yeah, but Fuller can do both, can he? Is one significantly better than the other?
I think he's probably more of a nickel than he is an outside corner at this point.
So this is just about money and not wanting to spend the $5 to $8 million that it's going to take to get a veteran corner at this point, probably. And
they like their guys.
Hey, if you are saying internally we're not good enough to throw an extra $5 to $10 million, let's keep our powder dry until we stack up a couple of good drafts and we're closer. I get it. I would have a hard time being patient for multiple years, just waiting to have a great enough back-to-back drafts to make us a contender again. I'd want to be a little bit more proactive. I did ask Joel Corey what his thoughts on fair trade value would be if you assumed the team you're trading with would be in the final third of the first round, picking 20 to 32 or something. He said, Jalen Ramsey went for 2 1s and 2 4s. He felt like it's 3 1s for Micah Parsons.
That's what I thought.
And that makes it a lot of fun. I think if you're the Joneses and you're listening to 3 1s as a way out of this and you're not interested, you're just not serious about winning the Super Bowl, right? Could you imagine having 2 number 1 picks 3 years in a row? That's how you could actually win the Super Bowl. Take multiple veterans and do that. Let's try to get 3 1s, and then I could actually see the Cowboys drafting and developing their way to a Super Bowl.
Kind of the way Philadelphia did what they did.
Yes.
Yeah, they traded in, got a couple and they kept parlaying that first-round pick and ended up getting defensive linemen that look like they're helping their team.
Thanks to Pickler Universe for having us out. Thanks to Stella Artois, Broadus, and Chief. We'll have the pregame tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Thanks to Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control. Just went 3.5 flawless. Have a great weekend, sir. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Brian Broadus and Raymond Cruz as well. Until Monday at 2, you're going home with the GBAG Nation. Addies.
Give me those sauces. Grab the chicken strips. Let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little...
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No. Nutmeg made. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that you need to keep something?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?